And good morning. And I will now call the Wednesday, December 2nd Community and Public Services Committee meeting to order. And we will start with a roll call. Councillor Zadek.
I am here, and I know you can't see me right now. I'm in chamber, working the camera.
Okay. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Nickel.
I am here, but I'm having some technical difficulties here, so I'll just keep chipping away here.
I think you just described the year of 2020. So welcome and good morning. I see that we also have, we're joined by Councillor Henderson. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Banga is here, I see, and he'll probably be joining us later. Councillor McKean.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. And Councillor Katerina. All right.
I'm also here with Councillor Walters.
Oh, and Councillor Walters on the phone. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, welcome everyone. Would someone please move the adoption of today's agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to move the adoption of the agenda, that the December 2nd, 2020 Community and Public Service Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition 6.4, tri-party agreement with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and Community League draft changes, and replacement pages 6.5, city-owned golf courses.
Okay, I have that as well. Okay, so that looks good. I just want to make sure that, okay, yep, I think that's all I've got. I do have but we'll get to that. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nickel. And if you're able to, please vote. I will admit that I did not pull out my voting machine, so I will be doing that now.
I'm a verbal yes.
I am a yes as well.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. And that has passed. Okay, so we will move on now to the adoption of the minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the November 13th, 2020 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Thank you. Anyone have any issues with the minutes? I did not. Let's just vote. I'm a verbal yes.
Yes as well.
We have all the votes.
Okay, and display the votes, please. And that is, unsurprisingly, unanimous. Okay. So, let us move on to select items for debate.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I will select the following. 6.2, because we have some people to speak. Item 6.4. Items 6.6. 6.8.
Yep.
6.9.
Okay.
6.10.
Okay.
And then items 7 to 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. Very good. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would select item 6.5, city-owned golf courses.
6.5. Okay.
That's all.
Okay. And anyone else?
Yes, sorry, I'm on the board there.
Oh, there it is.
I also have a quick question on 5.1, and then I also want to select. I don't think I heard 6.1. I just want to select that on behalf of Councillor Essling.
And 6.1. Okay. Very good. All right. And we also must select, I believe, No, I guess we don't. I can just go right after council. Okay.
Yeah, I'll move all other items.
Okay, and just to clarify, innovation funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain rec centers, that's got a revised due date. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe Councillor Knack has selected that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, let's vote. And I believe I can do that now.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay. So, is there anything that wasn't so? Yeah, there was a couple. Okay, so let's, can we get a motion to vote on all other items that were not selected for debate, please? Or do we
Mr.
have
Chair,
to do
that's
that?
what we just did, but if you'd like, I could read out what
Yeah,
has
no.
passed, so we know
Okay,
where we're
yeah,
at.
sorry. I'm backwards on my notes. I'm trying to not make any mistakes today. Okay, so are there any requests to speak?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk has to read back what was passed.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. This morning, committee has passed the following items without debate. Item 6.3, Buena Vista Laurier Park Master Plan Implementation Results. Item 6.7, Community Facility Partner Capital Grant Program Recommendations. And item 8.1, City of Edmonton Youth Council Request to Fill Vacancy.
There we go. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now we will move on to requests to speak.
Mr. Chairman, I will add the following speakers. I recommend that the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels where appropriate. On item 6.2, All Seasons Adventure Activity Park Concept Plan, we have Mark Lund and Sherry Heschuk. On item 6.4, Tripartite Agreement with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and Community Leagues. That's repetitive. Laura Cunningham Shepley and Ryan Barber. And item 6.5, we have city-owned golf courses, Karen Kennedy. On item 6.6, update on partnerships with the YMCA or Northern Alberta. We're getting a lot of echo from you, Aaron.
That's me.
Thanks, Councillor. Nick Parkinson and Kent Bittorf. And on item 6.10, recover urban wellness and culture shift for well-being. Kaylin, I'm terrible at this. Pilkington, Jan Fox, Jacqueline Cardinal, Karen Tang, Jesse Murphy, and Daniel Jones. Are there any other additions?
That's all the speakers.
Okay, so moved.
All right, that's what I have too. Perfect. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
All right, display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, wonderful. Are there any requests for time specific on the agenda?
There are none.
There are none? Okay. I do believe that there is one request from a councillor who is not on committee, and that would be Councillor Walters. Would like to be able to be present for 6.2 and 6.9, but due to family obligations, will not be able to be here until the afternoon.
Aaron,
Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
here now.
Councillor Walters. Oh, so you're going to be here?
Yeah, so you don't have to adjust anything for me.
Okay, perfect. Well, that makes
Yep.
things a lot more simple. All right, thank you, Councillor Walter, for making the effort. Okay. So are there any councillor inquiries today? Hearing none. And we have reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. That has happened. Okay, and I think that's it. Let us move forward. Great. So, without further ado, if we can hear from item 6.1, pilot of naturalized playgrounds developments and implementation.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, we'll
Chair,
actually
I
be
did
on
select
5.1.
Oh, sorry, 5.1. I always miss the fives. And here we go.
Can I jump in there now, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
Perfect. So I just I had a quick question because I know that this report was originally supposed to be tied to the Lewis Farms item, and my understanding is that item was also supposed to be at the executive committee. Then both of them got pushed off. I don't see a new date for the Lewis Farms unless I missed it. I didn't hear it yet. Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you mute that? Thank you. Sorry. So I just wanted to get an understanding because I thought I missed. So I've missed where that other report got sent to or when it got delayed to, and these are supposed to be tied together. So can somebody help me out on that?
Sorry, Councillor, I'll do some digging over the course of the meeting today to find out when the Lewis Farms report would be coming. The reason that this report is delayed is basically just to manage the committee agendas. There were just too many items for this meeting, and believe that it could be delayed a little bit into first part of next year. But we'll do some digging on the other report and send you a chat.
Yeah, because it just got removed entirely without any type of adjustment. And so on this one, because I believe that they're supposed to come back together, maybe that's still the plan, but for some reason there hasn't been a date adjustment, which we should probably make sure we do as part of the official process. My only question I have on this is recognizing the challenging times we're about to go through, and we're going to have some challenging budget conversations, including conversations around our recreation amenities. I'm wondering if by delaying this, that means there's no opportunity to start work on whatever another model might look like. So we know there are partner organizations that are interested in potentially examining whether they could do this type of work or bring forward new ideas. And I'm just worried about delaying it essentially another 2 months if that means that work can't happen when we've got organizations who are willing to start putting together proposals. And I wonder if there's a need to provide some sort of direction to allow you and your team to let those proposals start coming in to examine how you might do things differently. And that's also why I asked about the Lewis Farms Rec Center, because in specific, I know we were talking about with one group, the Lewis Farms Rec Center. And I just don't want to lose 2 months of nothing when I've got groups wanting to do some work.
Councillor, on the first question, I just had a quick input. The Lewis Farms report is coming back on February 3rd as well. So those reports are then in sync.
Okay, perfect.
As to when council will be addressing those issues. And in terms of the dealing with the other proposals, these are proposals that are out in the community where we're looking for a different funding model. Is that where that would go?
I guess essentially what I'm saying, we're at the very early stages of, I think there are, and I'll speak as an example specifically for Lewis Farms because I don't want to muddy the waters on what anyone else and other members of council are looking at, but there is an organization looking to be able to create a proposal that would allow them to build and construct something like the Lewis Farms Rec Center. And I imagine there might be other opportunities for some of the other spaces, but in the case of this, my worry is that by postponing this by 2 months, we're not allowing you the opportunity and those organizations the opportunity to call it like a request for expressions of interest, something like that would allow these organizations to start some of that work in a more formal way. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to allow that work to happen, even if we're delaying this report by 2 months.
Councillor Knack, it's Adam here. this came up a bit when we answered questions on the budget that came forward related to some of the potential closures that we had recommended in the budget.
Yeah.
If council would like to provide direction for administration to pursue a request for her expression of interest around the operation or the design, build, and construction of facilities, my comment was that you could do that.
Perfect.
So if that is something that council would like to weigh in on, you have a couple opportunities, December 7th and the budget.
I'll work on that because, and again, I'll leave the other rec facilities to the ward councillors. It's just, I know the one for Lewis Farms, we had started the work and we were hoping this was the day we could make a motion like that. So I'll work on something and have it ready for budget conversations. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We've got Councillor Henderson on the list. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to do a double check on this, because Mr. Laughlin, I raised this question at agenda review as well, and understood that the report wasn't ready yet. So, because I had thought, and maybe it's both, but I had thought this was, maybe I misunderstood what this report is, was in response to the work that had been requested and had been done with some of the folks working on the Raleigh Miles Rec Center piece to be able to work with that community and some of the building and developers that were happening in there. So is it both? And I had hoped we could have it for budget too, and understood that wasn't possible.
So Mr. Stith can speak to specifics, Councillor Henderson, related to what the report is, but per my response to Councillor Knack, there are opportunities that if council would like us to examine third-party options related to rec facilities, there is a mechanism to do that. The report needed some additional work. That's why it couldn't come today. But if council would like that to come sooner in 2021, we can do that.
My concern was really just the timing. Given some of the discussions that are going to happen on budget, if what I think is referenced in the report is in there, I know there was quite a bit of work done with the community on that. That it would have been useful to have before budget, but if it's not ready, it's not ready. I get that, and we'll have a chance to talk about it in the future. I just wanted to do a double check back because Councillor Knack and I seem to imagine two different reports, or maybe they're the same report. I just was doing that double check.
Councillor Rob here. Councillor, this report was initiated around Raleigh Miles, so the consultation that was done was around with those community groups, but it certainly does have wider applicability.
Oh, absolutely.
The ideas that are in there and so on.
Yeah, good. Okay, I was just doing a double check back, and if it's not ready, I understand we can't have it. So I just wanted to check on that. So we'll get it on February 3rd, and we can go from there. Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Walters, are you on the board? Or was that you withdrew? Okay. All right. And that's all the questions, Councillor Knack? You don't need another round?
No, I can move the revised due date.
Okay, please do.
So moved. Mr. Chair, I think we've lost you there. There.
I'm still on mute. My apologies. Let's vote.
We just need your vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it wasn't coming through. I'm a yes.
That's all the votes.
Okay. And display the votes, please. And that is carried. Okay. So now that we are we've completed the fives, let's move on to the sixes, which is reports. And in numerical order, 6.1 is first. So, Councillor, first of all, administration, do you have a presentation on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do not have a presentation. The report basically provides a summary of the recently completed natural playgrounds in both Dermott Park and Laurier Park. And with me today, I have Craig Walboom, our branch manager for Building Great Neighborhoods, and both Nicole Wolf and Devin Huber, who work with our open spaces design team within the IIS department. So we're here and available to answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, I see that we've got Councillor Esslinger on the board, and I believe that this was selected specifically for her to ask some questions. So I'm assuming that we can just move straight to Councillor Esslinger for questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank the team that built these playgrounds, because if you haven't been out to them, the Sir Wilfrid Laurier playground in its different phases is absolutely beautiful. And certainly you see children enjoying it immensely. My question is, my understanding is these cost about the same as a traditional playground. Is that correct?
Correct. A typical playground is approximately $1 million, and both of these are within that order of magnitude as well. Yes, so same equivalent order of magnitude costs.
Now, my understanding is part of the cost in the playground is the drainage. And one part of the playground that was in the trees, it was only natural elements, had no drainage. So I think it reduces the cost. Is it possible to build some of the phasing and reduce the cost to communities going to a more naturalized area that doesn't maybe have the slides, but has the trees and the stones and whatnot?
I'll maybe ask either Craig or Nicole or Devin perhaps to answer that question.
I'm sure I can start, and then Nicole and Devin feel free to add in. Yeah, I think, Councillor, that's a good question. When we come to the more formal structures, elements, whether it's natural play or our traditional playgrounds, we do have to do some of that infrastructure, as you mentioned. But when we get to those elements where we're really just looking at integrating within existing tree stands, or where it really is that horizontal natural, we don't always have to. So there is more flexibility depending on the context of what we're building, for sure.
Thank you. So my question really is, now that we've had some experience, we've done both these more informal and more of the formal playgrounds. Can we offer those to communities who are looking for something, maybe in a phased approach, to do the more in the tree stand approach and then followed by a formal playground? Now that we have this experience, are we going to open this up and allow communities to select it?
Yes, absolutely. We're glad that we've been able to evolve and get into, and we've learned a lot through the development of and delivery of these two playgrounds. And we're absolutely open to incorporating all that we learn and provide more opportunities for communities to leverage that and really look at how we can phase and stage. I think, to your point, it provides communities with more opportunities when we're able to look at those variables, and maybe a little bit of smaller scale, as you mentioned, and more basic natural features as a way to phase in and give them ability to do just that. So that was a long way of saying absolutely yes.
Thank you. And I guess my final question is, as we move forward, I'm hoping we're able to utilize more of those trees in these areas first, so that people can take advantage of them. Are we looking to consider that as we want to build more trees into the future, into our green spaces?
Yes, for sure we are. I mean, when we look at, developing new areas of the city, we're looking for, we do have a goal to retain, I think it's around 10% retention of tree stands, and then developers need to obviously move some of those elements to do the development they do. But tree stands do take a generation to build up and grow. So we absolutely will be looking where we can to retain those and integrate those in when possible.
And I think even your own survey shows how children enjoy the natural elements, and the research has shown that they'll play with natural elements longer than the traditional playground. So thank you to everyone on this work. It's great work. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. I see we've got Councillor Nicol on the board. Go ahead.
So, let me get, so you can hear me, take off my glasses here. Okay, this is a great report. It's a lot of common sense to it. Of course, people want more trees, and they want more tree stands. So, Mr. Smythe, into administration, what's the plan? What's the next step? I've got Millhurst, for example, in my ward that probably would like to take advantage of something like this. Do you have any sense of a structure that we can actually move forward to? Because there's a couple of pieces to it. Obviously, there is the assessment whether or not it saves us money, which I would argue it does because there's less mowing and so on, but I don't know if you can answer that question today. But then there's the next question is, we want to move away, I've heard from communities, and I've used this term in the past, we want to move away from some places from what I call green asphalt, right? Just open green space that sits there and is underutilized. And I know, Mr. Smythe, you and I have had chats about better use of green space many times. So what's the plan here?
Maybe we'll ask a few folks on the call to weigh in on that one, Councillor. Mr. Seabrook, on the tree piece, are you there, Gord?
I can.
Sorry, it took me a second to click on. On the tree piece, I think what we're trying to do is align with all of the other bodies of work that we have in terms of the tree policy and our naturalization plans. And I think the other piece that's critical is to your point, Councillor Nicol, is that we capture savings that are achievable by having less maintenance activities required for some of these new designs.
And Councillor, on the park planning piece, we'll have to circle back with you on that one. I don't have the context. Maybe Jason can weigh in.
No, certainly as part of the master plan process with the community park, you have the ability to start looking at how you program those elements into the base design work, and then they inform how we bring forward different scenarios around how we develop those spaces. So that's one of the inputs around what communities are looking for, and as Mr. Wabum has already articulated, it's now part of the menu of things that communities now have to be able to select from. They can choose to look at initiating some of that work. We have well-established programs like our neighborhood program, a neighborhood park development program, where communities can leverage funding from the city to help support the ability of being able to reintroduce or introduce those types of attributes into the park planning process. So,
what's the trigger? So I got Millhurst. They want to do something different. What's the trigger? Is there a form they can fill out? Is there a process they can go through?
Yep.
How long does that process take? And so on. Or we're not prepared, or we're not ready yet for that.
no, absolutely we are. We've been doing this for, I think it's since 1982 is how old, 1982
Okay,
or
so
83.
we got a mature process.
Yes,
So if I send Millhurst to your way,
The first step for a community to initiate this would be to reach out to their neighborhood resource coordinator, who can then put them in touch with folks from our staff and IAS to be able to initiate that planning process, and then they will be incrementally brought through different gates and different stages of development.
okay, good. The last question I have then, would this be the same sort of application if I went out and I actually found some folks that, from a traditional playground, I would go fundraise for them, for example. This process will also allow that. If they came forward, here's the budget, here's how much money you got to spend, we could go and do that.
You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Whether it's a spray park, a more conventional playground, adult fitness amenities, there's quite a menu of options that are available to communities to be able to select from and fundraise for.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Good questions. All right, Councillor Zadig, go ahead.
Thank you very much. At one point, was a natural playground considered for Churchill Square?
Not a natural playground, but we did look at introducing play attributes. And we're still working through some of that. We are introducing some attributes to the further development and advancement of the civic precinct, but also with the Centennial Plaza, which is on the south side of the EPL Milner Library.
Okay, that's what I remembered.
Yeah.
So not a playground because it probably doesn't meet the definition of the scale expected, but are these attributes you're talking about, play attributes, are they natural inspired?
I'm not sure that we've really scoped out exactly what they are yet. We're
Okay.
very early on. I think we're kind of in the earlier planning phases between checkpoint 2 and 3. So I'm not sure that we've really kind of landed on a very specific detail around what those would look like.
Okay, so there could be some interest to explore that, and which brings me to my next question. Noting that a lot of playground development, the costs as identified are for drainage and other engineering work, I suppose sometimes in greenfield developments where you would engineer a site for a school, and the province comes in and builds a school, and then if we do a playground, then we have to redo all the stormwater management assumptions. Can we factor this in as we go and save money possibly? And to the conversation about if there's going to be a natural playground that's going to have drainage implications one way or another, which presumably would be different and less impactful, I would suggest, than a traditional playground in the displacement of water. At what stage should we start thinking if it's going to be natural or not, say for outside here?
I think during that master planning process, so that would identify the specific areas within a community park where you would have sports fields, where the school site would be located. From there, it'll inform where the playground, perhaps a future spray park. Doesn't necessarily mean that it all gets built in day one, but it starts to lay a vision for what that park's going to look like, and then it'll be used to inform the park development process, which will start to identify where service connections need to be put in so they don't have to be relocated like you're suggesting. Mm-hmm. That's really the benefit of foresight and being able to invest in that master planning process at the very front end, because it gives both the community and the city, as we're planning those spaces, a good insight as to what the future use looks like.
Thanks for that. And when we hear that children, I think it was said, prefer the natural playgrounds, is it all children that we're aware of like it as said, or is it just sort of a subset of children that don't find the same satisfaction in traditional playgrounds that others do?
I think we start to get in trouble a little bit when we start to generalize what kids like to play with. and a good example of that is the recently completed one at Coronation Rec Center. Or Clareview Rec Center, where we have the Canadian Jumpstart Playground, where that one was really focused on accessibility. So that one is unique for a completely different set of circumstances to be able to provide people with all abilities the opportunity to be able to interact with that play space, where perhaps in a natural playground you don't have those same kinds of. So it really comes down to the stakeholders and the groups within that community and what their needs are, what the demographics and interests are of what that area is really looking for, and then that will inform the types of playgrounds. And I think this is just another one that we can select from that communities have available for them to be able to integrate into their park planning process.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
I just wanted to add a supplement to Mr. Malista's comments. When we look at natural play features and we look at integrating them into where we have natural tree stands and just very simple, that is cheaper, that requires less drainage. When we formalize structures that are made of different materials like wood, those are not necessarily cheaper and they still need that same infrastructure on site. So I just wanted to provide that context to all, that we're going to be learning how the maintenance cycle goes with these piloted natural playgrounds using different materials. So the formal structures can cost more money than a typical playground right now, and because they need custom design and things. But there's more opportunities for that simpler elements integrating in with where we do have existing infrastructure like tree stands or natural elements. So just for context for all, wanted to provide that too. So
thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And Councillor Nicol on the second round, go ahead.
No, just to move the recommendation, let Councillor Esslinger, and I'll just to speak to it and close. So
sure, that sounds great. So I'm not sure if Councillor Esslinger has anything to say, but I will weigh in first to let her close. And that is just, I'm really proud of this work. I think that it's fantastic. I'm really proud of Councillor Esslinger for being so consistent on the Child Friendly Edmonton file and really making meaningful efforts and meaningful strides to make this a city for everyone. And this is just one of those many examples of that work. And as a kid who grew up playing in the marshlands of Edmonton, I got to say that it's nice to see some more natural spaces for kids to let their imaginations run wild. So just my deep thanks for this work. Does anyone else want to say anything before we move to Councillor Esslinger? No? And Councillor Esslinger, did you want to close?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you very much to all the teams that have worked on this and gotten it to this stage. I think it gives one more opportunity for communities to try something different. And for the naturalized playgrounds, it's better for everyone. And what we do know is that kids can use their imagination, and that's a very positive growing experience for them. And to be able to offer it now to communities who want it is such a great option. I just really thank everyone engaged, and knowing as we are building a city that's child friendly, we need to explore all opportunities, and this is another great example. So thank you, everyone.
Well said.
Sorry, Councillor Paquette, I missed my opportunity before Councillor Esslinger.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Back in the 2000s, Mr. Smythe might remember a guy by the name of John Logan. Do you remember John, Rob? John Logan was a tireless advocate for activating what he called green asphalt. That those big spans of grass that are out there that didn't seem to have a lot of activity on it during the summertime. And he called it green asphalt. We can do better, he said back in the 2000s. And another name that comes back from the blast from the past was another fellow by the name of Bill Produchny. I don't know, Rob, if you remember Bill Produchny. He was the skateboard guy. He's the guy who came out here and took some of those areas and he activated them with skateboard parks. And so what was pointed out years and years ago to me that always struck me is that we can get more out of these patches than just putting grass on the ground. One of the arguments John Logan made, for example, is why are we not creating space for mountain bikes and that sort of thing? It doesn't take much to maintain as long as you're creative with it. And of course, I know Mr. Smythe will and the administration say, well, there's liability issues and so on. But anyways, the point is that we can do more with this space and it doesn't cost a lot more. Matter of fact, we can get better bang for our buck because at the end of the day, it acts as better drainage, it has better social returns on investment, and then on top of it, just the user experience and cost of that user experience drops. And so that has been, I know Mr. Smythe and I keep bringing Rob, unfortunately, back to this because we've talked about this. We've talked about this probably for years. And so I'm very happy to hear about the process, the proposals, because the communities have great ideas. And if we can work out that costing model that's clear and concise in a very simple kind of check the box kind of way, I think we'd find a lot of activation and a lot of unique uses and the money to find it from other sources. I think of, for example, we're going to talk about Woodvale, the golf courses, and Woodvale is down there. And Woodvale has done great things, for example, building all sorts of traditional playgrounds. But now if we put this in front of them, they might think about something else with regards to doing things. And, you know, Mr. Seabrick talks about planting trees, taking a generation or so. Well, maybe we can, we don't have to wait for those trees to grow. Maybe we can figure out a way to plant a little faster with a little larger tree. So this is, hopefully we have a good process. And then, so I'm going to go out into the ward and I will just start putting out to my community leagues, well, I know you want to build a playground, but you don't have as much cash. Perhaps this might be a more affordable option. And we'll see what it goes with it. So I think that has the good outcomes that we all want. So wait, I'll bring Millhurst in front of you pretty soon, Mr. Smythe.
Okay, thank you very much, and good work to administration. That's wonderful. If there's nothing else, let us vote on item 6.1.
We have all the votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried unanimously. Well done. Okay, moving along. Item 6.2, All Season Adventure Activity Park Concept Plan. Administration, would you like to introduce that, or at least who we've got on deck?
We do have a few introductory comments, but introduce our delegation this morning. Roger Jevney and Ronan Bremer from our Community and Recreation Facilities branch. I'll pass over to Roger just to provide a few comments to start this off.
Sure, thanks, Rob. So after a motion was made at this committee, initial work was undertaken to explore the idea of an all-season adventure activity center in the River Valley. Due to a number of factors, our current financial constraints, limited staff capacity, and reduced public engagement opportunities, we met with the paddling groups, and they also had some limited financial capacity. So the project was put on pause. It certainly hasn't been canceled, but we did pause over the last several months. We've talked with the paddling stakeholders. They certainly understand our position in the current context. And part of the work was to try and find some storage solutions for the paddling groups in the River Valley. So that work did continue, and I'm pleased to say we have solutions both in Buena Vista and in Rundle Park that will be available in the spring of next year. So with that, maybe we'll just stop and let the speakers have their bit, and then happy to come back and answer any questions.
Okay. Okay. Let me just double check on that. I don't see anyone on the board to ask any questions at this point. And we have Mark Lund and Sherry Heschek, and perhaps we'll just hear from the both of you as a panel, and then we'll likely have speakers on the board at that time. So, Mark, if you wouldn't mind, you have 5 minutes.
I sure hope I don't take 5 minutes. Can you hear me all okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
I trust everyone received my my brief one-page summary of where we're at, and and generally we agree with the city administration in terms of our status. The expanded storage project has certainly taken most of our available time this past year, and as I noted in that report, it is coming along nicely. We received our municipal improvement agreement. I got the hard copy last night. And in terms of the Four Season Adventure Center, the one thing that we do disagree with to some extent is that we see it as far more than just a river activity center. We see it as both a water and land-based center. We think that's the only way it will be viable. And so, it's winter, summer, water, land kind of place that we'd like to see developed. And when we get done with the expanded storage center, we have made a commitment to continue to push for this. The one thing that we were told continually during our which is now nearly 3 years we've been working on this, is that one of the problems with a city center facility is that the concept planning for the city center parks has not been completed. In particular, the Henrietta Muir Rafters Landing Park. And we think that that's really one of the first things that needs to happen, is to get that concept plan going, because we're always been told you can't do anything unless there's a concept plan in place. And I'm open to questions. Sherry?
Yes, just to reiterate and advocate for an investment into a number of the core central facilities. And also, I do have a presentation, if you just go to slide 2. And this is our, make that slide 3. Thank you. This is the overall, project within the River Valley, and how we kind of overlay that in our initiative to try to incorporate a land use and water programming facilitation. Just to reiterate, a number of the programs that are going to be reduced are coming up fairly soon. Spring is not here yet. It feels like it, but we're losing Green Shacks all seasons. Our skateboard parks are also being reduced, as well as spray parks within our city. So that's a pretty big dearth of programming that we aren't seeing replaced. And so I think the orientation speaks to a 4-season outdoor orientation. And I'm hoping that you receive the ISD document, which is the Integrated Strategic Development Group, that is creating an outdoor recreation experience strategy. And that's being developed as we speak. I received notification this November 20th from the status of outdoor recreation experiences, community and recreation facilities. And so I just want to say that we have an ongoing challenge here to manage what's our potential or what we look forward to in this coming year to 2 years of this pandemic. And it's more like a marathon than a sprint. And what we need to do is to sort of have an idea of what is accessible. It talks in that document about what is drop-in usage for winter sports, and we want to include summer, spring paddling, as well as any of the outdoor programs that would help, I guess, advocate for our physical and mental health during these times. Again, the process has taken us 3 years of looking into how to create these spaces. And I just wanted to make one comment. Way back in the day when John Jansen used to be our forefather for our parks, somebody had come up with some really creative ideas of what to do in the spaces that we have. And so I really want to say that the community can be an initial and a follower, and create followership. I think that's one thing that needs to be risen up or advocated for when we look at what we're missing and what we could access in the coming years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Great presentation. I'm looking at my screen, but I do not see the speakers list, but there we go. I see that Councillor Walters is up first, and let's, I believe this was selected by Councillor Nicol.
Councillor Walters can go first, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Just a question, Mr. Blunt. Noting that your kind of more immediate storage needs are being looked after, and also noting that, you know, the financial circumstances of the city and the capacity of administration is a little light these days, would it be just sufficient if we did some further comparison with other groups to keep the alive and get a little clearer about what we're trying to build, and then this could come back with a bit of an update later in the fall next year? Is that, I know that's not ideal in terms of we'd like to move this project along, but considering reality, I wonder if that would be an okay plan of attack from your perspective.
Mark, here, was that a question for me, Michael? We're breaking up and I didn't get it clear.
Oh, sorry, Mark. Yes, it is for you. And it's just basically considering the lack of, you know, financial and staff capacity these days, would it be okay for us to simply kind of direct administration to work with the paddler groups on some preliminary thinking, and then maybe bring back an idea later next fall, or an update later next fall, just to keep the project kind of alive for the time being?
I think that is probably a good way to go, given the pandemic, the financial restrictions. The only thing I would suggest is that we actually need to include more than just the paddling groups. we envisage this as more than just a paddling
Right.
center. It's an outdoor center.
Well, I think as capacity allows, I think the paddling groups could work to engage some of the others. This is more of a that's more of a tactical engagement question, but I hear your point. So,
And I'm certainly prepared to go to work with the other groups. I think, as you know, Michael, and many here probably do, I've been deeply involved with the Edmonton Nordic Ski Club, the Orienteering Club, runners, most of my life here in Edmonton. So we certainly have access to connecting with the other outdoor groups.
right. Well, I think that's probably a reasonable approach in the coming months. So that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Lund. Thanks to both speakers for coming. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I'll have a couple questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just to do a double check back with I guess with you, Mark. The idea of using Rafters Landing, which is I think an area that is overdue for refurbishment and rethinking, was part of what made this attractive, and it makes perfect sense from a paddling point of view. I'm just doing a double check back with you with the other kind of things you're now talking about, whether or not that is still would be a preferred site, or whether or not for kind of more active center, you would need connectivity to other kinds of things. Just curious, where you're at on that question.
Well, we still think that Rafters Landing is the best site because it's the only site on the river that is going to have LRT access.
Absolutely. From a river access point, it makes absolute sense. But that's less critical in wintertime.
Certainly the area around Rafters Landing, the Edmonton Ski Club, Gallagher Park there, I think there's a wide number of opportunities for outdoor activities there. And I think the ski club is exhibiting that. They're putting in an ice climbing wall this winter. This could all be coordinated.
I share your frustration with this. I pushed for years to make sure that the Gallagher Park master plan included this area, and we didn't do it. So now, if we're now saying we can't go ahead with this because we haven't done the master planning, you can hear a little bit of frustration in my voice, but I'll ask those questions of the administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I see no other questions for speakers, so thank you very much for your presentations. You're welcome to stick around as we move on to questions of administration. And for that, I will look to see we have Councillor Henderson on the line. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Henderson.
Well, maybe just to keep on going with that, because I'm understanding we probably can't do this now, but I think we've recognized for a while that Rafters Landing, I think, is overdue for a retrofit. It's a fairly old facility, but a fairly critical one. But it's a complicated area. So I'm just, we're now saying we need to do a master plan of that area. You hear my frustration because I think you will remember that I argued we should have done that master planning at the same time as we did the Gallagher Park master plan, which is now coming to completion, and understand the area as a whole. So I'm just wondering where that piece of work is at, and then the other thing that is still floating around in there, although sadly I think funding for that's going to be really challenging, was the Mill Creek daylighting. So where are we at with all of that? Because I think this project fits really neatly into that question.
Councillor Henderson, it's Jason speaking. The Gallagher Park master plan is approaching completion.
I know that. Yeah.
The rationale for why that area was not included at the time was largely associated with the uncertainty around a decision around the daylighting of Mill Creek, and what we were doing there. And we had put forward some funding packages to advance a specific master plan around that area with council for their deliberation, and that choice would still be available to you next week. But it was not funded, and I think that's essentially where things have been left off, and there has been no work advanced on that since that time.
Well, there was a fair bit of conceptual work done on that. I think realistically that project is stuck until we get some kind of nibbles from the province. Much as I would love to see it happen, I don't think there's any way we can lift that by ourselves. But I do think, understanding, particularly with the LRT station now opening, with that bridge being completed and therefore the area being put back to where it was, understanding how the riverboat fits into all of this, we're probably seriously overdue for understanding. And maybe I'm wrong about this, but my understanding was that there was some work going to have to be done on Rafters Landing in the not too far distant future. So, I just to make sure that we don't lose sight of that and that we can look at this all as a piece, I think this is part of work that needs to be done to understand the park space for the whole area, in addition to what's been done at Gallagher Park. So I'm more concerned about that right now. I mean, I'd love to be concerned about the daylighting, but I'm I think it's not by any means a dead horse, but I think it's not a horse that's going to come alive anytime soon, unless the
Councillor
province changes its position. So, yeah.
There is the Central Ribbon and Green that is currently underway, I'm pleased to say. So that really will provide that high level strategic planning for the Central River Valley, which is really outdated from the 1990s. So that work is underway, which is really that first high level strategy. And then next would come those kind of lower level master plans for the different areas. So that work is underway, and I believe it's about 1.5 years away. So there is some work happening for the Central River Valley.
And then this piece could then follow on that, when the timing of that probably is not out of line. But I do think we need to understand the area as a whole, particularly now that we have that. It's the only LRT station we have in the River Valley, and with the ski club now coming back into full life and other things, I think understanding the larger context and that connectivity to the riverboat, to the landing, summer, winter, all those kind of things is probably overdue. So I would hate to think that in moving this project aside, we were dropping the ball on that work. So I'm hearing the answer is we're not. That's going to continue.
That's correct. With the Central Ribbon and Green, it really will identify those core areas in the Central River Valley that need to be developed or naturalized. So it'll have that holistic look, because right now we're working off very antiquated plans.
Yep, I hear you. And then this project could very much be part of that thinking, can continue to move forward conceptually as part of that thinking as well. I mean, obviously with the landing right there, we're not going to walk away from that landing. We may rethink it a bit, but that we could keep on moving this in part of that context as we go forward, correct?
I think that could fit nicely within the Ribbon and Green at a high level strategic look, and then further details would need to follow after the Ribbon and Green is completed.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Walters, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Smythe, the motion that was made, I think it was last December, as the report suggests, wasn't really the direction that committee gave. Administration wasn't really able to follow up on, primarily just because of COVID, right? That's fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor.
Okay, so, and I do appreciate the challenges we're under, and that this project is a little further off and not at the very top of council's priority list. But I wonder if it's reasonable, considering that there was some direction given previously that administration, for good reason, wasn't able to complete. If a motion today that just directed you to, continue along with some preliminary engagement on this with the Paddler groups, and then subsequently they can engage with some of the other stakeholders, and then just bring an update back later in the fall next year to see where we are, see what we've learned, and I guess also how it ties into those things that Councillor Henderson was just asking about. Does that seem like a reasonable approach here? Just to recognize our capacity challenges, but also recognize that this is a project that down the road could add some value, and we don't want to lose it completely.
No, I think that's fair, Councillor. I think as we've heard on during this discussion, what are the kind of the potential program elements that the community would see as part of the vision, and it would be, as you said, a bit of an initial scoping of what that would look like. So in
Right.
terms of sitting down with the stakeholders, the groups that people are on this call and others, just to explore what those elements could be going forward. And in parallel to that, as was said, their work on the conceptual planning, the high-level planning will occur, and this would then basically potentially plug into those more strategic, more high-level plans.
Right, a bit of a confluence, if you will, eventually.
Yep, I think
That's
those things would potentially fit, but we do need to do some work with the group to figure out what those elements are, basically.
Okay, that was a bit of a river pun. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so I think there's potentially a motion to that effect that hopefully can come as not a member of the committee, but and certainly allows us to. And I think you're right. The scoping the program elements and getting a little clearer about what it might look like, so that when those other higher level plans get closer to the end, we can make sure there is in fact confluence there. Okay, I think, and you think next fall is an okay time for an update? I know we have to go through the reimagine work, and money's going to be tight at the next scuba and probably the scuba in the fall too. But just an update in the fall is reasonable. You agree with that?
That would work on our end.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, I'll leave it to the committee to deal with that. Thanks, Councillor Paquette, for the indulgence.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Walters. I just have a couple quick questions. Well, first is, do you need a motion for this, or the motion as it was, is it still in effect?
I'm thinking a new motion, my councillor, to focus on working with the stakeholder groups to come up with an initial program plan, something to that effect. In my head at this point, targeting a specific piece of parkland may not be, an initial, we may get some intel on that, but that may not be a central outcome of that work. I think it's defining the program is the body of work.
Right.
So
okay.
I think a recrafted motion would help.
Okay. So just so I'm really clear, because obviously we are in tight with a lot of things. Is there a clear demand from the community and partners for this? Or is this sort of more along the lines of, as we go, maybe we'll see the interest?
Councillor, I mean, certainly this is part of our recreation system in our city. Certainly, we work with community organizations to move the dial on these kind of services, and we do expect community groups such as the paddling community to play a very significant role. It's somewhat specialized, but it's certainly, we're trying to encourage more access to the river and the kind of services and programs the paddling community provides is very much in line with many council-approved plans in terms of more access to the river and so on. So we do expect a fair bit of strong leadership by the community, which they have been providing, and we hope they will continue to provide. But we would work hand in glove with them to come up with an initial concept program in terms of, okay, what are the elements, what are the activities that would be appropriate in this all-season adventure activity node? And that hasn't really been flushed out to any kind of specifics, so that would be the body of work ahead of us.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So with COVID restrictions, I'm assuming engagement will just be sort of online through online polling and maybe online meetings. Is that all going to be in-house, or we're looking at contracting out or consultants? Do we have capacity just to, if we do this, to keep it, with existing resources, within existing resources?
Councillor, we would use our existing in-house resources. Again, we'll have to think through, is it appropriate or realistic to bring in have a small consulting contract on this or not. We haven't really thought that through at all. But again, I think, this is an initial program perspective of, and it will get refined over time, but it does keep it, a bit of a body of work, and we won't lose sight of it if we get a motion to go and do this work.
Right. Okay. Okay. I see that Councillor Knack is on the board, so I will defer to Councillor Knack.
Oh, thanks, Councillor. I was just going to make that referral motion. I didn't know if you were or not. So I think the referral motion is that. Let me just read it out here. That the December 2nd Citizen Services Report CR 7837 be referred back to administration to conduct some preliminary engagement as part of the previous committee direction, specifically with the paddle associations, and return with a high-level update about possible next steps prior to the fall 2021 SCBA.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. I'll just put that on.
And that is now on the floor. Okay. Did you want to introduce this or no? Nothing. Okay.
No, Councillor Walters asked the questions. I was through that, so that's good.
Okay, Councillor Nicol.
Rob, is there any other groups you want to tag in here if you're going to do a high level? Are we just going to focus on paddle here?
Councillor, I think
good cat.
Maybe I'll ask other colleagues online here. In my head, I guess, Councillor, we would have that conversation with the paddling community, and if there's other groups that they believe should be at the table.
So it's good enough?
I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is there any other debate on this or any other questions? Okay, I would just, again, just caution that we are in tight with the budget, so let's keep that in mind, I guess. All right, so.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to confirm the due date on this motion as well, that March 3rd is sufficient. That's the standard 13-week turnaround.
No. Oh, sorry. Councillor Burkett, may I?
Apologies, I see there fall 2021.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Okay. Well, let's just see the change on the board if we can. So we're voting on the right thing. I'm not seeing it, but I think we all understand. I was thinking about making an amendment, but I think that we're all pretty clear on our understanding on this. So let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the vote, please. And that is carried. Okay, let's move on to item 6.4, tripartite agreement with Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. And is there a presentation from administration on this?
Councillor, we just have a few, just a very short verbal overview of the report, of the key highlights.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So with me today are John Simmons, our acting branch manager of our Community Standards and Neighborhoods branch. Also Chantel Shannon, our director of Neighborhood Services. And from Legal Services, I believe Margot Hoffner is on the call. And we also have Kim Petrin, our branch manager of Development Services. So just to set some context, the tripartite land use agreement between the city, the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and each community league is renewed every 10 years. The current agreement only allows community leagues to offer public recreation programs and services on a not-for-profit basis. The current agreement expires the end of next year. In working towards the renewal of the tripartite land use agreement, the EFCL asks the city to consider allowing community leagues to offer opportunities for-profit businesses and organizations to operate on licensed land including community league halls. This could increase league revenues and decrease pressure on volunteer boards to provide public rec programs and services. This request obviously is increasingly urgent as COVID-19 continues to negatively impact hall rentals and programming opportunities. So administration proposes an amending agreement. It's included in attachment 1 of the report this morning that will make it possible for community leagues to pursue for-profit opportunities. Administration, the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and the leagues themselves will monitor how well this works over the coming months and will incorporate the amendment and any necessary changes to it within the new tripartite agreement that will come into effect in January of 2022. With that quick overview, I believe there's some speakers. We can go to the speakers and then we'll answer questions.
Okay, thank you. So I've got 2 speakers on here. So we've got Laura Cunningham-Chappelli and Ryan Barber. And Laura, if you would like to take it away, we are ready to hear your presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And I just wanted to mention that unfortunately Ryan Barber will not be able to speak today, so it will just be me. So thank you. I just wanted to...
I would just say we know that you're more than capable, so go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Ryan does a wonderful job too, so I will do my best here. But I just wanted to start off by thanking administration for their hard work and commitment to getting this amendment prepared. This is so meaningful for leagues, and as Mr. Rob Smythe mentioned earlier, this is very timely. This is a big step in providing options for leagues to explore new ways of animating their halls as they move into 2021. The process of renegotiating the tripartite agreement has been very important to the leagues and the EFCL. We did engagement with our leagues in early 2020 to discuss what were the key pieces that they wanted to see in the new tripartite agreement. Overwhelmingly, leagues stated that the requirement to only provide recreation through nonprofit entities restricted their abilities to provide programming and activities for neighbors, as it relied heavily on league volunteers and league process that often held up opportunities from coming to fruition, therefore leaving league buildings unused for large parts of the day. So this amendment is important as it opens up the options to leagues for reimagining how they use their space, who is able to provide programs and services, and this would potentially allow leagues to explore other revenue streams and partnerships. So we are happy to see the city's latest definition of recreation, which we had planned to include in the new agreement, has been added to this amendment. And that definition defines recreation as the experience that results from freely chosen participation in physical, social, cultural, intellectual, creative, and spiritual pursuits that enhance individual and community well-being. In other parts of the report, there's some information that's articulated there that identifies that the current funding model, the operating grant that is provided to leagues, currently does not account for the facilities that they manage. The current operating grant model is based primarily on the number of residents that live within the community league boundaries. This doesn't account for the facilities and the amenities that leagues need to operate. And as is articulated in the report, I think that this funding model warrants conversation going forward, given the impact of COVID-19 on leagues and the financial challenges that they've been facing. So the process for sublicensing, which is discussed quite a bit as well in the amendment, the EFCL would request that this really does need to be formulated and articulated by the city and a clear process identified, as well as an understanding of what qualifies as under this sublicensing, under this definition of public recreation. And as always, ensuring there's transparency on decision making. The EFCL is very happy to work side by side with the city to ensure that this process is easily defined and understood by the leagues themselves. We would also like assurances that it is the intent of the City of Edmonton to support new opportunities for leagues within the public recreation definition in their facilities at this time. We would like assurances that leagues will be supported in their conversations and would be able to explore ideas with city staff as we embark on this reimagining of public spaces. We do recognize that there will be tax implications focused around how space can be used for commercial use up to the 30% of the time without property tax implications to leagues. There are a lot of implications to consider, and we are committed to working again closely with the city to ensure all of these implications are fleshed out and clearly articulated to leagues as they begin to move forward in 2021 to explore their options. So on that note, again, I want to thank administration and city council for their desire to move this forward quickly and the work that they've done to date. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Well done. We've got Councillor Zadek with questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, I thought I could try and use my laptop for that, but I'm on the council chamber PA system now. To Laura, thanks for that presentation. What are the reasons that you are aware of as to why this wasn't originally contemplated in the tripartite agreement?
To my understanding, I think that there was some concern around public land, municipal reserve land, being used, being accessible for commercial use in some way by the city. And I can't speak to the historical reasons for that, but I think that there was some concern that this land is already carved off for neighborhoods by developers, and that there may be seen as some implications around that.
Okay. Is there any opposition to this from individual leagues or anything of substance in the sense? No, I'm seeing you.
I've not heard any opposition from leagues to this point. And again, this isn't anything that we're mandating leagues to embark on. This is truly an option for them to explore.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I think that's good. Is there any, since maybe it's probably the 11th hour and too late, but is there anything else in the tripartite agreement that you wanted changed that could be negotiated, or have you been fairly satisfied with the process here? This report, I mean, there's, as far as I can tell from what we've been provided, I don't have a covering report, I just have the agreement. So I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. This was again the main concern by leagues, that they really wanted to see some movement on. So I think we have raised some other concerns with administration throughout the process that we've been negotiating the past year. So I don't feel that there's anything that we're missing other than this piece right now.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicol, go ahead.
So Laura, we've talked about this quite a bit, as you know, about, so I have a couple of questions with regards to the mechanics of it and some of the things that, that we need to, I think, address. Let's first talk about the overall shortfall that leagues are having right now across the city. Their operational, this intention is not just to cover operational deficits, is it not? It's also to cover potential capital rehab or the building of new halls, correct?
You know, I'm not sure if from what I understand from the taxation implications, that this would be a substantial enough money for leagues to embark on using the money for capital. They could potentially, if they're able to determine some sort of business opportunity that could be used in the space, potentially there would be some source of revenue. I think mainly what we heard from leagues was, again, around the opportunity to provide programs and services more easily to their members. There is opportunities for revenue generation, and I think especially with new leagues who might be looking to build new facilities, potential partnerships, there might be some expansion around what those potential partnerships could look like. However, you know, really the mandate from leagues that we got at EFCL was around supporting how to provide more opportunities, services, and programs to the neighborhood and not be restricted to only working with nonprofits.
Well, Laura, I'll get straight to the point. There is a sense of urgency to this, is there not? About leveraging so we can get a better source of reliable income into these facilities, because obviously what I've understood across my ward is that we're looking at severe operating deficits because of halls being shut down for weddings and so on.
That's right. And there is, thank you, this would allow other opportunities for revenue generation. As I mentioned, the operating grant that currently exists is not based on the amenities and facilities that leagues support currently. And I think that's what also needs to be re-examined quickly.
So my last question is a bit of a technical question. I'll ask you and then I'll ask Mr. Smythe. Insurance. As I know a little bit about the industry. In terms of, do you have an idea of the operational model? The hall will carry the insurance for these operations and so on, and it would not fall back onto the city for coverage in terms of indemnity? Or have you considered that yet?
Yeah, so I have spoken with our insurance company that I would say 97% of the leagues use. And what their recommendation is that any company or business that uses that hall for the commercial use portion would have to carry their own insurance as well, so that it does not fall back on the league or the city should there be any concerns.
Okay, because that is a concern, obviously, with any time you move in a partnership and or a commercial operation of some kind and so on. But we're not talking putting a Starbucks into community halls here per se, are we?
That's not the intent. The intent, as I said, was really around animating spaces for public use services, programs, and I think it allows the opportunity for leagues to explore social enterprise models that they could use where that funding goes right back into their operations and capital expenses.
Give me an example of your social enterprise model that you're talking about.
Well, I think it speaks to that coffee shop model, right? So a league could partner perhaps with a nonprofit or another company, and together they could work together to create some income in the league, a place where people could come for their coffee, and then the revenue could go back into the operations of that organization.
Thank you, Laura.
All right, thank you, Councillor Nicol. I know some people would be disappointed to hear that Starbucks news. So I've got a couple questions, and I think I raised this before, but because it is community, people tend to know one another, and services might be provided by family or extended family. And so, how do we avoid the reality or just the appearance of that conflict of interest?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Paquette. I think it is an important one, and I think the work of the EFCL is to support leagues right now with good governance. And how do we manage good governance? There is already issues that have occurred in the past around conflict of interest on boards. And so really the EFCL is here to help support leagues to understand how to do good process around business, how to do good process around RFPs, how to ensure that there's transparency in decision making so that neighbors do know how decisions were made and that the board is held accountable. So the EFCL is here to support leagues with that process.
Yeah, you can see that this is a potential minefield, right? I mean, we might have mitigating factors here, but I think that on this one, simply because it's a community league, we're going to have to pay real close attention, very special attention to this issue, and make sure that there are mechanisms in place to avoid that situation. And if that situation seems apparent to others in the community, would you have mechanisms for them to get that addressed?
Each league is a nonprofit society with their own bylaws. And so I think that we would be here to support their leagues with understanding and the neighbors too, to understand what are the courses of action they can take. What is the society responsible for? How does the society report to its members? And so that's a piece that we can take. Okay,
so between now and 2022, there will be rules in place and enforcement possibilities in place.
I'm not sure, Councillor Paquette, that I understand what you're looking for, perhaps.
Just rules to avoid conflict of interest, because this, I see that this could be seriously, potentially serious. So if we can avoid that, and we have a lot of really robust rules to avoid that, let's just keep peace in the valley that way. Does that make sense?
I think it'd be very difficult for EFCL to be able to put those sort of rules on the leagues. Again, what my response is that we can support leagues to have good process and to ensure that they have transparent processes for their membership. I'm not sure that we're in the position to create rules around conflict of interest, around other than providing supports, information, resources to leagues about that.
Guidelines and expectations are always possible. And so on. So I just think that, it's I just see this. Okay, so I'll ask some more questions of administration on that. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it. As always, you can stick around and hear what administration might have as responses to questions, starting with Councillor Knack.
Mr. Chair, I believe Councillor Nichols selected it, so I'm happy to let him start.
Thank you. Yes, I did not see his name on board. My apologies, Councillor Nicholl.
Wasn't this Tim's inquiry, Councillor Cartmills, who started it off?
Good morning, Councillor.
Councillor
Knack and I were carrying this forward, so Councillor Knack will carry it through the committee. Thanks.
Well, Tim, if you want to go first, that's no problem. But if not, I'll get to my technical questions.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nicholl.
So, Rob, I know I think the quarterly deficits for our leagues are running about 200 to maybe $500,000 a quarter in terms of their operational deficits. Is that correct? I forget what that number was off the top of my head. I have it here someplace, but I forget where it is.
I don't have a number in front of me, Councillor. I don't know if anybody on the call does. They can send me.
Oh, anyways, okay,
Yeah.
so it's within that range.
There is a big issue. No?
Yeah, there's because of no weddings, no hall rentals and so on, so there is an urgency to this. And I guess I would throw out to you, and I'm quite sure Councillor Knack and Cartmell, who should get full credit for this, what are the top 3 barriers that you see to moving this file forward with some speed?
Well, I think, Councillor, is just putting our feet to the fire. I mean, I think it's getting the protocols and the processes in place to, first of all, begin to get, here's the steps a community league would take to go down this path. And we'd want to, I mean, our colleagues in Kim Petrin's group will want to weigh in on that, the law branch as well, just to make sure that we are kind of within the limits of the MGA and so on. But we haven't talked internally details about timing, but I would see first quarter we can get this moving pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. So I'll give you for an example. I'll take a community hall in Ward 11. They say they want to look at this sort of enterprise. I guess the mechanics of it, will you have some form for them to apply on? So, because I do not believe, to be quite honest, you can come up with every contingency that these folks are going to come up with. So there has to be some sort of flexibility in terms of the intake process, because then that'll start addressing the wide scope of possibilities in there.
But I think with our NRCs and Laura and her team, with the folks we can bring in from our corporation, I think we can, I know there's been some concerns about sort of the amount of red tape that kind of is around moving down this path. But I think we can really, again, as I say, make this a priority and see how it looks. And the sense that I get as well, that, there may be a mistake on the way or two.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. And that was.
I think we have to, see how it unfolds and see what kind of, there's a perspective of devil in the details in terms of what kind of ideas and proposals and commercial enterprise that a community league would want to work with, and what kind of services are they providing?
Yeah, I kind of envision this as to make life easier for you. Like I would say to Laura, get your applications or these proposals and start putting them on your desk so you can cut down that turnaround time because of the categories of business that you may want to take on. And obviously some will be no-go, some will be absolutely that makes sense, and some will be like, well, maybe, and mistakes will happen. Right? That's why I asked the question with regards to insurance and so on. I don't know. So for Laura and for the EFCL, what should we be doing tomorrow? Should she be going around gathering proposals and then sending you those emails?
I think initially we'll want to sit down with, as soon as this is signed off by council. The first piece was getting the attachment in front of committee and then council. Yeah. I mean, that between law and ourselves, that's getting done here. But then after it gets kind of green lighted by council, then we'll circle back with the EFCL to determine what kind of manuals or guidelines or templates, as you say, are going to be required to move this forward.
And I'll just come back to the issue, Rob, we can't take a year to do this. This is just my opinion. The council can speak. I'm concerned, right?
No, we've heard that loud and clear from the councilors that are championing this.
Yeah.
And from EFCL.
Yeah, Andrew and Tim have said that quite clearly too. So okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'll start by thanking everyone at admin for moving this as quickly as you have. I know, I know Tim and I sort of threw this at you with a very short amount of time, and appreciate that you've brought this forward as quickly as you have and have been so willing to work through this. So, just a few quick questions around what Laura brought up in her questions. So, and this I think ties a little bit into what Councillor Nicol was just asking. So, the hope is we're going to have a very clear process on our end. It's not going to be complicated or convoluted. We want the leagues to be able to adjust and adapt quickly. Likewise, we don't want to put a lot of time and paperwork on our end. We want to make sure it's done right, but we don't want to make sure it's a long process. Is that correct?
That is correct. Councillor, I wonder if, I don't want to put the law branch on the spot here, but if they would want to weigh in with any kind of perspectives from their end in terms of what some of those processes could or should be as we go forward.
Yeah, that'd be great if there's just high level what that would look like so we have an understanding right now.
Hi, councillors. It's Margot Hoffner from Law Branch. I think the processes are going to need to be developed by Citizen Services primarily. What we've got right now, the amending agreement that you see attached to your report, that will get executed once we get the green light, as Rob mentioned. And that's just a matter of getting that out to EFCL and the leagues to sign off on that. Once that is signed off on, then in terms of how we get the requests coming in, I would see those requests as being initiated by the leagues, either brought through EFCL or brought directly to administration, requesting and explaining what the proposal is. And then there would be some internal consideration around whether that proposal fits within the definition of public recreation. And if it is, it's up to the leagues to create their sub-license agreements with those entities that they're proposing to bring in. So that process is in their hands. We would just need to see that sub-license agreement once it's created to make sure that that complies with what the league's already obligated under its master agreement with the city.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. So it's essentially we verify, they do the work, which sort of empowers them to do what they need to do. We just, this looks good. This matches the definition of what we've defined as recreation.
Exactly. We just make sure that there's no obvious conflicts, that they have the necessary insurance and indemnity provisions that we require them to have. And then that process is in their hands to get that agreement
That's very encouraging. Thank you for that. And we've, through this change, we've made recreation, we're defining it more broadly than we have in the past. We're looking at that to allow for those opportunities to occur. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We went with a much broader definition. I think Laura read that out for you. It covers a number of different categories. So there should be quite a bit of flexibility in there for the leagues to bring different types of proposals forward.
Wonderful. One other question about the agreement, that there is the reference to the 30 days, and I just wanted to double check what that means. So if they had some type of, let's assume, in some of our conversation, we talk about kickboxing. So somebody wants to run a kickboxing course that's going to be a year long, and they want to do it twice a week for the whole year. By having 30 days, does that prevent that from happening, or is it just am I maybe misinterpreting how we're defining that 30 days or how we would approach something like that?
I'm not sure which 30-day reference you're referring to. Is it in like the termination clause that says you can terminate on 30 days notice? Or is there another?
I thought short-term, the league is permitted to grant one-time short-term booking rentals 30 days or less.
Those are considered differently than a sublicense. So what they've done under the agreement is for those rental agreements, that was to allow them flexibility to bring in those short-term programs without having to get city approval to tie them up, because they're very short term. If it wants to be the year-long program like you're mentioning, that would be done by a sub-license agreement.
Perfect, but it's not prevented by if they wanted to do it twice a week for 52 weeks.
That's right. The term of that sub-license could be for whatever the term that the league has with the city. So if we have a 5-year agreement with the league, they could grant a 5-year sub-license.
Perfect. When the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I'll move the recommendation. I have a few other questions still too.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Councillor Banga with the beautiful flowers as a backdrop. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's good that we are thinking about these different revenue streams for the community leagues. And my question is, what about some not-for-profit organizations? I'm going to take an example of Ellerslie Curling Club and maybe even Iverdale Sports Park. So if those folks want to host some kind of, non-traditional function, are they allowed to do that currently? And if not, can this be expanded to that?
Councillor, I'm going to ask my colleague Kim Petrin to weigh in on that. To a degree, it would relate to the zoning of their property. But Kim, are you on the call? You could, in terms of other not-for-profits that are operating different buildings.
Yes, that's a great question, Councillor Banga. And anyone in that type of situation, we'd be more than happy to work with them to figure out whether the use is permitted or perhaps it's accessory to the existing use, and looking to find ways to allow for that different kind of use within the building. So happy to work with any other agency that might be interested in doing something like that.
So I can guide them to contact you folks if they have any of those aspirations or at least explorations.
I think guide them to our department, Councillor, and then we will scope in Ms. Petrin's group sort of as required.
Okay. Now, as we speak at this time, this is pretty confined to community leagues and EFCL. Does there need to be some kind of, expanded language to this for that other portion to happen?
Councillor, this agreement, you're right, is just exclusively to the community leagues that are active in our city and EFCL. We work with other groups if they want to provide a different kind of service that may not be in keeping with the land use. So we would do that on a sort of as request kind of basis. I should point out to committee as well is that as over the last number of years, as we've built, cities built a number of new recreation centers, there is commercial elements to those facilities as well. And it is a bit of an arduous process, but the goal of providing a more diverse revenue stream, if you will, certainly, was part of the sort of business case of doing that. So other groups that want to pursue those kinds of ideas, we will work with them and bring that forward.
Okay, so if let's say Meadows Rec Center or Millwoods Recreation Center, they they're operating a coffee shop, refreshment shop in there already, but Meadows isn't at this time. So if they were to let's say, start thinking about one of those, then they should be basically talking to you folks. Is that correct?
That is correct. Kim, do you want to weigh in on that anymore, or you're good?
That's correct. And I think just one thing to note, depending on the building, and maybe not this case for a rec center, but certainly for community league halls, depending on what the use is, we want to be also mindful about the building code requirements associated. So we'll work with any inquiries just to kind of scope that out, because depending on what is proposed could be cost prohibitive. So we want to have early conversations about the big ideas from our community leagues and work with them through the process.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Sorry about that. My other device crashed, so I had to jump off to my phone here. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Banga. I do have a few questions myself. As you heard, I was wondering about conflict of interest and how we would handle that.
Maybe we can get the law branch to weigh in on that too. Margaret, would you be okay to think that through a bit?
Well, I kind of feel like that's more of a community league issue. I don't know that that's particularly the city's issue to weigh in on. If I'm understanding the question or concern correctly, it sounds to me like the concern is around community league members or board members possibly being kind of having associated parties or family members having those opportunities within the league. Is that correct, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, that's right. So basically, it's not us, it's not EFCL, it's squarely on community leagues.
Yeah, I can't really offer any guidance in that respect. I guess it's something that EFCL or administration could advise the leagues that it's something they're going to need to be aware of and provide some sort of guidance on how to avoid conflicts of interest, but it's not really anything that the city would be directly involved in.
Yeah, okay. But I am a little bit worried about the possibility and the impact on the reputational impact. But I guess we have no recourse. Okay. So if leagues are policing themselves, what recourse will residents have to deal with these things? Just go straight to the league?
Yeah, they would follow their normal process that they would do with any kind of concern with league operations or league board governance. So they can either go straight to the league, or they, I believe, could go to EFCL to seek some guidance on processes to deal with that.
Okay, so, all right. The next thing I'm wondering about is just like the equity piece of all this, where some leagues have buildings, others don't. And this definitely helps with the leagues that have buildings to keep the lights on, so to speak, in tough times. But after tough times, this will become likely a revenue generator, possibly. Whereas other leagues that don't have buildings will not have those same options. But there's also the question of capacity, where you may have a neighborhood or a collection of neighborhoods where there are a lot of, folks who are professionals who are on the league, who can sort of easily wade through a lot of these issues and paperwork and so on, where you may have leagues with communities where this is not their expertise. Their expertise is in other areas because they have a different type of work. And so I'm just looking at this and wondering, how do we bridge that gap?
Okay, Councillor, really that's where our neighborhood resource coordinators play a very major role.
Sure.
In working with the boards of each community league. And they would have to step up in those kind of situations. You're absolutely correct. There's some leagues that, you give them the opportunity and they take it and go. And other leagues, need more support. And our NRCs are well versed in, which ones are stronger and which ones are still in that, initial stages. So, between ourselves and Laura's team, Like, we're well aware of that, and we'll make sure that it is equitable and fair across our entire city.
Okay, but then there's the aspect of like a community league building, and in these times, it's very unlikely any league without a building is going to easily raise funds and then construct a building in any timely fashion right now.
No, fair point. I mean, it's certainly in these times, and actually, another message I think that's important to begin the conversation in terms of new builds. We are a facility-rich city, and there are examples of where community leagues are using space in some rec centers. So that whole way of thinking, we've got to begin over time to begin those conversations. But we do have a number of buildings as well that they need to be maintained and programmed.
Well, one thing that is going to be built up in Fraser, I was a little bit thunderstruck by ECDC's community amenity that is going in that actually encapsulates this concept already. How does that compare?
Council, I don't have the knowledge of that specific facility. Chantel,
okay.
I don't know if anybody on the call would know that particular example.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with that one, Rob, but we can find out.
Okay. Well, I'm out of time. Thank you. I believe Councillor Knack is going to put the motion on the floor. And do you have any other questions?
I do. So I'll put the motion on the floor, but then also ask a few follow-up here. So I just wanted to check on, so we've expanded this definition of recreation. Part of what I was interested in as well, and I can speak for Councillor Cartmel as well, because we had been talking about this and working on this, is those opportunities for, so we heard an example today Laura gave of a social enterprise. If somebody wants to use their commercial kitchen to set up a cafe as part of a social enterprise, that might not fit within the expanded definition, even within the attachment 1. So what I wanted to ask about, and it sounds like this has already been worked on, and Ms. Petrin, I'll probably come to you, is are there ways for leagues to also do that don't require us to go and remove the MR designation on all the buildings?
Yes, Councillor Knack. What the next steps will include will be to provide some clarity around what the process and the requirements are. We'd be looking to allow for opportunities like you've noted, the coffee shop or the kickboxing class, as either an accessory use to support or serve residents in the area. And assuming that the amendment to the tripart agreement supports that, we would look to work through the permitting and building code process to allow for it.
Okay, great. Because another example I mentioned a week ago, or whenever we first brought this up, I guess about a month ago. So my I guess still current community league of Jasper Park has a 2-story building, and their upstairs is often unused during the day. And so if they wanted to convert that into like a co-working space, because they have a kitchen there, and have people set up because we're now in this new world of everything's virtual, but maybe people want to get out of the house, but instead of going to a different part of town, they could go to their community league halls. Something like that as well could be done through a conversation with your team to make sure they're doing that. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, and those kind of ideas really are serving the community. It's people from the community in that example coming to work there, perhaps. And again, like I said, assuming we can work through that with the amended tripart agreement, we'll make it happen in finding ways or solutions through the permitting process, looking at it as an accessory to the community league hall.
That's excellent. So maybe this is more just a governance question, so I don't know to the clerk. So I do have a subsequent motion that essentially just confirms what we've just heard in the form of questions, but just to say that administration establish and communicate an approach for city-owned properties that currently have community league license areas to provide opportunities for additional uses to serve residents. Would it be the right thing to do to make that subsequent to, because this is going to council, so should I make it subsequent to that council authorization?
Councillor Knack, I think that would probably be the best approach.
Okay, perfect. So I will. That is the informal notice of a subsequent motion that I will be making next week to formalize what we've just heard. So, Mr. Chair, those are all my questions. I'll just speak to it very quickly when we get a chance.
Okay. Any questions on it? Anyone wishing to speak? Going once.
Mr. Chair, Tim Cartmell.
Go ahead, Councillor Cartmell.
I'll just be very quick. Andrew's asked all the pertinent questions. I just wanted to really thank administration for how quickly they moved on this. When we started a month ago, we were headed down a bit of a different path. So I appreciate as well that administration was able to sort of gaze inside the walls and find the most expedient way to achieve the goals that Councillor Knack and I were really pressing them to achieve. So really good work here. This was very clearly work that was focused on outcomes and not on processes. And I think this is not only just a really good piece of work on this subject, but perhaps emblematic of work that we can do in other areas. So really, really thank administration for all their efforts here.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Councillor Paquette, can I just ask a question of clarification on Councillor Knack's? Am I able to do that now? If not, that's fine. That's fine.
I don't think we have that. No, but this is it. This is an ongoing conversation. Okay, so I will just say that in general, I am in favor of this. I think that there are a lot of possible benefits here and should be explored. And in fact, some leagues in my ward are asking for this and they're ready to go. I'm also hearing concerns, and the main one, which I brought up before and will bring up again, is the conflict of interest. And I don't feel like, I'm not confident we got some very good answers on this, so it does give me pause, and it puts me actually right on the edge of supporting this. I can see that this can turn into something that is just not okay, considering that we've already seen it as nonprofits and had complaints on that level. So once we add a profit base on this, it can become a little bit more complex, more fraught. So I want to put a big warning on that we really need to have a robust system to avoid conflict of interest. Otherwise, this whole effort, I think, is going to become very problematic in our communities. So I will just put that warning out there, and I will support this, understanding that this is something that is ongoing and developing as we go. Okay, and I believe Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, just want to echo what Councillor Cartmell said in the thanks to everyone who was involved from administration, Ms. Shannon, Mr. Smythe, Ms. Petrin, Ms. McCabe. I think it was also Ms. Hoffner from legal as well. So, and others I know were probably involved too. And so just my thanks for everyone for doing so much work in such a very short amount of time to make this a reality. I really, really appreciate that. As mentioned, I already let you know what my subsequent motion will be, which is just to make it formal what we heard through the questions, that to provide some of those other opportunities that might expand just outside of recreation, but still add value to communities. I want to make sure that we are working with each league that wants to do this. Again, and I think it was stated quite clearly at the beginning that no league is going to be forced to do this, as mentioned. If somebody wants to, the whole point is give them that opportunity, but we don't need to say you must use this. It's just one more option. And I'll say I appreciate Councillor Paquette's flag. I'll just note that, and maybe as something to provide some comfort, that concern around conflict of interest has existed for decades, in the sense that right now a league can, if somebody's going to build a new rink, there's a risk that if there's not good governance in place, they could hire a friend or a family member to go build that rink or to go do something else. So all I would offer to you is maybe some comfort is that I think most leagues are already pretty well aware of this. And having chatted with Laura and the EFCL, I think there's value in providing some best practices to help them inform their governance and their standards. And I mean, there may even be a league that says, hey, we don't want to do this, and in fact, we'll put it in policy, we'll make it clear. But I do have a lot of faith that because this is a challenge that could have already existed, that a lot of leagues have a process. Although, you know, I'll be honest, I had one issue over the last 7 years of one league where there was some challenges, and through that challenge, it helped them rethink how they might approach that already. So likewise, if we're talking about those best practices, I think that's how we best address that. And I said it last time, but just say it again. I think the whole point of this is you know, we're talking about 15-minute neighborhoods now under the new city plan. We don't have a lot of money to do all the work to activate this ourselves. And so if we have our community league partners, our volunteers who want to find new ways to activate their halls, this could actually really contribute quite quickly to these more connected communities, to bring people closer together. And I think there's so many interesting possibilities right now that the leagues could think of and come up with, that I'm very excited to see the ideas that will be created by them. And I think that's going to bring people together and connect their communities in ways that we never would have thought about ourselves, even over the last year or so. So very excited to see this work. Thanks again to administration, and look forward to this going to council with the clear note that there will be a subsequent at that point as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. In the spirit of expecting the worst but hoping for the best, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is unanimous. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we are now moving on to item 6.5, city-owned golf courses. And this was selected by Councillor Zadig. And we have a speaker. Do we have an introduction from administration?
Mr. Chair, we do have a few slides to run through if the committee would like that.
Any objections to the slides? Any objections to the slides? No? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we'll just load it up here. It's up on the screen there. Just first of all, introduce our delegation for this item 6.5. Roger Jevney, our branch manager of community and recreation facilities. Rhonda Norman, director in Mr. Jevney's branch, responsible for operating our golf courses. And also online is Bradley Lehman from IIS, our director of life cycle management. So the City of Edmonton, you can go on to the next slide there, does own and maintain 3 municipal golf courses, Victoria, Riverside, and Rundle, and 1 driving range. These facilities offer golf experiences in the spring, summer, and fall, and cross-country skiing in the winter. The Pro Shop operations, as well as food and beverage services, are contracted to third-party operators at all 3 courses. Most Canadian municipalities do own, operate, and maintain city golf courses. Calgary owns and operates 7 courses and 3 driving ranges. Vancouver, 3 golf courses, 2 driving ranges, and 3 pitch and putts. And Toronto has 5 golf courses. I'll now turn the presentation over to Mr. Jevney to provide some details about the operations of our 3 courses.
Thanks, Rob. So to start, I just want to clarify something in the report. In the report, we note the 5-year attendance is 153,000 plus 60,000 rounds of golf. And it's actually 93,000 rounds of golf and 60,000 buckets of balls for the total of 153,000. So I want to apologize for that error in the report. But data collected from the National Golf Course Owners Association shows that Victoria and Riverside consistently rank above the market index for the number of rounds played in Edmonton. And unlike other golf courses in Edmonton, the 3 municipal golf courses are included in our Leisure Access program, which provides access to 1 free bucket of balls per day at the driving range, and 3 rounds of golf for adults and 4 rounds of golf for children per year at a 75% discount. So over the past 5 years, the Leisure Access participants have played an average of 346 rounds a year and approximately just over 3,400 buckets of balls. From 2018 to 2019, we saw a 21% increase in the rounds played by leisure access customers and an 18% increase in the buckets of balls at the driving range. Next slide, please. So for the past 5 years, the total average operating cost recovery for our golf courses in the range was at 103%. For 2020 till the end of September, the operating cost recovery was at 125% due to the increased participation this year. The average annual hard infrastructure cost for 2015 to 2019 was $668,000, and the capital cost over that period is approximately $750,000 per year. So when we add in the operating, maintenance, and capital, the cost recovery is at 78%. Significant capital projects included a new elevator at the Victoria Golf Course to enhance accessibility, asphalt cart path renewals, driving range netting repairs, creosote timber removals, and repairing some slumpage at the Rundle Park Golf Course. And I do want to note that the capital costs are fully recognized in the year that they were incurred in those cost recovery calculations. So in the next two capital cycles, going out to 2030, we anticipate the need for approximately $11.5 to $12.5 million in capital investments in the golf courses. Next slide. Some of the benefits to municipal golf courses include being open to the general public to use with no membership fees. In general, the green fees are the same or lower than comparable courses, and there are reduced rates for seniors and juniors to help encourage physical, social, and recreational opportunities for these segments of the population. Opportunities are made available for individuals experiencing low income to participate in the game of golf. And on a recent customer survey, 82% of respondents support the City of Edmonton owning and maintaining golf courses. Additional winter activation is provided for recreation activities like cross-country skiing and snowshoeing on the golf courses. Some constraints we face include being agile and be able to adjust to trends quickly, capital budget investment, and higher expenditures when it comes to maintenance due to personnel costs and additional safety, security, and environmental requirements for municipalities. Next slide. So for 2020, we saw resurgence in golf, partly due to the limited recreation activities due to the pandemic. And while it's too early to determine if this resurgence will continue at the same rate next year, we do expect golf will continue to be a popular recreation activity going forward. So as we work to recover from the pandemic and the economic conditions, recommendations for municipal golf courses will be included in the reimagined services work, and recommendations from that review will be brought forward for City Council's consideration in 2021. And with that, we can perhaps step back and allow you to hear from the speaker and then answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, we do have a speaker, and that is Karen Kennedy. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours. Is Karen on the line?
Okay, yeah, I was just waiting for my mic to come on.
I absolutely
Can you hear me?
empathize. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I just want to say thank you for letting me speak with you today. The golf course reports that you've seen offer a narrow snapshot of the city golf courses. And I wanted to take this opportunity to provide some insight into the leagues and the groups who support these golf courses. And in particular, the importance of the Riverside Golf Course to our league, the Riverside Day Ladies. And that is who I'm here speaking on behalf of today. Our league is a group of volunteers, and our league has existed for many years. We golf Tuesday mornings at Riverside. I can't tell you how important it has been to us to golf in our league this year, and some of our members told me it was a lifesaver. We were able to see each other, safely distance, and promote again into our community and connect. We are one of 4 leagues at Riverside. The other 3 are the afternoon ladies. There's a men's league, a large men's league, and a senior men's league. Our ladies league is mostly seniors and have been golfing for some time, and we hope to do so for many more years. Most of the members walk the 18 holes, which is about 4 hours. We golf at Riverside, referred to in the report as the most challenging municipal course, but we know it is a unique gem in the River Valley. We feel a real loyalty to city courses and to Riverside in particular. Some of us also book tee times and golf at Victoria Golf Course outside of our league days. And we have direct experience with the new booking system, which is also referred to, I think, in your report. Victoria Golf Course has had many upgrades, and such as the elevator that was mentioned, and is very busy. There are similar leagues at Victoria as are at Riverside. Some of us have also golfed at Rundle prior to this year and missed being able to do that in 2020. And as you read in the report, each course offers a different experience. Rundle is a par 3 and a great learning and practice course. They had a large ladies league on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I believe approximately 300 were registered to play this year, and a mixed senior league and a junior program as well. All were unable to play at Rundle with the closure in 2020. Some have played there for many years, and many reside nearby in the Beverly area, as I understand it. Rundle is the most affordable of the 3 muni courses and a great spot for families to golf together. And I did this with my daughters, actually. The Riverside Day Ladies is also a member of the Edmonton Golf Association and is active in the ladies division. We were also members of Golf Canada, Alberta Golf Association. We are also members of them. We appreciate the golf pro at Riverside, Ken Ingoldsby, who maintains a friendly, welcoming atmosphere, and the amazing Marianne, who does the gardening at Riverside. Riverside and Victoria are beautiful park settings in the River Valley. Walking trails border the courses. There are mature trees. The courses are home to numerous varieties of birds and River Valley wildlife. And just a moment. We've been waiting for upgrades at Riverside Golf Course. The COVID rules put in place in 2020 highlighted some of the areas where improvements are needed. No-touch doors, for example, and putting back the washroom on the course. We've been forced to use only one washroom in the clubhouse for the entire round. The new restaurant has been a vast improvement, and the outdoor patio area well received, especially with the COVID situation. But our league members are very active in the city community. Some of us are volunteers with River Valley Cleanup, Front Yards in Bloom, community leagues, community choirs, folk festival, the food bank, and other areas. In closing, let me reiterate the importance of this golf courses as active and engaged Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very good. Okay. I believe we have a question from Councillor Zadok. Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Karen, thanks for your submission. And I also want to thank you. I know you were ready to say the same thing or similar 2 weeks ago, but I'm glad that you were able to come back here, and also again to administration. I'm glad that we were able to move this item so we could talk about it today. So Karen, again, thank you. I don't think anyone's talking about closing these golf courses, but I appreciate hearing what you've provided about how it's important to you, and I know you say that you have loyalty to municipal golf courses. I guess the question I would ask, we heard from administration that in the Reimagine work as a result of COVID, we are going to be looking at golf course operations in general, but this report was brought forward at my request and supported by council to at least explore the options of to look at past revenue for the past 5 years and a few other implications. So my question to you is, if golf was still being offered at the same locations in Riverside or whichever of the existing municipal courses, but if it was done by a third-party operator that was able to guarantee similar or the same access and similar or the same pricing, price schedules, would you have concern?
I think that would depend on, how it was done. I think for some of us, we would prefer to make our payments to the city and see the city gain from our support of golfing as opposed to a third party. I'm not sure exactly what it is you're suggesting. I suppose you're talking about contracting out the service to somebody else.
Yeah, and just in a situation where the city isn't operating the golf courses, but it's still publicly owned and just operated by perhaps an organization that does this full time with other golf courses, one that focuses on customer service and has a proven track record of. And I'm not suggesting that we don't focus on customer service either as a city, but perhaps it's not our core competency dealing with golf. That is, so if the golf courses again, we're in the same location, publicly owned, but just operated privately or by a third party. Would you have concern?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of my league. We haven't had that kind of discussion about it. For myself, yes, I would. I personally would, because that's just, I think if these courses are raising revenue for the city, why would you give it to somebody else? I kind of feel that way, that it could be something that you're going to make money from and are currently, according to this report, making money from. And so I wouldn't understand why you would give it to somebody else.
Yeah, and thanks for that perspective. And just to provide a bit of a counter perspective, under this scenario, the assumption would be that the city would receive more revenue through either rents or agreements of sorts. But thank you. I have no more questions for you. I appreciate you clarifying the first 5 minutes and then answering my questions. I think that was quite helpful. Thank you, Karen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadick. I've got a couple questions. First is, so you obviously use the golf amenity. Do you use other park amenities in the city?
Absolutely. The golf course, of course, is closed now, but some of the women that I golf with, we are walking in groups and we walk the city trails. In fact, we're going down to Gold Bar tomorrow. We walked in Laurier. We walk on the River Valley on the city trails.
Right. Do you pay a fee for that?
No, we don't.
Right. Okay. So in that case, that's something that the city maintains without charging a fee. So we actually don't recoup our losses on those trails, but you absolutely do use them along with thousands upon thousands of other Edmontonians, yeah?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. But when it comes to the golf, because you're paying a fee, it kind of, in your mind, makes sense that, for example, Rundle would be open because you're helping to offset the cost of maintaining that, basically, park.
Well, I think Rundle Golf Course, with the large number of folks that are in the leagues over there, we kind of are puzzled by the fact that it doesn't, turn a profit as, for what you're looking for there in terms of the balance sheet. It shows that it's not breaking even. But
we don't break even on our parks where we don't charge. Golf happens to be a park that we maintain and we do charge. So I guess what I'm looking at is that on one hand, we use parks without charging a fee, so the public can access them. On another, we maybe maintain it a bit more, so there's a fee for golf. And I'm just, I was listening to you sort of talking about how it was unfortunate that Rundle was closed, and I feel the same way. So it seems to me that if you are paying a fee, it's kind of difficult to understand why we would close some parks, like a golf course, but other parks that don't actually generate revenue, we keep them open. So that's sort of what your concern was as well, was it not?
Well, yes, and of course we read the paper. We know what's going on in the city. We try to stay informed. We know the rec centers don't break even either, and they're very important to the health and well-being of the citizens of Edmonton. I mean, I maybe don't pay a fee every time I walk onto a trail in the River Valley, but I do pay taxes, and so do many of the other people that are playing on these courses. And so we expect the city to respond to our needs in a broader sense. There's a wide range of activities that are available to folks, and I can tell you that as seniors, I'm seeing a lot of the members of our club who this is the only thing they do and they can do outside of their community and their home, and it's really important to them. Not all of them are able to walk the trails, but they will if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually our next item is going to be exactly on this idea of contracting out to a third party. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. You've really given me a lot to think about. So thank you. It looks like you've got some questions from Councillor Nicol. So
Yes, thank you, get the mic here going, Ms. Kennedy. I think if my impression is not that no one here is saying that golf is not valuable. City-owned golf courses are an important asset. I'm just taking a look at it from the perspective, can we do better with the asset class? So I think I'd appreciate your perspective on the difference, because I look at Victoria, right, and I look at their return on investment there, and I look at the driving range, and then I go to Rundle, and it's such a marked difference between the two assets. Can you explain to me a bit of the experience difference between these two courses that might explain the cost differential or the expense differential? That's a better way of putting it.
Well, I'm not sure if you're a golfer, but
no, ma'am, I am not. Sorry.
Yes. So the difference is the length of the courses and the way that they're rated, and so the difficulty playing those courses. When I refer to a par 3 at Rundle, that means that all of the holes are short. They're not something that you would enter in a Golf Canada score for a handicap, for example. It can't be rated that way. So it is intended to be like a practice course or somewhere where you build your skills. So par 3 means that they expect that a normal golfer, an average golfer, would be on the green and in the putt out by 3 in 3 strokes. And in Victoria and at Riverside, your combination is 3, 4, and 5 par holes. So the longer holes are there.
So in terms of its attractiveness to the user, then obviously the experience is fundamentally different.
Completely different. At Rundle, you might play in, I don't know, an hour and a half, and it would be a 4 or 5 hour, between 4 and 5 hours to play at Victoria and at Riverside to get through all those holes.
So, you know, since you've walked the courses so much here, if you were to improve the experience at Rundle, what would you do?
You know, I think there's some issues with Rundle Park itself. Getting into the golf course, the road has a lot of heaves in it because of where the golf course is located. There's been some problems with I think it's on a previous dump site maybe, and there's some ups and downs in the terrain that are, you know, there as a result of that. So first off, I'd say Rundle, the location for the restaurant is on the 2nd floor, which is a bit of an obstacle because you have to climb stairs to get up to it. They've just done an upgrade 2019. I think they finished the resurfacing the putting green, the practice green outside the clubhouse, and some of the area at the edge of the parking lot and, you know, into the clubhouse. I don't know if that's affecting the way that it breaks down in the balance sheet. But, you know, I really kind of always felt that Rundle was an under-advertised golf course and not well known. Like most of us who golf the full-length courses and go to other courses around the city will go to Rundle because we can have a quick short game and work on our skills there, practice our short game.
I guess the primary question: can we do better with Rundle
yes,
with a proper restructure of the asset? I guess I'm talking a little more on the business side, but a proper restructuring and management of the asset.
Well, you know, I'm not an expert on golf courses, but I have talked to some of the women at Rundle, in particular the largest league of 300 women that were canceled this year, and they were, you know, they had no idea how to proceed. Some of them were willing to volunteer their time to help keep the facility running. And some of the seniors there don't drive out of Beverly and never have. So they were uncomfortable leaving their community to go elsewhere. And there's a real issue with cost of, you know, making it accessible for people that don't have a lot of funds. And particularly some of the seniors told me that they were sharing memberships because they couldn't afford to pay, you know, $15 every week. They'd pay, you know, $15 every other week and share it with someone else.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. I don't see any other questions for you, Mrs. Kennedy. So I just want to thank you very much for your submission. You're welcome to stick around. We're going to move now to questions for administration.
Thank you.
Okay. And so if you have questions, please log in. I see Councillor Zadek. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll probably ask a fair amount about Rundle, but right off the bat, talking about Victoria and Riverside, I note that they consistently rank higher than the market index for number of rounds played in Edmonton, and perhaps Ms. Kennedy's testimony speaks to that, so they're popular. But if that is the case, why is the cost recovery for those, total cost recovery, of course, talking about the capital, 78% and 88% respectively, when these courses see a higher turnout than the average?
You want to weigh in on that one, Mr. Jevning?
Sure. I think part of our challenge is when, the operating cost recovery, they certainly more than cover their operating costs and generate a surplus each year. When we take the capital and apply it against the operating cost recovery all in the year when the project is done, it certainly sways those numbers. We're not able to depreciate it or take out a loan and do the capital work over a period of years or pay it back over a period of years. So when we do the work and we include the capital costs in any given year, it certainly skews the numbers in the year where that work is done.
Okay, but other golf courses, including in the private sector, presumably turn a profit. And what we're hearing here is that we have comparable or higher rates of golf. So I'll move on to something else, though. So admission revenues have declined over the year since 2015. Have prices increased at all during this time? And if not, or just alternatively, what else is being done to increase revenue?
Councillor, the green fees typically are increased modestly. We have left Rundle for a number of years at the same rates, and Riverside and Victoria have increased approximately $1 a year since the last couple of years.
Okay, thanks for that. So Rundle hasn't been going up, but it's still not as popular as we'd expect, I suppose. And there's the leisure program there, which I think is a great program. So the leisure program is designed to help those play golf at a reduced rate. Is there any reason why we cannot increase the cost of non-leisure program users so that we achieve something in the order of 100% or higher total cost recovery, not just on operations?
We could. We've tried to price it to stay affordable. We do have a lot of seniors that golf there. Over the last few years, we shifted the majority of our junior program there. So the kids are paying less than the adult rates, but it's a great course for them to learn on. And so it's trying to balance that affordability piece. We have looked at other ways to generate additional revenues that would take some capital expenditures that we haven't been able to move forward on. But we're trying to keep a balance on the rates to manage the affordability piece on this one course. The other two are much more expensive. Rundle's at $34 for 18 holes as opposed to $61 at Riverside and Victoria. So we do hear from many users at Rundle that they go there because it is more affordable, that the rates are lower, and that's a big barrier for them to play at the other courses.
Yeah, and to be clear, with the leisure program, those that require the affordability are guaranteed that through the pricing system, but we haven't increased prices for those that can afford. That's how I would interpret it. In several years, and which we also just heard about, and still people aren't going there. Obviously, a price increase is going to negatively affect the demand for the golfing there, but one would suspect if we kept it lower as we are, that more people will go there. But go ahead. Yeah,
Councillor Zadek, we did see an increase in Rundle from 2018 to 2019 of 5%, which is modest, I know, but it is an increase, and it really came around really targeting our services to those who might need it at the par 3. So we did see an increase, and then as you know, Rundle was closed for this year. So we do often revisit the affordability as well as our fees, and that will be things we'll be considering in moving into 2021 as well.
And we do try, Councillor, to do some analysis around our rates and volumes so that we can find that sweet spot where we maximize our volumes at a certain rate to maximize the revenue.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Thanks for that. In my dying seconds here, so Calgary's shown that they have about one superintendent for several golf courses, up to 7, I believe. Just what's our equivalent for superintendents? Do we have or equivalent positions, do we have one person per each of our 3 golf courses, or is there an overarching structure that has some centralization in services provided?
That's correct. We have 3 superintendents, one for each of the courses.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I'll follow up on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadick. Now, just in the interest of time, we've got 2 more sets of questions from councillors. I also will have some questions, and then we will want to have some form of closure to this, which will also take more time. So it is 11:55. We can hear from Councillor Nicol and then reconvene after our time specifics this afternoon, or we can extend orders. And I would just put that to committee. Do you have any preferences or time commitments that would make extending a non-preferable option?
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Zadick and I would like to come back in the afternoon to explore this further. So I could do my first round.
Okay, that's what we'll do then. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Jevney, Roger, what's the difference between Millwoods Golf Course and the other operational models that we have as city-owned golf courses? Can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, we have an agreement that Millwoods is a city-owned golf course, and we have an agreement with the Millwoods Recreation and Cultural Association, McArthur, to operate that golf course on our behalf. So we have a management agreement with them.
So would you say, would it be fair to characterize as that's been a pretty successful model? Has it not?
It has. The golf course is busy, and they do a good job operating it. We have had to restructure our management agreement over the past few years as they also saw a decrease in rounds played, which was sort of industry-wide. So we've worked with them to make sure they continue to be successful.
Yeah, so it was more, there was certainly some of these, there's a variable in here that the trend of the user trend did drop, right? So that's an important thing to establish here in some of our base numbers, correct?
Yeah, industry-wide, golf had
industry-wide.
a decrease.
It has nothing to, and we can just throw them all together on that. And I guess the question here becomes, because I know in Millwoods, Councillor Banga and I both know McArthur and Woodville do a heck of a job, and they do put a lot of money back into the community. And so I look at Rundle as a question as to, can we do something different? Can we do something different in terms of its overall structure and management structure? That brings it more into a line with a Millwoods model that has been successful? Or can you also specify to me some of the, there are other circumstances that deal with Rundle that, it's not comparable to, let's say, Victoria for some pretty important reasons?
So we're certainly looking through the reimagined services work at different ways to manage the golf courses. McArthur is a good example, and we have other partnership examples where folks operate public facilities on our behalf through some agreement. Rundle, we've certainly, as Ms. Norman noted, we shifted a lot of the junior program, the River Valley Junior program, which is another one of the clubs that are operated by third parties, and the junior golf and those tournaments out to Rundle. So we've tried a few different things. I think it's worth noting McArthur, well, it's very successful. It doesn't return a net dividend to the city. They cover their cost of operations, but it certainly doesn't generate any income for the city. To Councillor Zadik's earlier point.
Mr. Jevney, I'll point out they give lots to the community in terms of a dividend, in terms of the money they give back. It may not come directly to the city.
As an organization, they do tremendous work, absolutely.
Yeah, so there is a dividend on another end side of it. I guess the question becomes, I'm looking at the asset class of Rundle, and whether it's A, up to snuff, B, I do not want to remove Rundle, don't get me wrong, but we got to do something with that asset. Do you not agree, given that the condition of the cash flow that's coming out in and out of it? It's just, it's a drag, but it can be performing better.
Well, Councillor, we've known that for some years now, and we've tried a number of different kinds of special events and services, and for a number of years we had the soccer golf down there to go exactly where you're going in terms of improving the revenue picture.
So
and again, they help to a degree, but they don't get it anywhere near the two Riverside and Vic at all.
And given Mr. Smythe that, Rob, we have no cash flow. We've got no cash flow through going through this company in terms, well, let's just say it's tight, okay? I should not say no cash flow. It would Rundle lend itself to probably an exploration to a completely different model that might leverage some sort of partnership that we could actually look for other capital investment from the outside the city that might upgrade this asset to a point of where we can get to a positive revenue share?
Councillor Nicol, we were having some conversations with Top Golf. They looked to advance their brand in Toronto and Vancouver, wanted to test the markets there first, and then they were talking about coming to Edmonton. And so those are some unique opportunities that we may be able to capitalize on with external partners.
And the other piece, Councillor, is this whole Reimagine Services piece. So that is a big body of work, quarterbacked by KPMG, that are looking at all golf courses, but all of the whole recreation branch, basically. And they are looking exactly where you're going. You know, given the future of our city, what can we do different to lessen the tax levy in some of these services?
Yeah.
So
I'm out of time,
everything is on the table.
but to be quite honest, this is what Councillor Zidek was talking about. It wasn't me, so it was John.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so let's break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30. good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Zadek.
On his way.
Okay. Councillor Nickel, I think I heard you there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. And joining us as well, we've got Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm in transit, so I may not be able to talk that easily.
Okay. Well, I hope you're wearing a mask. Councillor Banga.
I am here.
Okay. And
I'm here too.
Oh, wonderful. You know, that reminds me of that scene where in Return of the Jedi, Luke walks in and he's here too. So thank you, Councillor Zadek.
No problem.
And Councillor Cartmel is here as well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I think that's everyone. And then, of course, all of our wonderful guests and administration. So we were going to now move to item 6.10. It is time specific for now. Before we do that, I just want to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6, the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory, and also acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. One of the reasons that we give this land acknowledgement is that part of understanding who we are as a people is understanding our history. And we know that historically, we've had governments who have done a very poor job in their relationship with the First Peoples. And this has had many negative repercussions, and it is our privilege to try to rectify some of those errors with an eye to data, to information, and human decency. And with that spirit, we will begin today. So each speaker, when we get to speakers, will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run an official timer. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions, and that is a very good note for me. And so, without further ado, let's move to item 6.10. And so, administration, the time is now yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. We like to introduce our team for this afternoon's presentation. First, we have Susan Coward, who's with me in chambers here. Susan is our administration lead on the Recover project. We have two consultants with us as part of our delegation this afternoon, Dr. Sarah Schulman. Her company is InWith Forward, and we're also joined by a second consultant, Mark Cabage. His firm is Here to There Consulting. On to the next slide then. Very briefly, from a corporate context, Recover is included in our corporate business plan under the Healthy City strategic goal, along with other strategic actions, including affordable housing and poverty elimination. It also fits in and nests with the city plan's Big City Moves. One of those is inclusive and compassionate. The descriptors for inclusive and compassionate include Edmontonians know that making a great city depends on empathy and looking out for one another. The more we reach out to those who need support, the stronger we all become. With those few comments, I'll pass it over to Ms. Coward to walk through the next few slides.
I'm pressing.
We'll just get the slide deck going here.
All right. Recover is an emergent strategy. When we started late 2017, we decided to use a social innovation approach for the task of developing an urban wellness plan. It was encouraging to have so many residents, agencies, and businesses join us for the journey. In 2018, we learned about and applied a social innovation approach. As the work progressed in 2019, we got to know more street-involved people, which shaped our Recover ideas. All this work helped us build insights about current challenges and what different ideas might contribute to wellness. We're here today to talk about the last diamond and tell you what has changed in 2020 and how we believe Edmonton can promote well-being. Last year at this time, we decided it was time to take a look back through 2 years of Recover data and learnings. We took a deep dive into the literature and reached back 3,000 years to explore Indigenous, Eastern, Western, and modern interdisciplinary traditions around living well. Our item today is to talk about well-being differently. However, before we do that, we want to tell you what we learned about evaluation and measures. As we said in our council report in 2018, that we would measure and share our wellness progress. To do that, I would like to introduce you to Mark Cabage. We engaged Mark to assist the Recover team with developing some evaluation tools and approaches to metrics that reflected our approach to improving well-being. Mark knows what it's like to work in government. He began his work in public administration in Poland just after the fall of the Berlin Wall. He was the coordinator of international grants to the Polish Ministry of Privatization and was the mission coordinator in the United Nations' first regional economic development program in Eastern Europe in the early 1990s. When he returned to Canada, Mark was the executive director of the Canadian Community Economic Development Network and founder and vice president of the Tamarack Institute for Community Engagement. He's now a Tamarack associate and runs his own firm focused on helping organizations design and evaluate innovative approaches to tackle complex challenges such as poverty, homelessness, community safety, educational achievements, and energy transition. So I'll turn it over to Mark. How do we get this slide to advance?
Hi, Susan, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks to administration and the Recover team for inviting me to participate in the project, and thanks council for your time today. Susan impressed upon me that I only have 5 minutes, and it takes me 5 minutes to find my car key sometimes, so I'm going to rock and roll here. I've got 7 slides, 2 around context and 5 around learning, so we'll work through those pretty quickly. And the first one is just sort of stating the obvious that cities are increasingly asked to deal with complex issues. Whether or not we have the jurisdiction to deal with all of them is another question, and the pressure for doing that has increased, and we all know that familiar term VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And we're all now wondering if there's a post-pandemic version of VUCA because it's VUCA on steroids now. And we know that part of the challenge of dealing with that is that we have to deal with sort of 21st century problems or challenges with 19th century machinery, government machinery. And so we're all innovating, and Edmonton does a better job, I would argue, than most, not just because I live here, but I get to see a lot. And, you know, if you talk about poverty or homelessness or safety or neighborhoods, Edmonton's always part of the conversation. So we have a lot to learn, but we've got a lot to share with other communities as well. Next slide, please. So we don't have, if we were in council, I would ask how many of you have a BlackBerry. I lived in Waterloo for a while and actually got to play squash with some of the founders of BlackBerry. And part of the brilliance of the BlackBerry is that it came out of a terrific R&D process, research and development. And part of the reason we don't have a BlackBerry now, or many of us, most of us don't, is because they sort of stopped doing R&D and focused mostly on exploiting a model that had already proven successful, but wasn't keeping up to the times. And it's a bit of a metaphor that I think is useful for thinking about Recover, because Recover is a social R&D platform. It is designed to focus on people first, to get insight and empathy into what they find meaningful and helpful in their lives, and to develop and test promising ideas, which we call prototypes, which are really small bets to help us decide whether or not we should make big bets on anything. And this process has been fascinating for me because some of the prototypes are things that I can't imagine coming out of any other kind of process, including 2 right in front of you that have progressed unevenly as the work has gone on. But one is called the Good Sleep Kit, and the other is a Stow and Go network. And the Good Sleep Kit is pretty obvious to anyone who's ever had a child and not been able to get 8 hours of sleep. When you don't sleep, well, that wears on you. And a lot of people who are vulnerable in Edmonton simply don't get to sleep in general all that well, particularly in winter. And a lot of the people we talked to said, look, I don't feel safe in the community, and I need somewhere to stow my stuff. And So one of the ideas that came out of this really profound human-centered design process is coming up with sort of like a locker system, like you'd see at an airport, where people could store their stuff safely. These things are micro to us, but incredibly meaningful to others, for those who have to experience vulnerability every day. So, social R&D, if we want downstream impact, we have to invest in upstream R&D, and the approach used by Recover is an important expression of that. We'll go to the next slide. And we learned lots in that process. And so here's 5 learnings pretty quickly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to really go farther on one of the learnings. Recover actually has generated some solid projects so far that have generated diverse well-being results. They've had 24 prototypes over two cycles, 12 prototypes per cycle in 2019 and 1 in 2020. And they have generated a bunch of insights or ideas, not all of which have progressed. And one wonders why they haven't all progressed. Well, I had a friend who worked for Hewlett-Packard and argued that it took 300 ideas to find one that worked. Recover, at a minimum, has got 3 or 4 ideas emerging from the 24, so that ratio is pretty good, including things that some of the councillors and staff will be familiar with. Project Welcome at the Boyle Street Community Services, which was tested last summer, and its approach to designing space was adopted by the Boyle Street Group when they created yet another space on the side of the building, and has been replicated in micro ways by other organizations downtown, including Bissell. 24/7 crisis diversion. I see that Jan is on the line, which builds on the 24/7 service delivery model, but this is about an all about connections prototype to see if we could weave together better services for those people who are experiencing crisis and maybe deal with preventing them from falling into crisis again. And a city center mall project which focused on placemaking in order to address perceived and real conflict of uses around mall entrances, where not only did it prove successful and there was an urge to expand the testing pre-pandemic, but a lot of other larger commercial tenants have expressed an interest in pursuing the same kind of model. So there have been real strong well-being results so far. Next slide, please. The challenge is the preliminary metrics that we use to test them don't completely work well, and there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, whenever you're starting something like this new, you don't really want to create a whole new set of metrics. You want to build on what you have and commit to refining and adapting and adding to them once you realize what kind of outcomes are legitimately going to come from your efforts. So you start with what you have, and you're hoping that you got metrics that are valid. They measure what we're trying to achieve. Reliable, they measure it in the same way over time in different contexts so we can compare. That they're feasible, we actually have the effort, the right amount of resources to get those metrics, and it's proportional to what we're trying to learn. And finally, timely, that they arrive on time that is useful. Well, we use these metrics and we were ready to run another assessment for a pre and post analysis, 2 years after Recover started. But we realized that they're not really the right metrics for a couple of reasons. Number one, first of all, some of them have been discontinued or linked to the census, so we couldn't capture the stuff in real time anyways. We'd have to wait another year for the vulnerability index, and I believe the capacity and perception survey has been delayed or has stopped being gathered after 2019. So number one, they're not even available. But number two, more importantly, even if they were, maybe we'll go to the next slide, they don't really capture what it is we're trying to achieve. So if you, for 2 reasons. Number one, they're population level measures. Oh, I think we've got to go back one, sorry. Number one, these things are meant to capture change at the population level, community-wide, sometimes even by the aggregation of quadrant. So they don't really, they're too blunt and too primitive to capture what's happening at an intervention by intervention basis. And number two, as we'll get into a little bit further, it's really hard to capture the diversity of outcomes that were naturally emerging through those Recover prototypes. Any of these instruments wouldn't actually give you feedback on how well 24/7 the connector project is going. They give you some insight, but not a ton. They wouldn't really give you a sense of all the multiple benefits coming out of those 2 placemaking projects with the City Centre Mall or the Boyle Street. So they aren't really as valid as we like. Now, this isn't a problem because, again, when you start these social innovation efforts, you start off with a roughly right, directionally correct set of metrics, and then you adapt over time. So we've learned we have to adapt these metrics, and in some ways we have. The group has already created measurement frameworks for scaling, for different kinds of outcomes along the innovation continuum, even have a sense of how they would assess prototypes, whether or not they deserve to be scaled using a rubrics matrix. So the group didn't stand still on assessing impact and potential impact, but we don't find these initial set of metrics to be useful, and they're not. We'll go to learning number 3. One of the big learnings is, even if we were able to scale some of these most promising prototypes on their own, and that's a narrow understanding of what we're trying to do because it's much broader than that, at best, we would be a contributor, not a driver to community, to improving community level well-being at the level of neighborhood. And this is not an exception. This tends to be the rule with grassroots social R&D projects like this. The literature on this is pretty clear, and we've been following at Tamarack for almost 20 some years. A project like this cannot bear the burden of community level, population level change on its own. It complements and enhances the existing effort. And to that extent, we have a good design. There's pretty good implementation at Recover, but we do have to question what do we feel is a reasonable expectation in terms of the scale and breadth of impact. Number 4. So the other thing we learned, and this won't be surprising, this won't be counterintuitive to people, but it might be countercultural, that we really, when we focus on these kind of innovations, there's at least 3 horizons we could use. And some of you are familiar with this because it's from McKinsey and Company. Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and Horizon 3. For business, that means something, and for social innovation, it means something similar. Horizon 1 is same game, same rules. What kind of innovations can we create within the existing mix of ideas and systems in which we operate? How do we find novel solutions within the existing framework to generate better outcomes? Pretty predictable stuff, but pretty low yield in the end. Not low yield to people who are experiencing these programs, but in terms of community-wide impact, probably just incremental improvements on what we have. Horizon 2 is reform-oriented innovation, same game, different rules. This is where we get to innovate with stuff, but it requires systems change. Policies, regulations, practices, a decision-making authority. We actually have to change the system for these innovations to work. These are much harder to manage, these innovations, but they promise bigger returns. The third one is we're all familiar with because we're in the middle of a pandemic. This is called transformative information. Different game, different rules. These innovations depend on us considering sometimes radical, but real different ways of looking at the nature of a challenge and how it might be addressed. The very ideas are being alternatives to the existing status quo are being explored, and they may have radical implications for policy systems and practices. So if this pressure, hey, I think we all know this pressure. If you have an investment fund of your own for your own retirement, you know there's a difference between low yield and predictable bonds, Horizon 1, and Horizon 3, higher risk, hopefully higher return interventions in Horizon 3. And you can choose to say, I'm going to be a low yield group or I'm going to be a high risk, high return group. And more often than not, we look for a portfolio of investments, just like we would look for a portfolio of interventions in social innovation. Last slide. So the big thing here, and this is really a setup for Sarah now, this is not a trivial insight that the power of human-centered design is to kind of avoid what I would call, having lived there, a Soviet way of thinking about change, which is here's our goal and here's what we want to achieve, but to actually listen to people on the ground and organize change processes around them. The group over the last 2 years, and in part, to a large part, shaped by first-rate facilitation by Alex Ryan from Mars Solutions Lab, and arguably one of the best human-centered design facilitators in Canada, Sarah Schulman, have generated some insights about what well-being actually could mean. We started with an opening set of metrics that, as I argued, were a good opening move. They were directionally correct, but they can't carry us through the next level of the next cycle of innovation here. This group, the Recover team, and all the participants and residents who've been involved has surfaced some really possibly transformational ideas about how we even think about well-being, never mind try to support people to achieve it. So with that in mind, I'm going to confirm that I've stopped. I believe I'm turning it over to Sarah, unless you were going to say something, Susan.
No, you're good. Turn it over to Sarah.
Great. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you, Susan and Rob and the entire Recover team and council. So as Mark has just said, transformation really starts with some big ideas. And well-being is one of those big ideas, only it's a rather misunderstood one. And Susan, you can go to the next slide. So what does it actually mean to lead a life well lived? That's really the central animating question of pretty much every human community, as long as we've had written and historical records, from Confucianism in China to the Vedic texts in India to Aristotle in ancient Greece to Sufism in the Middle East to Inuit nations in the far north to the Nehiyawak peoples on Turtle Island. And surprisingly, across much of time and culture, there's actually an awful lot of consensus about well-being. And spoiler alert, it's not about what you have, it's about how you are in relationship. And here's where some of the traditions kind of diverge. That relationship could be to body and self, to friends and family, to culture, to ground, to the sacred, to the pursuit of learning, growth, and development, or to the intertwining and the interdependencies of all of these relations. And somewhere along the way, really in the last 200 years, since colonization and industrialization and the two world wars, we started conflating well-being with acquisition and achievement. And so you were doing well if you had a job, if you could put food on the table, if you owned a house, if you paid taxes, if you had a car, if you were self-sufficient. So a good and a well life started to be seen as a productive life. Next slide. Williams lived a very productive life and so much more. As an Indigenous police officer, as a veteran who went to Afghanistan, as a bull rider who competed in my home state of Texas. And when we met, William was pushing a broken walker across an empty parking lot on his way to the liquor store. And we shared a chocolate milkshake and fries, and he told me about the moment that pain became his constant companion. And it was a day when a police dispatcher sent him to what he thought was a routine domestic violence call. And in a split second, he had one of those decisions to make of whether to shoot or to be killed. And being alive, as he described it, haunted him every day. So for William, the act of getting and receiving support really compounded his pain. He felt lumped into this indiscriminate category of being homeless. Every meal that was served to him in a brown paper bag or on a tray reminded him that he didn't have much choice or much autonomy. And every queue that he ended up standing in for a bed reinforced a feeling of public humiliation, of shame. Yes, William was very much in need of a permanent roof overhead and food on his own table. But what we talked about and what you could tell he really longed for was a respected identity and a renewed relationship to his faith, to his elders, to his family. The problem wasn't that William was disconnected from service. He had a housing worker, he had a case manager, he had been housed and evicted and housed only to be evicted again. And those four walls and a roof overhead just wasn't quenching his thirst for healing, for forgiveness, for redemption, for reconnection to land and to purpose. So we can keep treating William's unwellness as a product solely of material deprivation, or we could deeply listen to what William was telling us, that yes, housing and food and money are significant stressors, but they were neither the source of his pain nor the wellspring of his healing. And William wasn't alone. He was one of 60 Edmontonians with deep lived experience of the street that our team has had the privilege of getting to know over the last 3 years. And so I'm an ethnographer, and that means that I get to spend time where people are at, immersed in their context, seeking to understand their values, their aspirations, their worldviews, how they make meaning of things. And across all 60 stories that we collected, 2 outcomes were most talked about, regardless of race or gender: purpose and connection, and for Indigenous peoples, respect. The prominence of purpose, connection, and respect is reflected in other large-scale quantitative research. The Urban Aboriginal Peoples Study, which was collected in 2010, found that 92% of urban Indigenous peoples defined a good or successful life in terms of balance and interconnection, compared with 64% who saw owning a house as very important for a good or successful life. Lack of purpose, meaningful connection, and respect really can't only be solved by doubling down on servicing basic needs or even getting better service coordination. You know, one of our most entrenched mental models is that human needs are sequential. And you might be familiar with, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which has been interpreted to mean that first you need shelter and food, and then belonging and community, and only then, as a kind of cherry on top, meaning and purpose. But what many of us don't know, and what Indigenous scholar Cindy Blackstock reminds us, is that Maslow's thinking was deeply influenced by the time he spent with the Blackfoot Nation here in Alberta. And that placed self-actualization, meaning, and purpose as the base of a teepee, foundational for collective actualization, circular with all of our basic material needs, not at the top of some individualistic hierarchy. So the idea that our needs are interconnected and not hierarchical is central to Recover's well-being framework. And we're defining well-being as a deep sense of connection and balance. 6 types of connection, to be precise: connection to land, connection to body, connection to friends and family, connection to the human project, connection to culture, and connection to the sacred. And we see cities as just uniquely positioned to address our interconnected and our existential needs. Federal and provincial governments are so removed from the particularities of our day-to-day lives, and cities are the settings of both our individual and collective stories. Indeed, cities have access to so many of the cultural levers of change, and that's what fills the outer ring of the Recover Wellbeing framework. Cities get to shape what's talked about, what's celebrated versus what's punished, the kinds of interactions people have in physical spaces, the rituals, the knowledge, the meanings that are legitimized and spread and propagated. And that's really what culture is. It's that invisible water that we all swim in. It's the set of shared beliefs and values and behaviors which structure our days and our lives. And, programs and services largely reflect our dominant culture. So if we really want to get to transformation, to that third horizon, as Mark talked about, if we want healing and renewal to be the water that we swim in, then ultimately culture is the level that we need to operate at. And so we hope that Recover's well-being framework can be a kind of guide and an enabler, working alongside your strategic plan to support the city to do 3 things. 1, to refocus purpose, 2, to align activities, and 3, to measure what matters. So to refocus purpose, well, that means really resetting means and ends. Food, shelter, and income, those are absolutely critical means for survival, but they shouldn't be confused as the ends in and of themselves. The Buddha reminds us that what we focus on grows. And so when we focus on basic needs as the acme of our ambitions, we too often lose sight of how to fulfill those needs in ways that actually grow our purpose, our connection, our sense of respect, rather than stifle them. And we actually risk causing existential harm. And we see it time and again in our research of that tension between trying to do good, of getting somebody off the street or making sure they've got something in their bellies, but doing that in a way that further encodes a sense of worthlessness and shame, and too often moves people further away, not closer to well-being. So alongside refocusing purpose, Recover's well-being framework can help us to align our activities. And that really means intervening at the level of culture and systems, not just programs and services. And so, for example, we're currently collaborating with Reach Edmonton, the Recover team, and the Edmonton Police Service to test some new roles, rituals, and stories around grief and loss. And we're recognizing that not being able to grieve, that not having your losses recognized and validated, what's called disenfranchised grief, well, that underpins so much pain and cyclical crisis. Rather than create just another program that connects people back into professional services, we're experimenting with how we connect people into community, how we weave together natural supports, how we create public spaces to grieve and to heal, how we engage with cultural and land-based practices, and how we engender a sense of solidarity. I mean, all of us as community members go through grief and loss. Ultimately, success, we think, for this prototype is about how we shift the frames around grief and loss from something that we must suffer alone to something that's shared and supported. And really that comes down to changing some of our systems of thought and action. And getting to this kinds of systems change means reconceptualizing the kinds of things that we make and the kinds of things that we scale. We're trying to think more like a movement, more about how we spread sets of ideas, principles, stories, and content. And for that, we take inspiration from models like TEDx or Alcoholics Anonymous, which have spread with a remarkably little top-down infrastructure. And so over the months ahead, we'll be determining what the morning midwife model of spread can be, and we'll be drawing on all of these international inspirations and examples. And finally, alongside our refocusing of purpose and aligning activities that we think the Recover Wellbeing Framework can contribute to, there's a third thing that we think is so important, and that is learning to measure what matters. And measuring what matters really means valuing voice and lived experience. And so to do that, we've got to invest in some new ways to collect and make sense of data. So much of the intelligence that a city has doesn't actually tell us what we need to know about well-being, which is how people experience connection right now and over time. So many of our existing metrics tell you about how much people have, but not what it adds up to. So, we know, for instance, how many people live X kilometers from a park or from a recreational facility, but we don't know if that park or facility gives people a sense of rootedness or connection to land. And knowing that is actually the key to figuring out how to redesign what a park or facility does so that it serves as a means to a good and to a well life. And luckily, there's lots of ways of knowing and ways of measuring that we can draw on. For instance, Dave Snowden's work with SenseMaker, which you see here, is all about how everyday folks can share stories and narratives, and how we can use those stories and narratives as pretty powerful analytic tools to get a sense of what people are actually feeling and perceiving. And there's other cities out there that are leading the way in terms of measuring some of these subjective well-being measures. So the city of Santa Monica in California is beginning to embrace a much more holistic set of metrics. At a time when all of us, especially those, I think, in positions of leadership and power, are being called on to disrupt some of our long-standing systems of oppression and of marginalization, really what that means is starting to unravel the ways in which we think, what we count, and ultimately who and what it is that we value. And we continue to think that Edmonton can very much lead the way here. In our work with cities and institutions across the world, we see 3 conditions as key for transformation, and we think you've got lots of those conditions here in Edmonton. 1, a willingness to recognize that the status quo simply isn't good enough. 2, leaders willing to take responsibility and recognize that they've helped to sustain some of those systems of marginalization. And 3, a real openness and curiosity for different ways of knowing, different ways of measuring, different ways of learning. And so your support of an experimental approach like Recover is such a welcome and forward-thinking start. So thank you so much for your embrace of this, and look forward to your questions.
So the next slide, please. Just to wrap up, I wanted to show you members of our Recover Catalyst group, and they're a group of change makers with knowledge and resources to help move the prototypes forward. As you look at the names, you'll see that they come from all 3 sectors, public, private, and not-for-profit, and I want to thank 6 of them today that are going to talk about their work with Recover. And next slide. Thank you. Going forward, we're going to be continuing to research, design, and test with the Wellbeing Framework. We're going to continue pursuing partnerships. We have a great one right now with Forward, REACH, and EPS, which got funding from the McConnell Foundation. Post-secondaries have been interested in the Recover Framework, and we're going to continue helping the professors through MacEwan with that work, and finally, the work of the Catalyst Group. So with that, I conclude the presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, and thank you. That was a lot of food for thought, and what a feast. Okay, so So that is fantastic. We've got a list of folks maybe growing, but this was selected by Councillor Nicol, and he is first on the dock. Go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Well, first of all, it's good to see you again, Mark. How are you?
Sorry, we actually have the speakers to hear from.
Oh,
Sorry
we got
to interrupt.
speakers.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, get ready, Mark.
Mistake.
I'm coming for you, Mark.
I'm just so eager to have this conversation. My apologies. That's right. So let us move on to the speakers. And if I can pull out my list, which seems to have eluded me. I've got it right here. It looks like we've got Kaylin up first, if you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everybody, and council and administration. My name is Kaylin Pilkington. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Sustainability at MacEwan University. MacEwan partnered with Recover to help facilitate the social innovation process and to connect Recover work into the post-secondary setting. With MacEwan being Edmonton's downtown university, we have a lot of programs that are training individuals to work with vulnerable populations, including social work, nursing, and business, for example. So working with Recover was a really great opportunity to provide community-engaged learning experiences while contributing to the creation of positive change downtown. I believe MacEwan and Recover are able to achieve stronger outcomes by working together and really keeping the well-being of vulnerable populations at the center of our partnership. Creating avenues for our students to work directly in the community has helped to forge stronger community connections, a deeper level of understanding, and an appreciation for the complexity and challenges that we collectively face. The Recover Wellbeing Framework provides a lens to show the interconnectivity between the many facets of well-being and asks important questions to get our students thinking beyond their own experiences. MacEwan is helping to create, refine, and test the Recover Post-Secondary Strategy, which really aims to connect post-secondary institutions with Edmonton and the Recover initiatives. There have been opportunities for our students to get involved and test the Recover Wellbeing Framework in the classroom and through community engaged learning. So for example, we've engaged a third-year anthropology class to watch and translate some Edmonton Police Commission public hearings and code the findings in according to the Recover Wellbeing Framework. This really did provide excellent learning opportunities, some aha moments for our students, and we were able to share those findings with the city and the Recover team. At MacEwan, we really try and leverage our faculty expertise and integrate evidence-based scholarship and activity to contribute to community revitalization. So with our close connections with the community and community-embedded learning platforms, MacEwan is able to stay nimble and flexible to address emerging community-based challenges in a timely manner. Working with Recover to determine what some of those immediate needs are and acting on them is one of the ways that MacEwan really can keep their pulse on the evolving needs of our downtown community. With 73% of our graduates staying in Edmonton after graduation, it's especially important for us to provide tools and frameworks to help them understand and create a more equitable, resilient, healthy, and sustainable future. Embedding our students and their work into community also helps to foster responsible citizenship and develop forward-thinking leaders of tomorrow. By working with Recover, we've really helped to embed students in the community, and we very much value the work that the Recover team has moved forward. MacEwan is also an active participant and organizer of the Catalyst team. The group is a powerhouse of innovators and change makers, and we're just thrilled to be a part of it. The collaborative model of co-creation that Recover employs is based in community, and it has been inspiring to watch and participate in, and we can't really wait to see the continued impact that these prototypes can have on our community. The interdisciplinary nature that we have in relation to urban health and well-being allows for a variety of perspectives across campus and the community to collide, to create innovative solutions. This collaboration between MacEwan and Recover is an important catalyzer and convener for the work of well-being that's being done in this multidimensional space. It's our hope that regardless of the field of study, students across disciplines will be able to apply the well-being lens to their work now and in the future. Moving forward, while we've only begun to test the framework in our classrooms, we hope to continue to work with Recover to further integrate the well-being framework into the learning environment at MacEwan and all post-secondaries in Edmonton. The partnership with Recover has provided MacEwan and other Catalyst Group members the opportunity to bring energy and fresh ideas towards tackling some of the challenges in our neighborhood. I'm really proud of the community connections we have at MacEwan, how we're woven into the landscape and fabric of the downtown. I see many opportunities to continue growing these connections, and our ongoing participation in the Recover initiative is a great example. Thank you very much, everybody, for inviting me to be here today, and I look forward to hearing from the other speakers as well.
Well, thank you very much for that. And we will be hearing from Jan Fox next. You've got 5 minutes.
Well, thanks very much. I'm pretty sure I won't take my whole 5 minutes because Sarah and others have done a really, really good job of describing the one prototype that Reach is very involved in. So I'll just talk a little bit about what it's been like to work with Recover. And I just want to say that Reach is absolutely delighted to partner with Recover. And as you know, we're sponsoring the one specific prototype. Working with the Recover initiative has really been a great experience because it's been extremely innovative and so very much partnership focused, as Kaylin was talking about. And I've noticed that many other partnerships and work we're doing has been created as a result of other work we do on that team. I love to be part of the Catalyst Group because it really brings together a cast of unusual characters, if you will, all of whom are community leaders in their own right. Yeah, my partners are laughing at me when I say that, but we had, some of us hadn't met before, hadn't worked together, and that is a big loss, and now we're rectifying that. So it's been incredible to work with community leaders, businesses, agencies, our downtown university, of course, all of us working towards a common goal. And, sometimes there's a narrative that we're not working together well in this city, and I can tell you that the work in Recover is kind of blowing that narrative up because we are working together extraordinarily well, and I'm really proud of that. I think that Recover has been instrumental in really breaking down some of those barriers, and you've seen it through the prototypes. And for me, it's been a little bit about now we have something that we can actually work on together, something collective, a project, if you will, more than a project, but some of it has been project-based. And I really love that Recover looks at old problems in new ways. And I feel kind of like a kindred spirit because I think Reach has been talking about these kinds of things for a very long time. And now it seems that what we've believed in is really important. And I also wanted to say that I think we're kind of at a perfect storm with both the pandemic and the spotlight on equity, diversion, and inclusion. This gives us pause to really think about how we can do things differently. And everything about Recover is doing things differently. So as you know, the 24/7 Crisis Diversion Team is in partnership with Boyle Street, Canadian Mental Health Association, Hope Mission, and working with all of those groups and EPS and Recover. We are working on a piece of this, a small but I think important piece, around what Sarah has already talked about, the ethnographic research. And for me, this is about kind of bringing research to life in full practice. And that's why I'm glad the Crisis Diversion Team is so actively involved in this. So our Crisis Diversion Connector plays a dual role as a design researcher on the team and actively actually testing all the types of interactions that can build on interventions. And there were a number of opportunities when COVID hit and it's made it more difficult, but there were opportunities over the summer for our team member to actually interact in real meaningful ways with people.
Jan, you're on mute.
Did I just get on mute?
There we go. Yeah.
Or do you want me to start all over again? Sarah's going, no, please. It's still, thanks.
The last 10 seconds.
Okay, absolutely. So I will leave it at that. And just to say, though, that one of the roles I think Reach plays here as well is kind of connecting the dots. So what we've seen is a lot of work with Recover, and then some of the Downtown Recovery Task Force, and being able to connect some of those dots, the YEG ambassadors, the neighborhood work we do in Chinatown, in the downtown. All of those things are kind of coming together, and I really credit Recover for that. So I will leave it to my next colleague.
All right, thank you very much. And your next colleague is Jacqueline Cardinal.
Hello, Tansa everyone. My name is Jacqueline Cardinal. My family's from the Sucker Creek Cree First Nation, and I'm so honored to live, serve, and create on lands governed by Treaty 6 here in Nimiskwichi-Waskiagan. So thank you for having me this afternoon to share my experiences as a community member, participant on the Catalyst group, and as a consultant actually working with the Recover Project, with the hope that my perspectives are valuable in some way to the committee. So I was actually made first aware of the Recover Project as a community member attending the information shareback led by Dr. Schulman in January of 2019. I had been really curious about the work being done to lift up those most vulnerable in our Indigenous communities here in Edmonton. And I was just so delighted to learn about the rigor of the ethnographic research being done, the innovation approach to addressing these systemic issues, and the community-based nature of the work. And I walked away really excited to keep tabs on the project and contribute where I could. And just later that fall, the company that myself and my brother, Hunter Cardinal, run called Nahewan was approached to contribute to the showcase event, where the prototypes that had been nurtured to date were being shared by the wider with the wider community. So Hunter and I, we shared some traditional myths, we moderated a panel, and we joined in celebrating the successes experienced to date by those contributing to the Recover Project. So in this involvement, we were close enough to the project to begin to recognize components of the Recover approach as aligning with Indigenous ways of knowing and being. And when we were engaged to contribute further earlier this year as a set of helping hands to focus specifically on furthering decolonization and reconciliation efforts, it was that thread that we really wanted to begin with. Not that we needed to bring in something brand new, but rather that we just needed to help with the storytelling of how this work was firmly rooted to Edmonton, our long and vibrant histories, and really let our communities know about this work so that they could become involved. But of course, not long after we came on board, COVID-19 and the summer of social consciousness that we all experienced immediately impacted our plans. We did our best to remain agile, and instead of jumping right into storytelling and community engagement, we instead focused on this question of, once the dust began to settle, how could Recover continue their work in a good way? And so for us at Nahewan, this meant discovering new ways to apply the city's new Indigenous framework, and also to position Recover as a testing ground for learnings that can be applied across other work being done by the city or externally. Thinking creatively about how to deepen understandings of Indigenous well-being and governance among the stakeholder groups in the work. So it's the core team, of course, Catalyst, and the participants in the Recover prototyping, and activate that knowledge. And then also in imagining opportunities to further root the Recover well-being framework to these lands in specific. So over the summer, we worked with Recover to articulate principles and identify key areas to apply efforts moving forward. And we called this process returning to the circle, of which the concepts of understanding and integrating positive and respectful settler ethics is really central. And the goal that we were really trying to achieve was how to bring about two-eyed seeing among all those involved with Recover, which means to see from one eye with the strength of Indigenous ways of knowing, and to see from the other eye with the strengths of Western ways of knowing, and to use both of these eyes together. And this is obviously a very challenging aspirational goal to achieve, requiring other building blocks, which we defined as first, this idea of layers of place, which is how to think about place as multi-layered and experienced in multiple ways, defined as multiple things, and that actually changes over time. Self-location, so it's acknowledging the historical, social, and cultural contexts that shape and story our lives. And this idea of ethical space, so which are the physical and inner spaces where it's recognized that Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples relate differently to knowledge systems of history, traditions, and social and political realities, and that this is where the work of understanding and relationship building is most needed. So the tangible steps that we identified where these principles could come into play became clear. And then we then made recommendations for Recover to do three things mainly, which is first, prepare avenues for deep co-creation with Indigenous communities through the formation of Indigenous elders and artist circles that could run parallel to the Catalyst group. Empower those contributing to the Recover project to be storytelling allies about the alignment of the work of Recover to the broader journey of writing our relations as Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. And of course, also finally, to nurture a culture of safety, understanding, and self-reflection among all those involved in the work of Recover. So to wrap up my contributions this afternoon, I wanted to finish with saying that over the last 2 years, my belief has really only strengthened that Recover is on the path to becoming an integral part of our journey as Edmontonians towards a stronger, more deeply rooted, and more well city with its unique and needed way of collectively pursuing well-being in all its complexity with collective efforts, with an innovation approach allowing us to experiment, learn, and try again, and by allowing all people from all positions of well-being in the process of seeking solutions. So thank you very much for letting me take a bit of your time here. Hi.
And thank you very much for that. We will now move to Karen Tang, and I believe you know the drill. Is Karen with us?
Hi, sorry about that.
All right, here we go.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Karen Tang, and I participate in Recover as a Catalyst member on behalf of the McConnell Foundation for three primary interests: the social research and development, or social R&D, public sector partnership, and focus on outcomes. So who are we? McConnell is a private Canadian philanthropic organization that strives to make an impact on complex challenges, specifically ecological transition, reconciliation, and community well-being, using tools like social innovation and social finance. I've been working with McConnell since February on an initiative called Participatory Canada, a resident-centered cultural movement across the country where residents co-create neighborhoods with practical hands-on projects. We want to know how this kind of participatory ecosystem can be a catalyst for reconciliation, cohesion, and transition. And we're doing this by engaging partners in 3 Canadian cities, Halifax, Montreal, and Toronto, to test out this ecosystem approach at a neighborhood level through social R&D. And currently, we're in conversation with the city of Edmonton, including members of the Recover team, Abundant Communities, as well as the EFCL, to explore what a participatory ecosystem conversation could look like here. And these 3 social R&D projects in Halifax, Montreal, and Toronto that I oversee are part of a bigger portfolio of the social R&D initiatives, jointly funded by the McConnell Foundation and the Government of Canada as part of the Federal Investment Readiness Program. And so as part of this portfolio, it also includes 4 other large social R&D projects working on different issues taking place in different parts of the country. And one of these is the connector prototype that Sarah talked about, which is spun out of Recover that also has co-investment from the police, Reach Edmonton, and the Recover team at the city. And so 3 things I want to touch on. What is social R&D? I know Mark spoke to it. It is the art and science of applying research and experimental processes at the front line to generate new knowledge and ideas that transform lives. And it includes rigorous evaluation methods to capture the learning from the ground, centered on individuals' lived experience. You then test ideas that emerge from the community, make quick decisions, drop what doesn't work, and constantly iterate to be better. And through it all, you ask, what does it take to scale and achieve greater impact? McConnell has been a leader in social R&D. It is a space where we have heavily invested in and also worked to build a capacity in for a long time. We see social R&D as a pathway for disrupting the existing systems and reimagining new possibilities. And I think what's particularly unique about Recover, among many things, is the integration of social R&D and Jacqueline's work that she just spoke about, the Indigenous worldview of wellness, as well as principles and practices for doing the work itself. For example, applying the 2-eye seeing approach. And I recognize this is just the start of a journey, but it is an example of what this journey can be for a variety of sectors, be it public or private, local, or national. How we shift the language we use, the way we frame problems and solutions, and what type of knowledge we value. Secondly, McConnell recognizes that cities and communities are the driving forces behind addressing much of the world's complex challenges. We therefore have strong engagement with municipalities as well as partners like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Urban Institute. So the Recover Connector prototype and Participatory Canada mentioned earlier are just a few examples where we directly partner with cities like Edmonton and are the kinds of multi-sectoral partnerships we need more of, leveraging diverse sources of funding, knowledge, networks, and a drive to challenge the status quo. And finally, much like Recover's urban wellness framework, where you start by looking at the outcomes as defined by individuals, we're also looking at outcomes when it comes to participation. In fact, in the coming months, we're looking to scale Participatory Canada both deeply in each of the 3 cities that's undertaking social R&D now, and also nationally across the country. One of the key elements we'll be considering is outcomes at the individual and community levels that co-benefit one another to impact the system, and what are the ways we can finance these outcomes. Outcome financing is actually a tool for strategic decision-making on where to invest limited dollars, especially in a financially restrained near future. And Mark already talked about the individual and community level indicators, and we're keen to learn alongside Recover's evaluation efforts. And so given these alignments and shared interests in social R&D, public sector partnerships, and focus on outcomes, we're excited to see where Recover goes, learn together, and continue to highlight this work in the national context. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Karen. We will now move to Jesse Murphy.
Excellent. First of all, thank you all so much for this very cool opportunity to participate in this meeting. My name is Jesse Murphy. I help with the management of community investment and corporate sustainability for Capital Power. Based right here in downtown Edmonton. Our office is kind of right in the core, right across from Boyle Street, and kind of surrounded by the various intercity agencies that do great work in Edmonton. I was first kind of introduced to Recover about a year and a half ago when I was asked to attend the showcase event for the different prototypes that happened at MacEwan. And it was very eye-opening for me. I was excited at all the kind of different innovative approaches that were being worked on, and kind of at the grassroots level. And it was just such a different way of looking at bringing our community together. From there, Karen actually reached out to me to see if I'd be interested in joining the Catalyst team to help bring that kind of corporate community investment perspective to the group. The Catalyst group is, as we've talked about, a great group of cross-functional. It's a cross-functional mix of city employees, academics, law enforcement, Indigenous experts, community funders, and a few of us from the corporate community investment side of things. I've learned a lot from the group. They're all experts in their field, and I fully recognize that I'm not an expert on the R&D that's gone into this and the kind of different paradigms that are being considered here. I think my involvement with the group is to provide that corporate perspective from a funder angle, but also to kind of just monitor and learn about what's going on with the Recover initiative, and hopefully be there to, along with my colleagues in corporate Edmonton, be there to kind of step up and help these projects along when they get there. From the corporate community investment perspective, our industry is kind of in the midst of an evolution of our approach, as various stakeholders are asking, and in some cases insisting, that we go beyond the kind of traditional celebration of our donations to local charities with a check presentation photo or different stories supporting different community events, and to move to demonstrating real community impact, ideally with tangible progress that could be related to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, for instance. The Recover initiative is definitely a new, innovative, more holistic approach to look at solving these complex issues in our community. The efforts that have been made for the decades before, I think, were made with the best intentions, but it's refreshing to see some new approaches to societal issues that we've been dealing with for decades. The prototypes that are being conceived, developed, and tested through Recover are innovative, exciting, and I'm personally hopeful that some of them are able to help deliver the tangible impact that we're looking to achieve. I think from a corporate perspective, as this initiative develops and matures, there will be a major interest to, as Sarah said, be a part of this movement that's happening in our communities, and to get plugged in and to show how we can, along with our employees, engage with these different groups and have that kind of two-way communication to really help, instead of dividing our community, help bring us together. So those are just some thoughts that I've had in my just over a year working with the Catalyst Group, and just want to thank you again for the opportunity, and look forward to any questions as well too.
Great, thank you. That was right on time. We will now hear from Dan Jones.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at council again. Obviously, I'm with the Edmonton Police Service, and I've been part of Recover since its inception. I was fortunate enough to be one of the, I guess I'm a Recover OG, if you will. So I want to talk about why this becomes important, and it's the shifting of community safety and well-being in the policing realm as well. Like, we're talking about community, and police are part of that community. And I think I say recent and not so recent events have shown that the police need to evolve into being more focused around community safety and well-being. And when I talk about recent events, I'm talking about, the murder of George Floyd and the murder of Breonna Taylor. But then I say not so recent events because I'm going to go back to 1991 and talk about Rodney King. The same conversations that we're having today, we were having in the 90s around how do we change and how do we reform policing. And truly, I believe that's the point of Recover, is we're reforming or evolving with the community into a community safety and well-being perspective. One of the things that has been failed upon policing is to look at the concepts of social determinants of health and the social determinants of crime being almost identical. And when we start focusing on well-being, we can start looking at that and seeing the police in a more of a public health model rather than a enforcement model. Oftentimes, with what we're investigating and dealing with, specifically in marginalized communities, is what I would refer to as symptomatic criminality. And that's so the crime is a symptom of something else. And it goes to what Dr. Schulman talks about with the human experience and trauma. And then we expect people to succeed the way we want them to succeed. We expect people to have a white picket fence, and we expect that to be their version of success because Western world is materialistic, and we have brought that with our colonization of this country. So what we need to do, and I totally agree with Jacqueline Cardinal's comment of seeing through both eyes and seeing through two eyes, because that is a necessity. I am also fortunate to be doing primary research for my own PhD and for my master's degree, and it's all been around human-centered research in prisons. We've interviewed 800 incarcerated men and women in both provincial and federal prisons, and I can tell you it lines up gloriously with the ethnographic research done by Dr. Schulman. I can tell you that 73% of women incarcerated in the Edmonton Institution for Women have experienced homelessness. 76% of those women are Indigenous. If you go to the Edmonton Institution for Women's maximum security pod, 100% of those women are Indigenous. In the last 10 years, we have had an increase of 53% incarceration of the Indigenous population in this country. and we continuously do the same thing and expect a different result. I often say, as an analogy, policing is a Rolade tab for pancreatic cancer. We're addressing a symptom, we're not addressing the root cause. And understanding adverse childhood experiences and trauma and the human experience, and teaching our police officers about that. If we worked for Nike, we know who's buying our shoes. And if we worked for Tesla, we know who's buying our cars. But for some reason, policing education and academy learning doesn't talk about the social determinants of crime, the social determinants of health, who the justice client is, and how better to respond to individuals with the C word, as I call it, as compassion as our first emotion. When you think about the research that I've been fortunate to be a part of, I can tell you that 97% of women and 95% of men incarcerated in our prisons were experiences of victims of crime. And the argument can be made, well, that's because they're living a criminal lifestyle. Then I can say that 82% of men and 83% of women experienced this victimization prior to their first detected crime. And by victimization here, I'm not talking about property crime. I'm talking about sexual and sexual violence and violence. So when we teach first aid, we teach people to use universal precautions. We say, wear your PPE, wear your gloves. And I'm talking pre-COVID, of course, but 0.6% of our population has hepatitis C and 0.006% of our population has HIV in this country. But we teach universal precautions on the basis of being safe for both the person and the individual providing aid. And I will say this, I just told you the numbers of people, the trauma and homelessness and those issues. And right now, what I'm going to say is we need universal precautions of compassion for policing, and that will lead into well-being. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And that is well said. Thank you. Okay, so that is our list of speakers. And now we can move on to questions of our speakers. And we'll just check in with Councillor Nicol as he selected this, if he has any questions for those who just presented.
No, I'm good to go.
Okay, so we'll move to Councillor Banga. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I got questions for at least three of the speakers. I guess first I'll go with Caleb. And I know you guys teach your students through courses, through the final assignments about all these recover and everything else. I guess it's not just recover; it's probably general aspects of life too. But is there any follow-up being done? Like, how do these trainings actually help those folks in the long run?
Thank you for your question. There is being follow-up done. So one of the things that we've integrated into the courses where we've been piloting or prototyping, integrating the wellness framework, is actually asking students at the beginning of the course kind of their perceptions about Edmonton and well-being, and then we ask them at the end of the course as well, so that we can start to understand how this applying the well-being framework has shifted their thinking and how it has impacted them. We also ask them information like, how do you see using this as a lens or a framework with both your education and your work moving forward? So we are collecting that data and sharing it with the Recover team so that we can try and learn the impact of the students, knowing that we have only been applying the framework in the recent future. We're hoping to track and stay in touch with some of these students over the long run as well, so that we can see kind of that long-term impact that the well-being framework is having on the students' experience.
One more question, please. It's I know the world is changing so much every day. Are your courses, are they changing year by year, or they're staying the same?
So they definitely are evolving. And one of the things that's been great working with the Recover team is because we are a smaller post-secondary institution and we're able to stay nimble and flexible, we've been able to integrate kind of this rapidly changing environment into the coursework. And the other strength is because we really leverage community engaged learning opportunities and community engaged research. So, we want the work that our students are doing to directly benefit, be embedded, and impact the community. We're able to, work with teams like Recover, learn about what these emerging needs are, and directly input that into the curriculum and the coursework, rather than taking, years and years to implement that, which by that time, maybe there'll be other challenges. So I think we're able to act very quickly in terms of integrating that, which I think both benefits the community and also the student experience as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Fox, question for you. You've been working with Recover for a while now. Could you be able to tell me, how would you comment on the success of this program? Like what is the measure?
Well, I won't specifically speak to the empirical successes. Mark Kabaj is here. He could provide way more educated answers to you on that. But I will say that what I've really seen, as I mentioned in my earlier comments, is a breaking down of barriers between those of us who are all working towards the same goal. And I'm seeing agencies working together better and differently. I'm seeing other initiatives spring off of our work on the Catalyst Group. I'm seeing us get together and meet with each other on different things because of the work the Catalyst Group is doing. I'm seeing, as I said, a lot of linkages to other work that's being done to deal with issues of social inclusion in the downtown area, like the Downtown Community Safety Task Force and like the neighborhood work we've been doing. All of those kinds of things are anecdotally what I'm seeing, and I'm seeing that Reach has been specifically benefiting from those. So in terms of what differences have been made and the numbers, I would defer that to one of the learned colleagues that's on here. But it just in terms of experientially, that's what we've been able to glean from it.
Thank you. My time is up.
So it is. Thank you, Councillor Banga. Next we have Councillor McKean.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody for their presentations. They were fantastic. Although I do want somebody to remind Inspector Dan Jones that we didn't defund the police and he can actually turn his light on in his office. I'm going to pick on you first, Sarah Schulman. It strikes me that we're not speaking the same language. That city council and administration work in a kind of technocracy. Very linear, very data-driven. We need outcomes. We have something like 2,000 homeless people. We have, at last count, 180 people sliding into homelessness during this COVID and financial crisis. We've been focused on housing as a very high goal. Do we have that wrong? And we need outcomes like that, and maybe that's all colonial of me, but we need outcomes.
Great question. Thanks, Councillor McKean. Yes, we need housing, but housing for what purpose? And so, I think the ethnographic research, the research that's been done for over a decade with urban Indigenous communities across Canada is really clear that when we only focus on housing and see that as the outcome rather than as the output that enables the outcome, and the outcome is we want people to feel a sense of belonging. We want them to feel connected to family, to community. We want them to have a sense of hopefulness and a sense of optimism about the future. Those are the things that we aspire for. And the house enables us to have some modicum of security, but it can also set us back. And, so much of our research, the 60 folks that we've spent time with on the streets are the folks that have been housed through many of your initiatives. And they cycle back in and out and go through that eviction loop, which is incredibly expensive for cities because we haven't gotten a handle on the fact that if we just focus on housing and can't help them move to that next thing, we will never get as far as we need. So I don't think we're speaking a different language. I think we're emphasizing different throughputs versus outputs versus outcomes. And it's not either or.
When I heard that data point, if you will, that the number one priority for homeless Indigenous people was respect, that kind of blew my mind. You know, it wasn't housing or work or, you know, whatever it was. I was surprised by that. And I thought, are we injecting that into our housing programs? And you know, and I can't claim to fully understand that at all, but we need outcomes. We need outcomes. And is it your argument that if we want good outcomes, we don't want to keep, you know, spending good money after bad or bad money after good, whatever that saying is, that we need to listen and learn? And this ethnographic research is valuable because it's already been, in many ways, it's been started at least, that if we listen and learn from that, we will get better outcomes?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Councillor, is that we have, you know, I think the premise of doing good decolonization work is to start by deeply listening, not imposing our frameworks of understanding. And housing is a framework that is deeply Western, and the way in which we approach it, and this is what much of our research documents, is that how we go about providing housing can be profoundly disconnecting and can be profoundly shame-inducing. And so the ways in which we approach it, we're shooting ourselves in the foot time and time again by sort of suggesting that the outcome of housing is the most important outcome. We're deeply committed, all of us, I think, you know, on this call are deeply committed to seeing outcomes. The question is, are we going to stop at just making sure folks have the basic necessities met? Or are we going to recognize that what folks deeply need is something so much more profound? We want to feel like we matter in life. We want to feel like we've got love in our life. Those things are not moot points. And although the languaging can feel perhaps a bit abstract or not as serious or technocratic as the ways we typically measure outcomes, I believe that is what we're being called to do if we actually listen to folks on the ground.
Well, it was my colleague who is chairing this meeting today who made a really good point about how the camp in Rossdale over the last few months was serving needs that we weren't able to deliver. Yeah, I'm out of time. I might come around again, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Keane. I didn't put myself on the list, but I've got a few questions. And I honestly don't know where to put this question, so I'll just put it out there. This is all great information. It's pretty much irrefutable information. This has been researched to death. We know what to do. We pretty much know how to do it. The constraints are, how do you implement it on a city level? But the larger constraint is, how do you implement it on a societal level? Because one thing we know is that it's very easy to politically score points when it comes to Indigenous issues because there is a lack of respect. And so there is an inherent bias or racism in our society. And I know this because I grew up with it. And we see it every day. And we see it in political messaging and memes. And we see it in societal reactions to news stories or whatever it is. And so even though all the facts and all the humanity point to the actions we could take, how do we actually implement this in a way that will stick and will hold and will overcome these intentionally created biases since the foundation of our nation? Anyone can jump on that if you feel bold enough.
I think Sarah answered that. Dr. Schulin answered that. I think she answered that when she said, we need to listen deeply.
Yeah.
right? We need to understand that and I'm going to say we right now, whether it's your justice actors, or it's your individuals in housing, or it's your individuals in education, that every single institution we have is built in colonization. And every construct of success is built in colonization. Now, we need to acknowledge that, first of all, and we need to listen. We need to start with taking the ethnographic research and taking our ethnographic prison research. Right? There's a sample of 800 people that are telling us what they need. And I can tell you one of the things that didn't come out of 800 researchers, almost none of those individuals thought they should get rid of the police, but they want the police to be there differently. They want the police to be there in a way that's respectful and responsive to their needs. Because interestingly enough, our Indigenous federal prison sample, women specifically, 60% of them had called the police and reported one of their victimizations, at least one of their victimizations. But you know what they didn't get? They didn't get satisfaction in their justice experience. So I think the answer is in the people that we ask. And I think the failure of our systems is our desire to maintain the status quo because we know best, and we need to change that. And that's where we have to start, is changing our culture in all of these systems. If I hope I didn't say that too mean.
No, that's a good answer. Now, so the second part of my question is that as a policymaker, I find myself running up against running up against the fact that it's very easy to not do these things for some folks, because there is a political risk to it because of the entrenched attitudes in our society. And so it's far easier to just jump on the bandwagon of the status quo of the past 150 years and more. So to direct policy means that you also have to show leadership. You also have to be an exemplar to the public of higher ideals. But that would also necessitate the fact that you were committed to higher ideals. And as we know from watching politics, there are many who are not, and in fact would drag us down. And so any advice on how we approach this in a way that can bring along the public and bring along policymakers who really should be taking the lead?
Well, I'll jump in quickly, Councillor Paquette. One of the things that we've learned at Tamarack around community change in the last 2.5 decades is that people do need exemplars. We need to see, we need to understand and listen, but we need to see meaningful expressions of trying to live out a new set of ideas. And, you know, those are always the innovators, and innovators only need to know why. They don't need to know how. They'll figure out how. They'll get irritated if you tell them how, quite frankly. And so can we create a space for people to innovate and back them up? And then that sets the stage for early adopters, because they want something to adopt. They need exemplars. They need framing like Sarah's offered us. What is the it we're trying to achieve? Knowing that evolves. And then later, the majority comes later, right? The late adopters and even the laggards. And the challenge now, though, of using that model is we live in such polarized times that it's easy for things to get politicized. So I think the challenge is, how can we exemplify this and begin to exemplify it in a way that doesn't add to, maybe even diminishes the polarization? And that's a pretty tricky challenge, but there's lots of good exemplars right now that actually cause friction. So yes, demonstrate, support. That's the only way we're going to start, but how do we do it in a way that doesn't add to polarization? And I think that's a tough challenge. Sarah might be jumping in.
And I mean, to add to that, Councillor.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think for me, that's what is hopeful about Recover and the concept of kind of community-driven research and development, is that we're involving tons of folks. Hundreds of community members across Edmonton have engaged over the past couple of years in beginning to have different conversations, to use the framework to start to reimagine how do they interact? What do they say to a street-involved person? How do they connect in a different way? What are the different rituals and routines that you can go about in your day-to-day life that begin to bring in the other and kind of connect over lines of difference? So, on the one hand, all of this is tremendously big stuff. And on the other, it can be rooted in quite simple interactions in how we choose to listen and what we choose to ask about in stopping and being present. And so I think, off creating that infrastructure for research and development where lots of folks can come together to create new things, to test and try things rather than a kind of top-down strategy. I do think that is what we're being called to do. And Recover, I think, has helped create some of those ground conditions for that. And we need more of that. That's how you scale rather than scale through like McDonald's or Starbucks approach where you have a cookie cutter solution. I think the new way that we're being called to act is about how do we at scale have tons of bottom up things that are connected through a common framework and a common set of purposes.
All right, thank you for that. For the record, I happen to serve with a great council, but there are politicians everywhere. We'll move on to Councillor McKean. Or actually, Councillor Nicol is still in the first round. Go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Just for administration.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to ask Susan Coward a question or questions, so that's administration, I guess, too. So.
Okay. Well, are there any other questions for our panel of speakers? I'm not seeing any, which means that you've done a fantastic job. Really appreciate you coming. And of course, you can stick around and listen to us ask questions of administration at this point. Or you can go about your day. It's up to you. All right. So thank you very much. And we will now move to administration. And that means that Councillor Nicol is up first.
So, hello, Mark. How are you? Mark, are you still there?
Yeah, just to be clear, Council, or to the committee, Mark Cabage and Sarah Schulman are part of our delegation.
Yeah,
So for this purpose, they're a part of our administration, if you will.
Yeah, I was a little confused on that, so I apologize. Mark has the glorious or dubious distinction of teaching me about social return on investment. Literally almost 20 years ago. That's why I'm going to be directing my questions at poor Mark here today. Mark, are you still with us?
Let me see if I can get him back.
Yeah, can you get Mark? Okay, then I can pass, wait till you get Mark back. Scott, do you want to go ahead? And then I'll wait, because I want to talk to Mark.
I'd be happy to go ahead, Mr. Chair, if you so agree.
Yeah, so go ahead, Councillor McKean. Councillor Nicol will swing back to you a little later.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Susan, is there an intersection point with the Public Safety Task Force that Council created?
Not at this point. I haven't been asked to be engaged.
Oh, because it would seem to me that all the research you've done and work you'd have done would be an important input into the Public Safety Task Force. I don't know. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, we can make that connection, certainly. And just so the committee is aware, Dan Jones is also on the task force, so he's a bit of a kindred spirit in terms of some of the Recover info being socialized at that table potentially as well.
Yeah, do you think, Rob, you might need a motion out of this committee just to make that happen for sure, though, that it's just the task force then would know that committee was recommending that, even though I'm not on this committee, but might be something worthwhile.
Council, that's really up to the committee. We would do that, but it certainly gives it more oomph, if you will, if there is a motion. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I might implore the committee to consider that. The other thing I wanted to know about, you've got prototypes on the go and how you would be reporting back on that, Susan.
What we would like to do is, we're not really sure. We know some counselors are very interested in the prototypes, and so it would be a great opportunity to come back sometime to show what was it what were we trying to address, what did we learn in our research, what did we try out, what worked, what didn't work. And for the things that worked, we'd have suggestions about, well, how do we go forward with this and start making it and applying it. And so we're working on the connector role from January to March at the Mustard Seed, the CESCO. And so I think about April, we would have some really good information, and we could bring the other prototype information in as well. So I'm not sure if that's something that comes here, or if there's another way to bring. Certainly we would bring others along. I'm just not sure about council. Mark is back.
Might be another part of a motion that I would suggest, Mr. Chair, is some sort of, whether it's spring reporting or annual reporting, because Susan, if I remember correctly, you were given a budget. Part of that challenge was, though, to start to get partners in the community for funding as well.
Yes, and we're working on that. And we've got that good partnership this year with police and with Forward, Reach, and McConnell. So, and the Catalyst members, as you heard from Jesse, they're there at the table too to see how we can all work together and bring our funds together and have even greater impact.
So that might be part of the reporting as well, would be to report back on your prototypes and your partnerships. I think that'd be really good. I think council would be interested to hear that. And I must tell you, so is Recover available? And I don't necessarily mean high-priced consultants like Sarah Schulman. Wanted to see if I could get her head to pop up, but there it goes. Is Recover available to do, like I've sort of volunteered you to the city of Grand Prairie, I must admit, Susan, and maybe to the Intercity Forum on Social Policy as well, because I think the work you're doing, while it might still need some translation for those of us in the technocracy, I think is really interesting, and you're available to do that sort of thing as well, right? To spread the word.
For sure, and we want to.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask Susan to talk closer into the mic. Some folks are having trouble hearing. Go ahead.
Thanks. Is that better? Yes.
I would hope it is.
Yeah. We're totally available, and we would love people to come along and learn with us. We could all learn together.
Mr. Chair, well, I sort of would make it a plea, if you will, that the committee consider a motion that would do the reporting and also ask for Recover to present to the Public Safety Task Force, and that would be fantastic. Thank you. I'll duck out now.
Okay, well, your plea is falling on partially deaf ears, but we will do what we can. All right, so we'll move to Councillor Banga.
I believe Mark is back, so probably Councillor Nickel want to go first.
Sure, I'll go first. Mark, I was just...
Oh, sure.
Mark, I'm glad to have you back. It's been a while. I was just telling everybody that you're the guy who taught me about social return on investment over 15 years ago. Do you remember that? Put on your mic, Mark.
Yeah, I remember those conversations. That was I cut my teeth on SROI.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, Mark, you understand pretty much how I think with regards to MTOs, metric targets and outcomes. And I get a little concerned, and it's not meant to say with disrespect to another speaker, but measures of existential harm is something I really can't sink my teeth into. So, from your perspective, it is measuring SROI, and there is an argument out, some people say, well, some of those things you can't measure. Some of those things you cannot make an account for. How would you reply to that?
Oh, gosh, I thought you were going to ask me easier stuff. Well, so, before I started evaluation, I used to have beautiful hair. I had really good hair. And now I don't.
I noticed that,
yeah. Part of the challenge, there's a general rule in evaluating social innovation that there's no narratives without numbers and no numbers without narratives. You absolutely need mixed methods. And so you can capture change, but a lot of it isn't easily reduced to quantifiable targets. And listen, that pains me because I do like metrics a lot. I actually started evaluation because I was upset with the lack of metrics. You and I share that same worldview, but I've been in the field enough to know that not everything is reducible. So how do you capture complex things where some of it might be measurable, and how do you avoid having metrics just for the sake of metrics? I mentioned that I lived in Poland for 4 years when the wall came down, and I actually threw my back out in Poland. And one of the reasons I threw my back out is I was helping someone move furniture. And I said, why is this furniture so bloody heavy? And part of the reason it's heavy is at one point before the wall came down, Polish furniture makers were rewarded for the gross tonnage of exported furniture. And so what they did is they eventually made it heavier. And I threw my back out moving that furniture. So there's lots of reasons to, metrics are necessary, but you can't capture it all. Now, there are moments in time when you can get a very primitive and possibly illustrative social return on investment or return on taxpayers' investment, but it absolutely better be highly couched in a lot of the narrative and qualitative information, or else we're going to have the same problems that we had in Poland.
So, Mark,
it's not no, Councillor Nicol, it's not no, but it's how.
So, Mark, we've had this discussion before about scalability and whether it's appropriate or not to talk about macro solutions or smaller pilots, smaller programs, and measuring it that way based on more localized outcomes than an aggregate outcome. Is that some of what you're trying to get towards here? Because obviously what happens on the north side is not going to be the same what happens on the south side depending on the neighborhood. Does that not make sense?
Oh, absolutely. There's another general rule called context plus mechanism equals outcome.
Correct.
The human-centered design context in the north of Edmonton may play out differently in Strathcona. So there is going to be a challenge, and particularly in these early days when what we're trying to achieve and how is evolving, it's very difficult to land on centralized, standardized metrics. You have to watch what outcomes are, learn how to track them, mixed methods, and then you can start betting heavier on longer term aggregate impacts, but I don't think we're even close to that, and we would create problems if we spent a lot of time trying to do that.
Well, you did speak towards the issue of polarization with regards to some of these issues that was raised by Councillor Paquette. Certainly, I think you and I would both agree that if we're looking for wins, we're looking for small wins to build greater public consensus around these smaller pilots. Of course, that makes sense. So with regards to the strategy, and this is the phrase you taught me is evolution, not revolution, in terms of these projects and pilots. Does this really, Mark, I'll be blunt with you because I've known you for over, oh my goodness, 20, 30 years now. Is this going to get us there, or what should we be adding here, Mark?
You know what, this is...
Well, you never thought it was going to be easy, Mark, right?
Yeah, I thought you were going to miss this meeting. None of this is off the record, unfortunately. You know what? There are so many good things going on in Edmonton. I look at this project and I go, look, can this be one of those R&D projects that is just given oxygen to try out a new approach? There's a million things that are going on with the conventional stuff. The city's not losing anything. We're doing a lot of the incremental improvement stuff with hundreds of millions of dollars already. This is one of the very few chances to try and get at something new. It's not, look, I don't know your budgets. It's hardly registered compared to all the other investments. I'd like to see this thing go through. I've been in this field for 25 years, as you noticed. There's something good here. I barely understand some of it, but it feels like it's directionally correct, clumsily off in the right direction. So if we're going to do R&D, and R&D is messy, you can't reduce it that fast. It is, the first BlackBerry didn't cost $200. It cost $5 million to build, right? Because it was messy. We had to find it. We're not saying this should cost $5 million. Let this thing spin out. And Sarah actually, she reminded me several times, sometimes very assertively, that we're not just in the scaling of prototypes to pilots. That is one part of the pathway. Simply seeing exemplars and looking at how to do things differently might trigger behavior changes across a lot of organizations. And last thing, sorry, I know I have to shut up, but if the only way we're going to make change is to develop models and scale them, there's not enough money on the planet to do that, right? If we're going to do stuff that induces behavior change because people see a new way of doing things and they can manifest it across programs and policies, that's way more efficient. So I don't know. I think this is a good bet.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Benga.
Thank you. I guess I'll also start with Mark. Mark, you commented on the pressure to produce rather than the transformative innovation. Okay, so how do you sell it to a general citizen who basically has their house broken into, or they have their there is a homeless camp in their backyard?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't had to do that all that often, but I've been in lots of circles where that is a constant pressure. I don't think it is an either or. I do think people need things to happen. They need change now, and there's often more immediate things that they can do about it. And that's why I like the idea of a portfolio counselor, that there are some things that can be done here and now and that are tangible, and there's other things that are long horizon 2 and horizon 3 in nature. They're less predictable, they're a lot more work, but if and when they work out, they're worth it. So for me, it's not so much an either or. We need to do both. And practically, what does that mean in Boyle McCauley versus Strathcona, et cetera? I think that's a case by case discussion, but I don't think it's an either or thing. People want to have safe neighborhoods. I have a friend who lives in Boyle McCauley, and they're concerned with needles. That has to be addressed, but it doesn't mean we can't try transformative things at the same time.
So what you're meaning to say is different parts of the city needs, I guess, different solutions.
Yeah, that goes back to the earlier comment about context matters a lot. A lot of things, complex issues are almost always highly context sensitive. So the Strathcona is different than the West End on Stony Plain Road is different than Boyle McCauley or 118th Ave. The issues will be different, but I think you raise a good point. The pressures are constant. In change stuff, it's called the pressure cooker of change. You need short-term wins and long-term gains. You need good process in community engagement. You need good product. You need it to be naturally self-organizing in a community, but you need pressure and stimulus from the outside. These are always tensions we're managing. And if the tensions get too high, the pressure cooker blows and nothing happens. And if the pressure gets too low, we don't accept those tensions and nothing cooks. So you as a council are always managing a pressure cooker. And it's meant to induce creative thinking, but it needs to be constantly managed.
Okay, and I do have a question for Sarah. It's a question about well-being. For different people, well-being probably means different things. For some people, it would mean 3 meals a day and a roof over their head. So for some other people, it would be all those above, plus a few rounds of golf and maybe even a fancy car. Could you tell me, how do we establish a baseline?
Great question, Councillor Ringa. Thank you. So yes, well-being is not one thing for all, and I think what we've attempted with the Recover framework is to recognize that there's these component parts, these buckets of things that was consistent across all of our research and really consistent across 3,000 years of historical research. So these 6 different kinds of connection, and you can absolutely establish a baseline in terms of how connected folks feel to those different domains. And there's lots of good measurement tools out there that have been developed that can help us to establish that. And another kind of component, I think, of really great policy making and good social support is that we don't put people into these universal buckets by risk factor or need. And that's our tendency. We put all homeless folks together. We put all folks of a certain ethnicity or race together or a certain gender together, rather than recognizing what we would call segments. And segments are the kind of groupings of folks that do share a similar conception of what matters to them. So you'd have a segment of folks for whom what's most important to them is a sense of achievement and productivity. And you've got a segment of folks for whom respect is the most important thing. And the question is, how can we start to design policy and social supports that are segmented and that can respond to the multiplicity of needs? And that's kind of, that's part of what we're testing and experimenting with Recover, is let's not just develop one thing and hope it works for everybody. Let's have multiple different kinds of interactions, different kinds of social supports that recognize that. And I think, that's, Mark's used lots of private sector examples today, but the reason why Tesla and McDonald's and Starbucks are so successful is that they've learned how to segment their customer base. And they do a ton of work internally recognizing that soccer moms want a different kind of experience at McDonald's than older, isolated men. One's going for convenience and the other wants to sit and have a nice cup of coffee. And they developed their entire McCafe brand based on segmentation. So, if we want to apply private sector thinking to the public sector and start to think about how do we get better at much more segmenting and targeting our approaches so that we can enable many different versions of well-being in our cities.
Thank you. My time is way up.
All right, thank you, Councillor Banga. I want to ask some questions, but I think I've got to give a little analogy or story first, and that is I was helping my little guy with his homework, and part of it was colors. And apparently, and I did not know this, the first, all ancient cultures did not have a word for the color blue. Okay? And the first colors that were ever referenced in any culture, and this is the same across the world, is black and white. Then much later comes red. And then much later comes yellow and green. And it wasn't until what we consider fairly the modern era in the past few thousand years that blue became a concept. And when blue became a concept, suddenly a whole world of colors opened up for us. But before then, the sky was described in terms of black and white and red. And so we're at a place where we are discovering blue. And once we have blue, we can describe things and see things much better than we ever did before. And so I've been listening very, very intently to this idea of getting metrics on something and how difficult it is. And I think it's because we don't have that color yet. However, other cultures do have that color, so to speak. And to them, it's quite easy. You referenced the Blackfoot culture, for example. And their entire philosophy was based on this idea that Maslow borrowed from. But Maslow did it in a way that took blue out. And so how do we get blue in? And who do we look to?
That's such a beautiful question, Councillor. Yes, certainly. As we were compiling the Recover Wellbeing Framework, that's what we took great inspiration from, was just this how many cultures have reckoned with this question, and how do we try and understand what makes a life worth living? Really, is that the oldest question of time? And there are other jurisdictions and other cultures that have managed to put some numbers behind it as well. So, folks will probably know that the Kingdom of Bhutan is famous for moving away from GDP as the measure of how well their country was doing, a sense that is the ultimate productivity measure. That's not the ultimate happiness or well-being indicator. And they developed an entire framework and way of measuring that they continue to this day to roll up and aggregate a sense of how well are our citizens faring when it comes to their sense of wellness. And it's a 8-hour interview process that community members do with each other. And this idea that data doesn't just need to come from a survey, it doesn't need to just come from a kind of top-down way, but actually data, evidence. What is it? It really is just people's experiences. It's finding a way to report on what people find meaningful. And you can do that through conversation. You can do that through storytelling. And those methods absolutely are, deeply a part of Indigenous communities. They're parts of Eastern communities. There's so much to draw on in terms of recognizing that as legitimate ways of knowing. And, only in the last 100 years have those of us in the West come to see that that's not legitimate, that we only know something if we can put a measurable number to it. And I really do believe that if we want to move forward with any of these complex challenges, the thing we have to do is loosen the hold on empiricism and sort of say, actually, we have to get back to just what people think matters. And the number may or may not be the best way to measure that. It doesn't mean that we can't get indicators, though, of progress if we start to engage in widespread conversation with folks and kind of peer-to-peer research methods as well.
And actually, Sarah, I'm just going to add to that, if this really is, we're being serious about social R&D because we need to invent a better future, one of the outcomes might be, what are we learning about the color blue? Like, that's an outcome, right? It's in the same way that if you invest in cancer research and you don't find a cure, but you learn a whole lot more about how cell A and cell B interact, and that is insight for the world to build on and to learn from. So part of an R&D outcome is, that is an outcome to learn. What does it look like? And to be very cautious about premature commitment to indicators and all the things that Sarah mentioned as well, to be cautious about that. But that is one of the greatest outcomes of Recover in the last year and a half, this new insight into what it means for well-being with possibly radical implications downstream.
All right, thank you. Those are great answers. Just a quick one for administration. Where does this all now fit into the city plan? And are these principles going to be adopted and applied? And especially with an eye toward GBA plus. If you could respond.
I'll start off, Councillor, and pass it over to Susan if she has anything to add. I think the big city moves in the city plan really do. They don't use the word recover specifically, but really do begin to get the kind of outcomes that has been discussed this afternoon. So in my head, we're in very, very good shape in terms of the starting point with our city plan. I've always had some concerns that Recover was a bit of a one-off, and I think that's how it was perceived a little bit. But I do think with that city plan now getting traction across our entire corporation and having the kind of outcomes that are described in city plan, we're in very, very good shape. And in addition to city plan, we also have Connected Edmonton that also goes there as well. I mean, just the title of that document itself goes to where lots of this conversation goes. Susan, do you want to jump in?
I would just add, I think the part in the city plan that really resonates is caring and compassionate, and we take care of each other. And that's what we're really aiming for in Recover as we look at it. It's not just the professionals, it's not government that's going to build out well-being. We have to do it all together. So that's where I think we can really put some meat to caring, compassionate, and working together.
Okay, I will come back around to that. Councillor Nicol.
No, I'm prepared to move the recommendation and put Councillor McKean's motion as part of it.
Okay, do we have the wording for that?
Mr. Chair, I've drafted up some wording based on the conversation, but I haven't received anything from any members of council.
Okay, well, Councillor Nicol, do you have that wording? If not, I'm happy to read it in.
I'll read it in, oh my goodness, now my eyesight's gone. The Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration work with Recover to support ways the well-being research and design work can support the implementation of the Community Safety and Well-being Task Force recommendation and provide a report back to committee. But Councillor McKean, you wanted to add one, right?
Yeah, there was just, there would be a second clause, I think, to report back to committee, maybe third quarter, second quarter on the advancement of the prototype work.
What about, were you talking about the Public Safety Task Force as well, Councillor McKean? I remember that.
Well, I think that's in that first clause that
Okay,
you just read.
good enough. Yeah.
It's a bit wordy, Madam Clerk, but I won't edit your work.
Okay. As long as it's to his satisfaction.
Yeah, as long as we all understand, I think we do.
And let me just thank Councillor Nicol for that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. Yep, that seems in order. Do we have a due date on that, like for the reporting back?
Would be second quarter of 2021.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Are there any further questions for administration or for our special guests? No? Okay. Would anyone like to speak to this? Maybe Councillor McKean, if you want to close for us, if that's okay with Councillor Nicol. Anyone else who wants to speak maybe should jump in now. Looks like Councillor Zadek has jumped on the board.
And I'll be quick, just fully support this great discussion today. So I appreciate everyone, whether I am on the screen now. No, great discussion and part of the larger body of work that we're all trying to chip away at and taking different perspectives where and when we can. And this seems appropriate to me, so happy to support. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Nicol, are you going to have Councillor McKean speak last to this?
I can't pass it up because it's one of my problems here. It's this, I do take issue, but it's purely theoretical, and Mark will understand this, and that I don't believe a rejection of empiricism is a correct approach. I think if you reject empiricism, you reject replication. If you reject replication, you undermine the concept of what true knowledge is. I know that's rather theoretical, but that's for Mark because we've had many a discussion about true knowledge. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's right. You can't measure what you can't see. Okay, so I agree with that actually, but I also know that this is truly a generational work, and so our empirical evidence is probably going to take more time than a quarterly basis, and we may see some movements annually or even over 5-year segments, and that is a frustrating part for sure. But I think that we have to take this with a grain of reality here, in that we are literally sort of reinventing a way to look at this for Western cultures, and that's where we're at. And there is like a difference, I think, in the segmented quarterly or weekly or annual reports system versus the full sort of cycle of a year or 5 years. We tend not to have that kind of patience on a Western perspective, but I do think that there is some empirical knowledge to be gained here, and I think that there will be. I think it's inevitable, and but for us to determine before we do the work what that should be doesn't allow the work to actually unfold the way it's supposed to. Instead, we're taking a sort of a top-heavy perspective to this, deciding what should happen when maybe that's not what should happen at all on the ground. So I think that evidence and that reporting will come from the ground up toward us, and as that work progresses, it will clarify. That's my perspective. I may be wrong, but I think that I'm right. So this is fantastic work. This is phenomenal work, and this is truly the work of the future. This is a shift in the way that we do things for the better. The phrase "who and what we value and count" really stuck with me. And we know that we are moving more and more to community-based models of how we prioritize things in the city, how we prioritize budgets. And so why would we not follow suit with how we prioritize well-being? And I think that that's what we're going to be doing. I look forward to seeing how this is absolutely and firmly embedded in the way we move forward with the city plan, with GBA plus lenses, how it's adopted and applied, and how it will help inform everything we do going forward. And this doesn't just have to do with enforcement. It doesn't have to do with mental health. It also has to do with how we design a road, or how we design an overpass, or how we determine how a budget is reported to the public. I mean, it is far-reaching. And for some people, I know that that can be unsettling because it's new. But new ideas usually take us all along with it, and we're going to be okay. So I'm really pleased. I cannot thank everyone enough for the work they've done. Although I am not grateful for the fact that Hamburger University is burned into my brain now. So, but on that note, I will stop and give my full-throated support to this motion, and look forward to the benefits that we will yield from it. Thank you. And go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thank you very much, Chair Paquette. First of all, I want to thank Mike Nickel. I was really hoping that he would challenge our speakers today, and he did. And I appreciate that. I think healthy skepticism of this kind of work is really important because, as I said, there's language difficulties here for those of us who work in a empirical technocracy, if there is such a thing. And I want to thank Sarah Schulman for laughing when I called her a high-priced consultant. Maybe you're low-priced. I don't know. But I really appreciate the work. And I can't tell you how blown away I was when I heard that for Indigenous homeless people, their first priority was respect. And that really has had me thinking a lot about what that means and how we may be coming at this without respecting that need, that desire, that aspiration in our housing work. And I think I'm guilty too of wanting to solve this problem, us to solve this problem, or feeling the responsibility to solve this problem rather than working broadly with the community in finding ways to better communicate and talk and learn from each other. I read about a program in Montreal where they were working hard to make the homeless population feel welcome in agencies and recreation centers and other places. But and I think they were making huge strides in that. Like, so when you marginalize someone 100 times a day, and when you treat them with disrespect 100 times a day, what is the result of that? How is that self-defeating for a community? So what I really love about Recover is I think it is going to teach us a lot. I also love the idea of social R&D, where a prototype can be tried, it can fail, it will not have cost much money or time. And I know how governments hate to fail. And it's we're risk averse in government, quite naturally. But I love that about this. I really look forward to a slow build from Recover and maybe a winning project out of Edmonton that'll really make a difference here, and we'll be able to then show it off to the rest of the world. So I'm really, really excited about this. Thank you to the committee today for indulging me in doing the motion too. I really want to keep hearing back on this work, and I'm going to exploit Recover and get you talking about your work in other places and spaces all the time. So thanks again to everybody. Mark, Sarah, thanks for your contributions. Susan and your team, you've done wonderful work. And Mr. Smythe, last word. It's a plea, I guess, too, but let's incorporate this work and these learnings into everything we do. You know, I don't know if Recover has presented to ELT yet, but I think that might be another opportunity for the room full of technical people to learn some stuff and have their eyes opened as well, because I really think we need to include this kind of thinking in everything we do. So I'll stop there. Thank you all again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKeon. I'm seeing no one else, so on the motion, please vote.
We're just missing your vote, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I did put it in. I am a resounding yes.
We have all the votes, thank you.
Okay, please display the votes. And that is a unanimous yes that we will all remember as we go forward into the world. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to our guests and to administration and to all of committee and attendant councillors for the work. Really, really appreciate it. And this is great. Let's move on now. The wheel turns, and we will go to our second item that was second after 1:30, and that is responses to councillor inquiries. But we do have a scheduled break. So before we hop there, why don't we take, is it okay if we just take 10 minutes so we can just get as much done today as possible? Back at 3:45, anyone have a problem with that? No? Okay. I was just going to barrel through. My apologies for my workaholic tendencies. Okay, here we go. All right, and welcome back. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Zadek.
I'm here, thank you.
Yeah, I see you there. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Knack.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. You live here, right? Councillor Knack? No? Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, so let us move on to, where were we? Item 7.1, 2, and 3 are cross-referenced. This is responses to councillor inquiries. I'm going to guess there's a short presentation or introduction from administration.
Mr. Chairperson, we do just have some brief introductory comments. So this afternoon we'll be presenting 3 reports. The first report, photo radar enforcement and accident collision data in special areas. That's in response to Councillor Zidek's inquiry. Photo radar location analysis, and that's in response to Councillor Knack's inquiry. And the third report is the driver feedback sign and automated enforcement staff costs, and that's in response to Councillor Nickel's inquiry. So today on the delegation we have Brian Simpson, our branch manager, Parks and Road Services. As well on the call we have Jessica Lamar, our Director of Traffic Safety, and we also have Dr. Kareem El-Bassani, the Traffic Safety Research Chair from the University of Alberta, to answer any questions that the committee or members of council may have.
Okay, and that's it?
That's it, Councillor.
Okay, all right. I don't have anyone on the board to ask questions at present. Let me just double check on another screen. No one has any questions for these reports. They were chosen by Councillor Nickel, selected. Councillor Nickel, do you have any questions?
No, I was just telling Mr. Seabrook my answers on my feedback signs have been answered, so I'm prepared to move all 3 receipt for information if Councillor Knack has no questions or Councillor Zidek.
No questions. Okay, well, I guess Councillor Knack may have 1 or 2. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you about that. Sorry about that. Yes, just a few quick questions, actually. So, from the item, and thank you for all of the reports. They're actually quite interesting and worthwhile to read together. I think they quite helped. So, I'm going to focus a little bit on the 7.2, the location analysis. So, reading through that study or through that report, the intent of that, from what I see, is that by the end of this year, we'll actually have something sort of publicly available for all to see, to be able to closely look at, and it talks about location, direction, but probably I think the more important bullet point there at the bottom is the pre-Vision Zero and post-Vision Zero comparison of collision and violation data. So I guess my question is how does that look? So are we able to sort of compare back to times where we didn't actively use photo radar in a location, and is that the type of data we're going to be able to see?
Councillor Knack, we'll actually be able to look annually if folks want to drill down to that particular level of detail. But the pre and post Vision Zero does talk about, the use and the direction of the work through the road safety strategy and now through to the safe mobility strategy. So that's the sort of bigger analysis, and it is important to look at this information more than just on the annual basis, but over time how that data has shifted.
And that's the key, because I actually remember, and I think I did see this. It's Dr. El-Bassani, right? Yes, I see doctors here, and I actually think I remember part of what sparked this inquiry is I think it was you who was at a meeting we had in November 2014, where you had done a study on one of the locations that we used photo radar on in the Henday in the southwest corner. Is that correct? Are you the one that I was remembering from that meeting that did that study?
I think so, yes, most likely.
Perfect. Yeah, I thought so, because if I remember correctly, you had done a study that showed in that specific location the difference between when we weren't using photoradar and then when we started to, is that there would have been like a 33% reduction in serious and injury collisions. Does that sound familiar? It stood out to me, so I've remembered it this entire time, but does that sound familiar to you?
It would probably have been a more aggregate analysis of the program itself. So it wouldn't be specific to one location, but it would be about the overall effectiveness of the program. And so including multiple locations. Yeah.
Well, that's helpful. Either way, it's so I get why I asked that, and maybe back to Ms. Lamar, is that you know, I think at times there is, well, let's be honest, like this is a topic that like divides people. No matter where you are on the spectrum, it's like, you know, half and half of the people love it, half people hate it. And we saw that in Morinville when they did the referendum a number of years ago. And there's this fear it's a cash cow or that it's ineffective as a tool. So the point that I wanted to see with this is somebody going to be able to look at a map and look at a location where we've used this tool and see, here's what was happening before we were using this tool, and here's what has been happening since, and the measurable change or potentially non-change on that. Is that the type of detail that we'll be able to see with this?
Yes, Councillor Knack, that's what we're looking towards. We're also working with Dr. Albasioni on some additional research that we can add. And one of the beauties of the work that our friends in Open City and Technology do is through the Open Data Program is that we can continue to add and enhance what we've provided to the public. So this is our first cut of it that gives some of that sort of raw information. We're going to keep working with Dr. Albasioni to enhance that. And then as the province continues to evolve the program and we hear more about the decisions they'd like to see around what constitutes success at a location through the review of the program that they have on now, we can then continue to add that information to this dashboard.
Excellent. So maybe the follow-up though is what if we get this data out there, and what if there's a location we're not seeing a measurable impact? So there's this aggregate change, there's maybe a number of locations that it might work well. What if we find a location that says, you know what, it hasn't really changed it, or it's changed it within a 1 or 2% difference? Will that cause us to look at those locations differently and say, maybe we need to pull a different tool from our toolbox? Going back to Councillor Nichols' inquiry about a digital display sign, something else that can help us achieve our intended outcomes.
Councillor Knack, I'll take a first stab at this, but I think Dr. Albasioni may have some thoughts to add as well. First of all, we do that now, and that analysis does happen. We take a look at what's happening in a location. It's not a set it and forget it kind of situation. We're very connected to that data and what's working and what's not. We're also strategic with driver feedback signs and where we place those, both permanent and portable. And Dr. Albasioni has also done some work with us on driver feedback sign evaluation in particular that helps us think now about, with the complement of signage that we have, where should we be placing them and moving them, and the relationship it has with automated enforcement in particular. So I'll stop there because I think he's the expert to speak to that.
I want to hear that. I'm out of time, so I should stop. I can come back for a second round if nobody else, because I'd like to hear Dr. Albasioni.
Yeah, I don't see anyone else on the board, so go ahead, finish up for sure.
Perfect. Then I'll just essentially get Dr. Albasioni's take on that as well, around how we can use the data we're going to get from this to inform what type of tools work best and where.
And so I would echo Ms. Lamar's comments here. I think the tool would facilitate an opportunity to go and look back into the data to see what has worked, what has worked best, what could have potentially be improved over time. It's important to just understand that when we're looking at a program, it's really necessary to consider that there are lots of different factors, and we actually looked at what makes mobile photo enforcement effective on a location level. And so the point that I think is important to consider here is that you will be able to see that from the data set, but it's really important to go back and understand when you're making a decision around how to best utilize these resources, consider a lot of these other potential factors in our deployment. And so I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear that it's a bit more complicated than just simply looking at it for a period of 1 or 2 years, there is a few things that we need to put into place. But I think the tool would facilitate that. Once you start looking at a bunch of different years and how that particular site has been performing, you should be able to tell from the inputs or the outputs from that tool how effective it has been, maybe over a period of time. Not necessarily one year at the time, but over a period of time.
That's fine. I guess, yeah, the key is just making sure. I think one of the best ways to either, break down cynicism around this tool or frankly reinforce it is to have data, because if truly it's not working in certain areas, I don't want to see us using it, because all that does is it adds to the anger that exists. So one last question, Mr. Dr. Al-Basuni, because you're mentioning maybe an aggregate study. I think there was, the province had released something more broadly as part of their review that showed it was only, I think, it had a small reduction, I think like 1.4% reduction in collisions. Now, that is an aggregate of all Alberta wide, if I understand correctly. And your submission based off your research, if I understand correctly, is that Edmonton has been essentially doing a lot of the things that other municipalities have talked about in the past, and therefore it actually works more effectively here. Is that correct?
You spot on, Councillor Knack. I think we operate one of the most evidence-based and heavily monitored automated enforcement program in the country. I think every aspect of the program has been studied, researched, and questioned over and over again. And so over the years, we've had an opportunity to look at different aspects of it. And I think what I understand what the provincial report was trying to get at, they were trying to generalize based on the information from different municipalities. But it's really important to understand that we have different programs, different resources, different technologies. And so it doesn't scale up to that extent. And so I get questions all the time about our program here in Edmonton from all over the country. And the question is, how do you operate such an efficient program? And my answer is simple. As you just mentioned, we operate a very scientific, evidence-based program that is very transparent and objective and effective. It's also a program that has been proven to save lives.
Thank you. So maybe at very high level, because I've got a little bit of time left, what are some of the, you mentioned we're doing evidence-based scientific matter, like what are some of the other municipalities not doing that maybe causes it to be less effective? Like, is it less strategic around locations? I don't have experience as much in the other municipalities, and you might have done some of that research.
And so there is a lot of components that go into it. And so your deployment strategy, your guiding principles, the decisions around where, why, when, how you do the deployment, what technology do you use, the process and procedures you have in place to issue the violation. And all of these are aspects that are going to influence the effectiveness of the program. Also, the choices of where you are actually going to put that technology. And so putting it in transition zones, which is something that we don't do here in Edmonton. And these are the kinds of things that will have a huge impact on the overall results, including also who operates and who's invested in issuing these tickets. So is it in-house? Is it a third-party operator? I'm not saying that there are any things that is wrong with that, but there are lots of different factors that should be considered. And I think our program here has been vetted over the years, and we've considered all these different aspects when we were doing our research with the city on how best to deploy our resources.
Okay. Well, that's pretty much my time. I really appreciate that information. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I've got a quick question. We get all this great information. It makes a lot of logical sense. We know that we're doing well in comparison to other cities. But you know who doesn't know any of this? The public. And so how do we get this out in an effective way? Removing the politicians and the political spin from it. How do we just get this information out to the public?
Councillor Paquette, I think the results that we've reported in item 7.2 around this interactive map are one of the vehicles for achieving that. We have definitely learned over the last year that Edmontonians like to interact with tools. They like to be able to check information out, try things out themselves, and I totally understand that. We're working with our colleagues in communications on a rollout plan for that when it's available so that we can be sharing that information more widely. And I think the safe mobility strategy, the Safe Speeds toolkit, and all the actions to come that we talked about yesterday at Urban Planning Committee are also opportunities for us to be talking about the value of enforcement and how essential it is in a safe system in achieving Vision Zero.
Okay, because it would be great. It's just an interactive map with all of our photo radar on it, and maybe even our variable speed signs, anything that people can just take a look at on their phone. It's not too process heavy, so it doesn't overload the phone, and it's very, very easy and simple to use. And that way, folks can know. No one's trying to entrap them. Oh, we got you. You were speeding. Instead, it's here's where these are. Here's the reason they are where they are. Here's why it's effective. Here's what it looks like compared to other cities. Just something really, really simple, straightforward, so that folks can know that this is just one of our tools for traffic safety. As far as I'm concerned, not looking at it as a revenue driver in any way, but there is a penalty, and the money from that penalty goes into back into traffic safety. Can we do this in a way that is very simple for the public?
Councillor Paquette, that is the plan, and it will be rolled out by the end of the year, and that's the commitment we've made in item 7.2.
Yeah.
And again, it's a starting point. It has important starting information, and we'll continue to grow and evolve that over time as well.
Thank you, because nothing would please me more than to put this to bed forever. Because guess what? I'm not a huge fan of photo radar, never have been, but I understand that in certain places it's got a utility. I get it. And I hope that all Edmontonians will have that opportunity for that same information, so they get it as well. All right, thank you. This is good stuff. I really appreciate it. I don't see anyone else, and so Councillor Knack, or actually, this was selected by Councillor Nicol. Do you mind
Yep,
moving
received
closure?
information. Yep, keep going.
Okay, Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly to speak to it, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
Perfect.
and then we've got Councillor Zadok. Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. So I just again wanted to actually say thanks for all three of these reports. I'm glad they all came together. I think there was great value in bringing them together and to seeing this. I've written about this a few times. I feel I always had a very uneducated perspective on photo radar before I was on council, and that my view, I was one of those people that felt, hey, if you don't want a ticket, don't speed. Which, while personally I still subscribe to that, I don't think that's a valid decision-making position. That's not a good reason to say we should use this tool. Because if it's truly not effective, then we should make sure that's known and change what we need to. So I remember this was discussed, like I say, November 2014, and then a couple of times since. And I just want to thank Ms. Lamar and her team, because this had been talked about a while back in terms of that visual representation and having a true interactive map that would show it. And for a variety of reasons, that sort of fell by the wayside. So I'm really encouraged to know that's going to come forward, because I don't think the position of, well, just don't speed and you won't get a ticket is not a good enough reason to say why we should or shouldn't be using photo radar as one tool in the toolbox. So I'm very interested to see each of these locations, to understand how it's working, and frankly, if there are locations where it's not working. And I do understand, and Ms. Lamar mentioned that we try to do that already, and I think we probably do a fairly good job of it. But again, back to what Councillor Paquette was talking about, people need to see it. That's the best way to defeat cynicism, is give information, get that data into people's hands. We just spent a ton of time talking about Recover and the importance of how you measure things and how you understand that. Likewise, for something like this, I think it's really important. So I've been wanting this for a while to, in one way or another, help provide some comfort to people that this is being used effectively. And again, if it's not, that we take quick action to put something else in place. And then just to the driver feedback sign piece, I know that works really well in a number of cases, and I hope to see more of those, and really appreciate Councillor Nicol's inquiry, and also appreciate Councillor Zadok's, because it was fascinating to read through that series of information. So all of this to be said, which is that happy to see this. I'm not here to render final judgment on photo radar yet, because I want to see that data and use those final measurements to help understand if we should make any broader changes. And the province may do it themselves, but if they allow municipalities to keep using that tool, I want to make sure we have that detailed information to make an informed decision one way or another on how we use this particular tool. So thanks for doing all this work. It was really interesting to me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zadok.
Thank you very much. I'll be fairly quick. I just feel that I should thank administration for pulling this all together. As Councillor Knack was saying, the reports are great, and this is one of those instances where I didn't have any questions because they were answered within the reports. And I think the more, and this has already been echoed or made explicit, but the more the public has that information, the less mistrust there is, and the more transparency and accountability there is on the City of Edmonton, which is the right balance. I think we should be able to defend our position and how it is, and recognize that we're in an evolving environment. And I look forward to the province's review, and I would like to see less photo radar, but recognize that it's a tool, particularly to capture excessive speeding. I think we all want situations where its use is limited and justified, and where it's not being used, there's other mechanisms to slow drivers down and keep roads safe. So I appreciate the report and didn't ask any questions because it was, I don't know if I enjoyed reading it as much as Councillor Knack is implying that he enjoyed it, but it was definitely worth the time. And I know that a lot more hours put into compiling the reports on behalf of from our city administration. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And I'm a little unclear. Do we have to accept reports from inquiries for information, or is that it? We accept the report? Okay. Well, I'll move that we accept these reports for information.
I moved it already for you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, I did not hear that. Thank you very much, Councillor Nickel. And so let's just vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. A shocking unanimity. All right, so let us move on now. We're hopping back to 6.5 city-owned golf courses. And if we can get the speakers list up, that would be very helpful. Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Banga, is he still with us? I do not see him on the list. So, you know, I will make way for Councillor Nickel here. I'd rather hear what he has to say than my own voice right now. Go ahead, Councillor Nickel.
So I was talking to Councillor Zidek. I just got on the board before him, so he'll probably finish up the direction that because it was his inquiry. So Rob, obviously Rundle is potential. I see it great potential in this asset, but it's really underperforming. And I'm not interested in selling the asset. I'm not interested in even privatizing the asset in any regard. But what I am interested in is asking the question, would a new management model apply? And if it would make sense to you in administration, Mr. Jevney, for example, what kind of form of expression of interest or do you need that direction? Because you did mention, Mr. Smythe, this is already on your radar. You already know this, right? You see the numbers. So I would appreciate your comments as to what direction you might want or don't need as to move this forward to get Rundle to a place where we can so we can get it viable.
I guess, Councillor, certainly has been on our radar screen for quite a while, and we've tried. I'm not sure we've failed, but it hasn't really moved the dial significantly.
And I think, Rob, there's lots of reasons for that. So I'm not worried about yesterday.
Right. So I guess the only point I'll make, and we can discuss it a bit, is the work that's going on the reimagined services. So as I alluded to previously, KPMG is looking at the entire program, including golf. And so I guess I know maybe not what you want to hear, but if we were to sort of delay the conversation until we get that information back, because they're going to weigh in on rec centers and golf and just how we operate that whole program, and provide some recommendations for ELT and then into council.
My only worry with accountants is they tend to be very binary, right? Private, public, and because accountancy is accountancy, right? And it doesn't often reflect a nuance like Woodvale and Millwoods Golf Course represents. So that's kind of where I come back, and I get worried about the state of chartered accountancy, I guess, and in their assessment that's a Monty Python joke, if anybody recalls that at all. Rob does. Anyways, the state of chartered accountancy. So your recommendation is wait and see, and this will come back, and because give me a sense of the timeline here. So then maybe Councillor Zidek wants to maybe push it harder. I don't know.
Maybe I'll ask Roger to weigh in terms of timing. Roger, what's in front of you?
Sure, Councillor, we're expecting recommendations in March. And I can assure you they're looking at not only privatizing, but or a private sector contractor, but also a not-for-profit partner to take over all or some of the operations. As I said at the start, the pro shops are contracted out, the food's contracted out. We're doing the horticulture piece essentially. So they'll look at the whole profile or the whole program of golf and golf courses, whether it should go as a one piece or if an individual course makes more sense. So it would be, I think, desirable to get their recommendations, and then certainly council have the ability to decide how to proceed.
Okay, Roger, so we have the operational concerns because of the shortfall. We have capital investment that needs to be redone in Rundle. And then who's best able to do that is the third question that I guess what I'm going to be looking for towards answers, because obviously we have some cash flow issues ourselves. Is that part of what's turning around in your head? It's what you're expecting to see on golf courses?
Yeah, certainly. We've talked about the financial model and the ability for us to get capital the way others could as part of that. So we do expect it'll be a broad review and a good set of recommendations on how to go forward, not just with the Rundle, but with the whole program of golf.
Yeah, but Roger, I'm worried about losing it, right? Just losing the focus here, because Victoria is kind of moving forward, and that could just be about some management issues to get their numbers better, and Riverside as well. But Rundle is different. Rundle is different. We've got a great piece of real estate. We've got a great asset, and it might just take a little more. But I'll leave it to Councillor Zidek to because it was his inquiry and concern. So I'm just saying, just telling you what I'm going to be hoping to look for.
Okay, and now for something completely different, Councillor Zidek.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. I'm just clicking onto the right screen here. I had a lot more questions, but in the interest of time, I'll skip most of those because I think the expected result of the answers would just to reinforce that perhaps Rundle needs to be looked at differently, but with the other two golf courses, perhaps there's some more time or there could be learnings from what we do potentially with Rundle. Okay, so my question, that saved us 5 minutes right there. Now my question would be, as KPMG in doing their work right now, have they been privy to the results of this report that resulted from this motion that was made previously?
Yeah.
Rhonda?
Yes, the full report has been shared with them.
Okay. Can you,
as well as all the detailed financial information?
Yeah. Can you speculate that this might impact their findings in some manner? Can you comment on how it was received? Because I want us to be moving the ball forward, and it would be my hope, but I'd want the objective reality that this information has provided assistance to them in their pursuit.
Well, I can assure you, Councillor, that right from the beginning, golf has been one of the subjects we've talked about as opportunities to look at different ways to deliver the service. So it's forefront in their mind, and they're with this report, with the other data we provided, I can assure you they'll come back with some recommendations on golf. What they are, I'm not sure, but it's front and center in the review.
And just to reflect a little bit, Councillor, I mean, part of the work is reducing reliance on the tax levy, both operating and capital. So how do we do that? So that's where they'll make some recommendations is what we expect.
Yeah, and I'm very tempted to make a motion, a subsequent motion on this, but I don't want to just be redundant with what's coming back anyways. But I think from the report that we received here in 6.5, standalone, it makes a case for looking at a different operating model for Rundle. So without knowledge, if I didn't know that KPMG was doing this other work, I would feel pretty grounded and ready to make a subsequent motion. Right now, I guess the question would be, would it be useful? And I heard that we're going in this direction, and I heard that we're only going to wait till March until we get some answers. But then at March, if we trigger something that looks into a third party operating Rundle as an example, if that's what would happen, then we've lost 3 months, and then we're starting then. So, or 4 months even.
Council, my only caution would be if we move just on Rundle, it may limit the scope of options that KPMG and the Reimagine team may recommend. So that would be my only caution if you wanted to go forward at this time with just the one course.
Yeah, and I'm probably getting off track here, but I'm interested in the whole conversation around rec centers too. What I will do right now is end my questions at this moment, and I might come back on with a motion, but if maybe there's a bit more debate to be had, and I know we're also late in the day here with important items still to come up. So I'll click off right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadick. And yeah, I mean, it's good to ask the questions. I think that, from what I understand, that report is coming back with all that information anyway, is it not?
Oh, yeah, it will be, Councillor, yes.
Yeah, and I also recall as we were having this conversation, I remember November 30th, 2018, I was asking about all of this anyway, so obviously I would be in favor of the results of that report. It took COVID to instigate it, but here we are. And I remember asking those questions caused a little bit of consternation, but it doesn't seem to cause that much concern now. I was just also curious along the lines of when we're talking about Rundle, I mean, we heard from the speaker about the barriers to even access Rundle, and is that going to be included in the report as well, just the maintenance of the road? Because I can tell you, just as a guy in a car trying to get down to Rundle, sometimes it's a little iffy, and it really discourages folks from even getting to the park.
Councillor Paquette, I'm happy to let you know that the Rundle Road is looking to go have some construction in 2021. I think it's towards the end of fall of 2021, so you will be happy to.
And here I had stopped believing in miracles. Okay, well, very good. I'll just turn it over to Councillor Nicol then.
Rob and Roger, I think to echo Councillor Zidek's concern here is that I'm worried that KPMG will do a bundle of golf course propositions in terms of how to manage them. And I do not think a bundling strategy for these assets is because they're not equal amongst them. I'm just speaking to it now here to whether we should do a motion, but so I'm speaking to the report. I think Rundle, because the state of what it's in the configuration of the park, it needs much more dramatic attention than the other two golf courses. So my concern, and I think that's why Councillor Zidek and I, and John can speak to this, is Rundle needs to be dealt with separately because there are more infrastructure. Its configuration as par threes are different. Management should be tackled. There are opportunities now for a total overhaul of Rundle, which is not required in Victoria, which is not required at Riverside. That is why I'm pulling out this asset of Rundle Park and saying if we're going to get it to the performance level that we want it to be truly revenue positive and so on with the proper driving range and so on, may take a major overhaul. And that is something very, very different than that's required at the other two assets. So that's my concern that I'm expressing about why I'm separating out Rundle. And if you can take it back to KPMG and assure me that we won't have all the golf courses, we should do this. I personally do not want to see that. I don't think that's a good way to look at the asset.
Okay, sorry.
Follow what I'm saying?
Hate to interrupt. Is there a question?
No, I said I was speaking to it.
Oh, you're speaking to it?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm just speaking to it.
Okay, I got you.
And so that's my only concern. And so take that away. And if KPMG can come back with not a macro, but more of a attention to detail one, as we heard, customization is important for the customer experience.
Councillor Nicol, we can certainly pass on those comments from you to the consultant team.
Okay. And sorry to interrupt, Councillor Nicol, I misunderstood. Okay, Councillor Zadek, you're on the board.
Yeah, thanks. I'm on the fence right now, but I think I'm going to make a motion, and I'll just paste it in the chat. And it's based on what Councillor Nicol was saying. So I'll make the motion. I guess no one needs to second it. Yeah, because we're at committee. But the motion would be that administration report on the necessary steps to transition operation of Rundle Golf Course to a new operator based on a revenue sharing model with the city and to keep adequate public access to golf. And the due date would be to come back with a KPMG report referenced. And what I would say to this is, in 2019, the city of Calgary permanently shut down Richmond Golf Course because it was losing between $150,000 to $200,000 a year. Rundle Golf Course is losing $749,000 a year on average, with $351,000 of that in operations alone. So this is 3.5 times the loss of Riverside in Calgary, and it's of course 5.7 times the loss of Victoria. So given that, and given that it's clear, I mean, we can have all the reports we want and all the process we want and all the information we want, but it couldn't be more clear than what this report identified right now, that this one is an outlier. So having this report, which could be a very short report, I'm even okay with it if it's a memo, but my motion says report. I want to start talking about the steps in mid-March when we get the KPMG report. And due to what Councillor Nicol flagged about the possibility of it being hard potentially to disaggregate this specific line of work out from that report, I think that right now 3.5 months of this is something that is will save a lot of time overall, and perhaps by the 2021 golf season, we might be able to open the doors for Rundle under a new operator and return some revenue to the city of Edmonton. That'd be the hopeful situation. Whereas right now, notwithstanding COVID, I want to remind everyone that we kept the other two golf courses open, but because our budget was so tight, we couldn't just continue to bleed money at Rundle. So we didn't have it open based on purely budgetary reasons last year. There's a chance it won't be open based on budgetary reasons next year. This 3.5 months that this could advance could be helpful. And if we're plowing a new road there, hopefully people can use it to get to a modernized, reimagined golf course that shares revenue with the city of Edmonton and ensures adequate public access to golf. If anyone has questions on committee or on council, I'm happy to explain what I mean by adequate access to golf and the revenue sharing model and anything else that you may want to ask me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Knack, you had a question?
Yes, please. Just for the mover, I just wanted to double check though. So the due date is to come back with the KPMG report. Is the intent to, so based off of the questions we heard, KPMG is doing this broader report. We heard caution from yourself and Councillor Nicol around it. They're coming back with a series of sort of a bundled recommendation for all of them. So is this motion for administration to do this work independent of that, or is this to provide clarity for KPMG that in their report that they're already doing, that they should make sure they're breaking out this golf course? So essentially, are we asking them in to do complementary work, or are we asking KPMG to just be very specific in their recommendations?
It's a good question. So we've already heard how the reports are intertwined with each other, and this report that's before us right now has already informed preliminary findings for KPMG. I think, though, this is something administration should look at because it's a direction from, if it passes, from committee or council, and administration can further have internal discussions with KPMG to see how they want to format everything. But what's important about it being tied together, my intention, just so you're clear, is so that for ease of agenda management and for a consolidated debate, if this were to come back a month before KPMG or a month after, I don't think it would do us a service to debate it then, and it'd probably get held up anyways. I'm not going to pick an arbitrary date of Q1 or Q2. It's just, I think that this is the most tangible thing to tie it to, and that's my reasoning.
Excellent. No, thank you. The reason I ask, I just wanted to make sure we're, again, in interest of our budgetary, this makes sense. I'm happy to have this conversation. I just wanted to make sure we're maximizing dollars. So if we're already spending dollars and we can piggyback off some of that work, so as to not have admin do a report dedicated to one specific recreation entity, because we're having a broader piece. So your intent would be give them the flexibility to figure out how to best make sure that they're not doing like a Rundle only report in all of the recreation work, but make sure that there is a singled out portion that includes Rundle in the conversation.
Correct. And as much as I think we all, and not to use much of your time, but in answer to your,
go ahead.
Yeah, in answer to your question, I think there's been times, just because through human nature and miscommunications, where we expect a report maybe to go in one direction and it doesn't. If KPMG doesn't, as much as we're assured that they're going in some direction, and of course I respect their independence and whatever their findings will be, what they will be, but there was a whole body of work, a lot of effort was put into this current report, 6.5, and I don't want to just receive it for information. It's leaving a lot of questions around Rundle Golf Course, and I think just the sooner we can get on to a reasonable response to this information alone, and the fact that it could tie into other work done by a consultant who may or may not be fully privy to everything that's going on. I mean, hopefully they are, but it's just an added level of assurity, and it's a natural progression to the discussion that we're having here today.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I appreciate that. No, it's those are all my questions. I'll support this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify for Councillor Zadick, we're expecting to get some recommendations from KPMG in and around March, but their final report won't come out until June. So if that affects the timing of your motion at all, I just thought you should be aware.
Yeah, okay, so I am sympathetic to this motion. I understand the intent. What I'm concerned about is the possibility that this is, oh, you know what, sorry. Councillor Knack, did you have more to say? Okay.
No, go ahead, thank you.
Okay. I'm concerned this is putting the cart before the horse, and it's presupposing an outcome of a report that we have yet to receive. And so this may actually be a waste of effort, and that's my concern, is that it also presupposes that the report that we had, that the only logical conclusion from the report we had is that we take necessary steps to transition operation of Rundle Golf Course to an operator. That was not in the report, and we haven't received the KPMG report that would indicate that either. There may be multiple modes of approaches that we'll receive that is somewhat canceled out by this motion. It may not even cancel it out, but it definitely starts a conversation that we're not even having yet, as far as the natural workflow of administration, because an equal and just as viable motion at this point could be that administration report on necessary steps to enhance and broaden the knowledge and appeal of Rundle to the public in order to bring more revenue into the area. So, you know, this is definitely a direction that administration do something without the counselor for the area here, and this may have to be part of a council decision on the whole. So I'm not sure if we should really be supporting this at this point, and I'm having a little trouble with that. And so, Councillor Zadick, if you want to respond to that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
So, we've already heard from administration that they've tried many things to increase the viability and attractiveness of Rundle Golf Course, including freezing the pricing schemes and sprucing it up in different manners. So this motion, some of what you said sounds like we need more information, and really that's the intent of this motion, is just to get the steps that would be required. So they might come back and say we need an expression of interest, which would just be a survey of golf course providers, that could you take over Rundle? If you did, what kind of cost sharing agreement could you get in, et cetera, et cetera. This is just getting more information. I don't think it's putting the cart before the horse, because it's a natural follow-up from this. We don't know what KPMG is going to like their contract to look into reimagine. It has stuff. It's tied in with COVID. It's tied in with a million other things. This is a standalone bit of work that I think is justified and warranted right now. And it was on the agenda. And for what it's worth, I emailed the ward councillor that I was going to probably bring up a motion like this. But that's aside. But ultimately, I think this council would weigh in on this. I'd imagine this report would go to council for next week. This motion, or no, maybe it wouldn't. That's where I lack in some process knowledge of committee with our committees. But I think there's plenty of opportunity for people to weigh in on this. This report was supposed to be heard 2 weeks ago in committee, and I indicated a similar course of action back then. So I don't think it's new information or a surprise, and I think that now that we're hearing, actually, we won't get the final sorry, Councillor, I'm taking too much of your time. Perhaps I'm being a bit too liberal in responding to your question.
No, that's fine. I just think that there are more questions to be answered before we take this step. I really do think that it is it's leapfrogging over the information that we're going to receive, and it may be completely valid based on what we end up receiving. But I don't think I can support this based on where we're at right now. I don't think that it's the best use of administration time and resources at this point, knowing that there is a larger body of work in place and Rundle will be a part of it. And, I don't think that the conversation of Rundle will be lost. Obviously, there's passion about it. So I would really urge that we think about the fact that there is a larger strategy that is going to be presented to us, and we should probably know what that strategy is first before we send any direction to administration on any one particular part of that strategy. That doesn't seem wise to me. So I will not support this. And it's not because I'm not sympathetic. It's not because I don't see value in it, but I just don't think that this is the right timing for it. So if there's nothing else, I guess we can vote on this. No, I'm not seeing anything else. Did you want to close, Councillor Zach?
Yeah, well, thanks. I will, and I'll just ask to administration, the final report, that was new information that I received. The KPMG report won't be out till June, so that's in the middle of the next golf season. So again, that speaks to the quote-unquote urgency of this, and I was just wondering, can I get clarity, what we'll be receiving in March? It's just preliminary information, and if so, does that come to council, or would council not officially hear from KPMG until June?
The councillor, the administration will get their recommendations in March, and then the report will have an opportunity to provide some input and clarify things, and then the final report will come out. We would have a challenge if we wanted to do this for 2021, because we currently, our golf pros and our food service providers are under contract for next season. So we wouldn't be able to, without breaking those contracts, look to do anything for next season regardless.
So then I guess that begs the question that if we waited till June of 2021, would our hands then be tied for the season of 2022? Like at one point we got to start this conversation.
Yeah, the contracts expire with the pros and the food service providers, so we have an option to renew those, but we could not exercise that option if we wanted to go in a different direction.
So thanks for that. Back to my concerns about the due date with that new information. If Q2 was the date, would that provide a balance of sometime being after March and between June, the ability for administration to come back with this without being overly burdensome?
I think that would be fine, Councillor. Second quarter, that would be okay. And this is just outlining the steps we would go
Yeah,
through.
that's right.
On that scenario, if there's decisions made prior to that,
I would expect no
steps we
work
take.
to be completed other than just saying we'd issue an expression of interest or an RFP.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make the amendment to Q2, June, right? If that's what works for you, Rob.
Yeah, that's friendly. So due date Q2. I won't close. I can't wait to hear from the YMCA coming up in another item and the rest of this business. So I've said all that I need to say now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I can't support it, but let's please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that is passed, 3-1. Okay. As the wheel turns, we are now on 6.6, update on partnership with YMCA of Northern Alberta. And we may have some introductory comments from administration.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just our delegation, Roger Jevney's been on this call for most of the day. We also have Rana Bremer in Roger's branch as well. The YMCA of Northern Alberta and the City of Edmonton have a long and successful history of working in partnership to provide recreation opportunities for the residents of our city. Staff from the city and from the Y have been working on ways to enhance the partnership with a goal to enhance the utilization and financial performance specifically of the Castle Downs Family YMCA. These efforts were put on hold as both organizations responded to facility closures due to the pandemic. Currently, the YMCA is unable to open the Castle Downs Family YMCA due to financial constraints. The Y has requested financial support from the city to allow the facility to open to serve the Castle Downs larger community in 2021. Currently, administration is exploring ways to enhance the partnership in 2021 to have the facility serve the residents in Castle Downs and all of Northwest Edmonton. Ongoing discussions regarding the medium and long term are underway, including the potential for a partnership with Edmonton Catholic Schools and their plans for a high school on the park. A decision is not required today on the financial support request, as that will be brought forward with the budget information being presented to Council next week. With that, let's step back, and I believe there are some speakers from the Y on this item.
There are indeed. And Nick, if you'd like to go first.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. We're just going to be on the line to really respond to any questions that the committee might have. I think just a couple of opening remarks, if I may. Arguably, the city is our biggest partner in so much that we do today in serving our community. We certainly recognize the financial pressures that the city is under due to the pandemic. I was listening to your discussion about community recovery and wellness, and in particular around the urban setting. And I think that this is directly related to the recovery and health and well-being of our Edmontonians, and this important recreation space in the northwest community that serves 19 communities and 69,000 people. It's a key recreation delivery. The report is very much, I think, demonstrates the partnership and how the city and administration, who have been exceptional to work with, about how we're addressing this. The challenge that we've been faced with is we were working on a nice strategy for a mid and a long-term strategy. However, the pandemic has created an urgency. And that urgency is, how do we get this important recreation space back open to the community to help provide health and wellness. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we've diversified the model, that we currently, the childcare is up and running. We have also diversified and running a family resource network out of there with a number of other agencies around social programming that is being delivered virtually. But when the center does reopen, hopefully, we would be able to deliver outreach programs and then the standard health and wellness programs. So those would be my remarks, Councillor Paquette, just to open that. But we look forward to working with Council on a short-term, trying to resolve this and figure out a way that we can reopen and start serving community. The demand is high. We are getting a lot of phone calls, and they see other recreation centers, whether they're Ys or city facilities, opening, and they're saying, what about us? So it is around that partnership discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parkinson. And we've got Kent next. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. And again, both Nick and I are here to answer questions, but I guess what I would add to Nick's comment in terms of our challenge for next year is that this is really primarily a revenue challenge. As we look to 2021 and the projected membership return, we're looking at approximately a $1.2 to $2 million swing on our membership revenues. We'll do what we can to contain, the loss of revenue through expense control measures. But at the end of the day, the margins on expense control measures will not be sufficient to manage the challenge that we have with the revenue shortfall. What exacerbates that for us as an organization is the Castle Downs YMCA has our highest level of support needs from a financial subsidy perspective at over 36%. And we also have a unique membership model at this site, again, in response to the needs of the community, where we see our membership rates for families approximately 20% lower than our other centers. So it just exacerbates that revenue challenge. So this just goes to explain a bit of the background behind the request for support for 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so those are our speakers. Do we have any questions for administration? Councillor Nicol, you selected this item? Oh, sorry, speakers. Questions for our speakers.
Nope, no questions. I'll turn it over to Councillor Zidek. It's his ward.
Okay. I also see Councillor Esslinger on the board. Councillor Zidek?
Yeah, no, actually, it was giving me questions for administration. I thought that's what you were asking. Okay.
Yeah, that was my mistake. We were asking questions for our speakers, although they did indicate that they're here to answer questions. But
okay, so maybe I'll just ask a quick question if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So to Nick or the other gentleman from the YMCA, do you see this just being this is to really make up for 2020 and what you fully expect for 2021, but what about talking about 2022? Do you see a continued need for some support then?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Zidek. I think that's an excellent question. What this does is it buys us some runway to get to the further conversations that are outlined in the report. I thought the report did a very good job about exploring other models, looking at future needs assessments, facility assessments, and now with the Catholic School Board, identifying the site right behind there as a future high school site, #1 on their list. It creates a future potential. We need that runway to get to that and to have those conversations and explore it. We just haven't had that ability to do that in light of the urgency that the pandemic has created.
Thanks for that. And speaking of this pandemic, this thing that's altered life like nothing else, the city, though, has had the ability to open up our rec centers, albeit now with the increased restrictions. But for the Castle Downs area, that many people that would rely on the Castle Downs YMCA, that if there was a city rec center there, probably would otherwise be going there, and it would be open. Just some high-level thoughts on the lost recreational opportunities for many people in the Castle Downs area because the Castle Downs YMCA branch is currently closed and can't open unless you get a grant, from what I understand.
Yeah, we would not be in a position as a charity to be able to absorb that kind of a negative operating loss. And so we would be in a closed pattern indefinitely. And I think we would need to have more time and energy to consider other options that we would have to explore. And we haven't had that ability to do that as of yet.
Okay, thank you, Nick. No more questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Zidek. Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you very much, and this is for Nick. Just a couple of questions. Prior to the pandemic, the Castle Downs Y was facing financial challenges already. Wasn't that true?
Correct.
And we've been working to try to, attract more people to the Y. And we did some city Y, made it the same cost so that wouldn't be a barrier That what happened, I think, in the fall?
Those fees were implemented in February, and in the report, sadly, we haven't been able to realize the upside of those harmonized fees.
Okay. I guess just trying to get the scope of the challenge. Besides cost, are you aware of any other reason folks aren't choosing to come to the Y in a catchment area of 69,000? I guess I'm trying to understand that. In our evaluation and in the report, it gives you a good sense of the satisfaction level of the membership and the constituents in the area. It is compared to that of the city recreation facilities, and I think from a service delivery, it is on par and delivers at a high level of service. We are always engaged heavily. The management in the area are engaged heavily with a number of community organizations and agencies to understand their needs. The problem that we have, Councillor Esslinger, is related to the subsidy amount. And that is what creates the negative financial operating model for us because it's 35%, 36 as Kent indicated. We are trying to attract more philanthropic donors and actually may have secured one of some significance for actually 2021, which would help with that operating model from a philanthropic to try and make sure that the subsidy and accessibility is there for those that need it. And, you know, the membership rates are also in market sensitive because of the socioeconomics in the area. But, you know, I think what we're trying to do is work on exploring new opportunities to how do we strengthen that model. We've also brought in the Family Resource Network, again, to demonstrate the need in the community through the provincial government grant that provided. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context for you. And can you tell me the size of the Y pool compared to Grand Trunk or O'Leary, some of the local pools? Is it the same size, smaller or larger? Do you have a sense?
I'm not sure of the comparative to, and Roger might be able to speak to it. Ours is an 8-lane, 25-meter pool, sorry, 6-lane, 25-meter pool with a teach pool, zero beach teach pool as well.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of it. All right, I'll ask administration that question as well. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. Any more questions for our speakers? Okay, let's move on to questions for administration. And why don't we just continue with Councillor Esslinger at this point?
I'm happy to defer to the committee before I jump in if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, I see Councillor Zadok hopped in.
Sure, and I'm sure Councillor Esslinger and I would be asking similar questions, but I was, okay, so what I was already going to ask was about some comparators, and really we subsidize our own rec centers. So how much do we, so this is roughly 500,000 for, it's not quite the, might not be the accurate breakdown, but 500,000 for this current year and 500,000 for next year. Would we be subsidizing our rec centers that are similar to that extent? There's the aquatic area of the YMCA, and of course a pretty large gymnasium and track, and a lot of social programs and other benefits are to the community there, including women's only workout areas and multi-purpose rooms that can be rented out to the community. So is this good value for our money? If the city owned and operated this, what kind of level of subsidy would we be providing ourselves, i.e. the makeup from user fees to capture full operating costs?
So, Councillor, just to clarify, the request is for a full $1 million in 2021, not $500,000 over 2 years. But it is comparable to our facilities and the subsidy to keep a venue like Grand Trunk open. It'd be very similar to what our subsidy of that facility is. As far as the amenities, the pool is very similar to Grand Trunk. The YMCA does have the gymnasium and some other program rooms that we don't have at like Grand Trunk, but they're very similar. The pool, the aquatic piece, anyway.
Thanks for that answer. And yeah, you saw some of my hesitation when I said 500,000 for this year and 500,000 for next year, but I think that's the real intent behind the money is to make up for a shortfall from this year as well. But it's okay. Thanks for the clarity that it's $1 million for next year. Thanks also for the clarity that it's if this area of town had a City of Edmonton rec center, we'd be footing the bill for this. This is in the interesting stream that we've been talking about a lot of alternative service delivery as far as I'm concerned. Actually, Mr. Chair, I just realized I'm more speaking to it. So I'd put forward a motion that I guess I need to craft something because this is received for information, but I'm happy to have council as a whole just debate this at budget. And so I would put forward that their full amount requested be considered by this committee to be passed on to council during our budget deliberation.
Okay, do you have wording for that motion? We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Esslinger?
Thank you. And I guess, have we been able to open any other pools in the north side, north central yet, except for Clairview?
No, currently we only have 4 pools open in the city, and Clairview is the only one on the north side.
Okay, and help me understand in our, because we have Grand Trunk and O'Leary up in this area as well. Do we have any plans to open them in the near future?
Certainly not with the COVID conditions, and we're still working through. I think you'll see in the report next week an option if council wanted to open more pools, that would be something that you could do, but that'll be in the report that comes out next week. But currently, we're not looking to open up any additional facilities.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. We won't open ours, but we might consider opening others. I guess the other thing is in the long term, how confident do we feel that the high school will come to play in Castle Downs? It's been up and on a list for a long time and it gets taken off. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense of it's real.
They believe it is. It's their number one priority, and they have a sense that it will be funded. Our discussions with them have been about a model like St. Francis Xavier or the new Dr. Ann Anderson High School and Community Center, where they will look to add some amenities. And the Y is part of those discussions about how we may integrate any new amenities with the YMCA and the arena so that we have a really cohesive facility for the community and a really well thought out operating model for those 3 facilities that they really could function as one.
Would they be physically connected or just on the same site?
No, we haven't got to any design, but the notion would be that they could be physically connected so that they would be able to, access the pool and any other new amenities that would be built in the high school, and one admission desk, one control. So we're far from any design decisions, but those are where the discussions are headed.
All right, so that's a long-term discussion, and then the short term is whether there's funding. All right, that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for administration? Not seeing any. Councillor Zanuck, you have a potential motion ready?
Thanks, yeah. So it reads that administration prepare an unfunded service package to provide $1 million funding to the YMCA of Northern Alberta as outlined in the December 2nd, 2020 Citizens Services Report CR_7419 for consideration during the fall 2020 supplementary budget adjustment process, December 9-11, 2020.
Okay. Does anyone need to speak to it or have questions about this?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I'd love to talk about it, but we can do that as council as a whole, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not seeing any discussion on it, so we might as well just move into a vote. Please vote to send this to council for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is unanimous. Okay, very good. The discussion shall continue. Next, we are on 6.8, the Public Washroom Strategy Annual Update. And I will put this now into the capable hands of administration.
We'll just let our colleagues from city operations get settled here.
Okay. You can wing it if you feel like it, Mr. Smythe.
We'll just let Mr. Seabrook jump in here. He's getting the...
Councillor, we're just queuing up the presentation right now.
Okay, perfect.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. With me this afternoon is Brian Simpson, our branch manager, Parks and Road Services. And joining us as part of the delegation are Phil Harrett, Director of Infrastructure Operations, as well as Nicole Fraser, General Supervisor of Operations Planning, and Susan Coward, Branch Manager of Integrated Strategic Development. So public washrooms play a key role in ensuring a healthy and equitable city. They facilitate access to public commons, and their accessibility and availability allow people from diverse life backgrounds to enjoy public spaces further from their homes and for longer durations. In recognition of this fact, administration has undertaken a number of initiatives and measures since 2016 to improve access to clean and safe public washrooms. In 2020, we developed a new pilot program that introduced changes to how we manage public washrooms. We're here today to present updates on key activities that we implemented in 2020 to further the execution of the citywide public washroom strategy. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Simpson to provide details on the pilot.
Good afternoon, members of council. Next slide here. Administration developed a pilot program in Q4 of 2019 to establish a baseline provision of public washroom services to inform a more permanent and ongoing program in the future. To implement the pilot project, administration worked with the Boyle Street Ventures to provide attendance at the White Avenue washrooms and the Nook Cafe. Boyle Street Ventures is a social enterprise arm of the Boyle Street Community Services and provides employment opportunities for individuals who have barriers accessing the formal job market. This pilot project has attendants serve as hosts to the washroom users while being responsible for the cleaning, monitoring, and prompt reporting of illicit activities to the police. Attendants are able to refer people to social support services if needed. Administration decided to introduce the attendance model of service at the washrooms because of the presence of the attendants enhances safety, cleanliness, and user satisfaction. Next. To assess the effectiveness of the attendant pilot program at the White Avenue washrooms, administration and the Boyle Street Ventures created a pilot evaluation based on expected results, desired outcomes pertaining to safety, accessibility, and cleanliness of public washrooms. The evaluation found that the pilot was effective in increasing visitor satisfaction regarding safety and cleanliness. Edmonton Police Service provided incident data from January to June of 2019 and 2020. And when the timeframes were compared, it showed a significant decline in the number of incidents involving illicit activities at these washrooms. Incidents at the washrooms decreased from 21 in 2019 to 6 in 2020 in that time frame. In addition, evaluation findings showed that vulnerable populations in the area were supported through regular engagement with the attendants. This included connecting them to supports and resources, providing a consistent and friendly face for them to talk to, and in 2 cases, providing regular employment via the washroom attendant program. Regarding the cost of implementing the pilot project, the cost analysis showed that the custodial cost of staffing and monitoring the washrooms was higher with an attendant present during operating hours compared to the cost of custodial with no attendants on site. But there was also an increase in safety, cleanliness, and a reduction for calls for maintenance and for the police in that time frame. Next slide, please. Okay, okay. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted operations and accessibility of many public facilities, including public washrooms, libraries, and recreational centers. While many cities in Canada closed their public washrooms, administration, through the support of the COVID-19 task force, worked with the Boyle Street Ventures to provide attendance to keep a number of washrooms open in strategic locations around the city. This initiative ensured that residents, especially individuals experiencing homelessness, still had access to public washrooms. Attendants provide thorough cleaning of the washrooms, disinfection, and ensured users followed social distancing guidelines to make the washroom safe and to mitigate the spread of the virus. Administration expended $548,000 from April 7th to October 8th, 2020 to keep washrooms open and staffed with attendants in 7 strategic locations across the city. These washrooms are Old Strathcona, Churchill Square, Dawson Park, Louise McKinney Park, Kinsman Park. Portable washrooms were at the Expo Center and portable washrooms at Alberta Avenue. The attendant service model to keep some washrooms open at open in Edmonton during the peak of the pandemic was effective in keeping the washroom safe for use by residents, as the attendants ensured only one person can be allowed in the washroom at any given time. As a result, it drew the attention of representatives of the City of Saskatoon, who contacted to administration to learn how this plan was operating and the implementation of a similar service to keep public washrooms open for their vulnerable populations. The learning experience from administration through COVID-19 washrooms response was also informed the decision to increase custodial contracts levels at other City of Edmonton's parks washrooms that have no attendants in order to keep them safe for the public use. Our efforts to ensure the provision of safe, clean, and accessible public washrooms are constantly evolving. Improving access to public washrooms is a complex problem that requires coordinated effort across the organization and with external partners. We will continue to make continuous improvements to the public washroom services to meet the needs of Edmontonians. In line with the 3 planning phases outlined a citywide public washroom strategy, administration will focus on completing the following items by July 2021. Finalize a governance model and standard operating procedures for permanent and temporary washrooms in parks and open spaces. Create a formal, long-term implementation plan to address challenges associated with managing public washrooms, which includes establishing criteria and the method for prioritization for where permanent and temporary washrooms should be placed, constructed in the city. The role of the city and business community ensuring accessibility, safe, and clean public washrooms. In alignment with Reimagine, explore opportunities to work with partners, businesses, and advertising companies, including alternative strategies for funding operational costs of providing attendance at washrooms. Thank you for the opportunity to present the updates on the implementation of the citywide public washroom strategy. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And it looks like we have got Councillor Nicol on the board first.
Okay, Brian, I'm going to give you your first opportunity to explain to me how the funicular got on the washroom list. Can you explain that one to me?
The funicular portion was just to have attendants present to deal with cleanliness, to allow its operation, and also to deal with some vandalism relative to.
Yeah, I just wanted you to get that out on the record.
Yeah,
that
no, thank you.
You know what I'm saying. I think we've emailed you and we said, hey, you know how this could look and that sort of thing. I guess this is kind of I kind of got discombobulated on this a little bit in terms of all the things we want to do with our public washroom inventory. And I guess I don't even know where to start in terms of, because given the pandemic, given the size of the vulnerable populations that are there and so on, do we have a good handle on the inventory we have, its treatment, and the inventory we're going to need? Do you follow my question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do feel we have a good handle on the inventory. The process has been around looking what will ideally deal with the needs of the public. The big thing has been cleanliness and more importantly, safety in terms of use of these facilities. So it's not that we don't have facilities, but it's actually maximizing their use and accessibility by the public.
It says the enhanced response was discontinued as of October 8th, 2020. Discontinuation meaning, it's on page 110 of 176. Well, it's there, right? Administration continues to provide funding to support provision of attendance. So I was curious, have we started to stop something? Or have we done something and then we've stopped? Because it says was discontinued as of October 8th.
We still are continuing with the program.
Okay.
Counselor, yes.
Okay. My only other thing is I'll look at these, some of the numbers here in terms of the service provision. But I do remember, and I think this was about I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was Councillor McKean that I recall. Part of this strategy, I'm just going to throw this out to you folks, is also talking about, if we're going to be talking about washrooms, we might want to talk about shower facilities. That might be a part of a consideration for use out there by the vulnerable population in an association with a washroom program. I just want you to think about that, because I have heard the question being raised. There's the washrooms, but there's also the question of shower facilities that are available in some of our harder hit areas. Does that make sense, Rob?
Oh, it does, Councillor. When we stood up Kinsman during initial stages of the pandemic, and now with the other agencies, the showers are an issue. So we brought in trailers with the agencies at great expense.
Yeah.
These temporary showers on trailers.
This isn't my idea. I believe this is Councillor McKean's idea, because he did raise the issue of shower facilities somewhere scattered through for people to provide. I don't know what that looks like, but it is something that like you mentioned, Rob, it is a cost, it is a need, and it might be a nice tie-in if you're building a new washroom or renovating it. I don't know what it would look like, but I think it's something you can consider constructively.
We can certainly take that back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Nickel. We'll move on to Councillor, Councillor Zadick is next on committee.
Councillor Paquette, I'm quite interested to hear the insights from Councillor McKean and Henderson, so I'll defer to them to go first. I've been speaking a lot lately, and once I hear from them, I might have a few more questions.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, well, maybe as an insight, I'll just say from the old Strathcona situation, which is the one I'm most familiar with, I think it's been a huge success, and I would hate to see us go back on this. I think it's answered, and I think the numbers show that it's answered a whole bunch of problems and issues that arose that the washroom was originally designed and built to solve, and then slowly didn't solve. And this, I think, has got it back on track. So that's sort of what some of my questions are about, because in terms of understanding the value to us of this, I mean, we made a pretty significant investment in building the thing to begin with, because we had long-standing problems in the area. And then we got ourselves into a situation where people, I think, stopped using it because we couldn't keep it in a state that they felt comfortable, they're safe, or willing to use. So do we have numbers, and I can't remember if this was in the report, so I apologize if I've missed them. We have numbers that show the change in usership.
Yes, Councillor Henderson, we tracked through the process a couple of ways. One was with the actual attendance. There was an app through Boyle Street Services that allowed Boyle Street Ventures that allowed us to track, and we would ask questions of the patrons, track the number of individuals that were attending, the rationale for why they were there, to get that feedback, and also feedback was solicited from the community, particularly the business community, relative to their experience with this process.
Yeah, no, I'm keenly aware how that the business community was really concerned before because it was going badly wrong, and are much happier the way things are right now. I mean, I remember what it was like before we had the washrooms at all, and that's unfortunately a number of people don't remember that. It was interesting hearing these stories too. I see Ms. Coward I was imagining this item coming up after the conversation that we had earlier about Recover, because I think some of the data and the information we're getting back, and it speaks to the same issues of the people that we brought in to run it, their relationships with the people around them, their relationships with themselves, their desire to be more useful, not less useful, which is a secondary benefit. I think there's a lot of stuff, a lot of really interesting learnings here. And the reason I wanted to ask the question, because although it costs us more money than just cleaning the place, I'm guessing in terms of the use of the facility, we were cleaning a building that no one was using. And now we're perhaps spending more money, but the building is actually getting use. And I think that's one of the things we really need to understand. Plus, we have the additional benefits of working with the Boyle Street program and all those other kind of things, which I think are ancillary, building relationships with the people that are there. But I also think this is an interesting case of having a facility that we invested a fair amount in because there was a need, and then not supporting it in a way that people could use it. And I think somehow or other we need to be able to measure those things as well. So any thoughts on how we quantify that information?
So, Councillor, I'll take a stab at that. Certainly, this year was a learning for us, but I think you raised a good key point. There is a base level of expenditure we have with these facilities, and that is continuous regardless of the usage. So the fact that we were able to get more people using it, it is a good sign in terms of the outcomes that we're trying to achieve with the facility. So I think we'll be able to, going forward, do more comprehensive assessment in terms of the actual value, because we can factor in some of those things that you had mentioned from the earlier conversations this afternoon. So, usage is one piece, but it's some of those other benefits in terms of the community and engaging some of the vulnerable population and giving them some other benefits in terms of connectedness that we have to figure out how we're going to capture.
We'll see what, and I'm guessing Councillor McKean's going to want to weigh in on this, but I mean, the Strathcona one in some ways was always a pilot. I mean, the way we originally put in temporary infrastructure there and then permanent infrastructure in there, even before, has been about how we can provide what was clearly a needed service in a way that would work and be functional. So, I think and I would say, I think see some really creative work on behalf of administration coming up with this idea. I think has given us, a multiple benefit solution, and I think I would be really disappointed to see us walk it back. But more to the point, I think there's some really interesting lessons that we can learn from this that can be applied elsewhere. And I'm assuming that's part of the work going forward. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. One other quick question before I finish. We shut it down during COVID, and then we had to open it up again because there was demand. Do we have any numbers on that?
We do have numbers we track through the whole process. Shut down initially during COVID just to get an understanding what COVID was, and very quickly realized there was a need for washrooms in the public realm. And that was a catalyst to get things going with an understanding of COVID and what was required around cleaning and the process to deal with that.
Yeah, great, thanks. I know my office certainly heard about it when it was closed. So thank you for all the work on this. It's great work.
All right, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. First of all, what is the future of this program? Do we know? Is it under threat in this budget?
Councillor, it wasn't specifically identified as an item within the budget. So at this point, the intent is that the program would continue.
Keep it flying under the radar, please. I wanted to, this was a hot potato, this file in administration years ago, and I got to credit a young woman who was working for me at the time who bugged me, so I bugged you and bugged you. And the administration's really come a long way, and I really appreciate that. So I wanted to say that on the record. There's been amazing work done here, and I think part of it was putting signs up on a lot of the washroom facilities we already had. Isn't that right, Mr. Smythe, if I'm remembering correctly?
That's correct, Councillor. Certainly the wayfinding piece was a an important piece and I think there was a bit of a silo approach in the administration, and over the last couple of years, Gord's department and Citizen Services have really kind of worked on this in a much more integrated kind of way. But certainly the wayfinding piece was an important piece of moving forward.
because we have different customers. I know we talk a lot about the vulnerable population, and that's a key population base for public washrooms, but we also wanted them for visitors to places like White Avenue and the downtown to be able to access washrooms. And so this attendant program has made it more equitable or usable for all of them, yes?
I would agree, and I think in the earlier discussion, there was a comment about how private industry looks at different segments of their customer base, and that in essence is kind of what this is doing, is allowing us to serve the different users of those facilities.
Yeah, no, and again, it's greatly appreciated. One thing that I'm reminded of, and I'm sort of hoping, and maybe I'll do a motion at some point, but we need to be tracking all these costs, because these costs are the kind of costs that fall to us because we do not have a comprehensive housing program. And I won't put that on you, Gord or Rob today, but you know, it's kind of hard to add up all the bylaw costs, washroom costs, policing costs, et cetera, related to not having a housing for a vulnerable population. Last thing, and Ben sort of mentioned it, but is there synchronicity here between Recover and this program? I mean, I just think of that use of that term, respect, in the work that Recover did, how our homeless population, in particular, Indigenous homeless population, that was their kind of one of their clear hopes, that they would be treated with respect. And this sounds like a much more respectful way with the attendants, especially if they're doing that work really compassionately, then we're getting somewhere. And this might be a gateway into even other services if this is done really well. Any thoughts on that?
I think you're exactly correct, Councillor. I mean, that respect and dignity of the individuals, and they're part of our community, and providing those kinds of services for those individuals. In terms of the connection with Recover, I think Susan's on the call as well. Maybe have her weigh in for just a short second or two.
Sure, just a snippet. It totally fits with Recover. And in fact, as I'm looking at my well-being framework right now and the tools we have, and creating the attendant, that was, it gave people from Boyle Street Ventures employment, which gave them purpose. And the way they treated, they knew how to have conversations with vulnerable people, and they were helpful. They knew how to have conversations with community people. So when I look at the tools, we changed, we gave resources, we changed roles, we tried to change interactions, which were respectful. So yes, I think it very much fits with what Recover is trying to do.
It's probably not the kind of thing that we'll win awards for, or that will go around bragging at international conferences. But I just want to say, I think this is a really, really important and fantastic program you guys have put together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McKeon. We may yet. All right, Councillor Zadick.
Thank you. I'll be quick here. So, yeah, I think it's a feel-good report. I'm happy to read this. Not questioning the bathrooms at all, but since we're talking about the attendance, just a few questions there. Is it necessary to have two?
Just in the evaluation of potential safety issues, and that was feedback from the tenants themselves. Initially, we looked at one, but it was the proper balance, and also just covering off breaks and other pieces relative to the work and the shifts they were covering.
Okay. From reading the report, it sounds like they're idle for much of the day, which is fine, I guess, but...
I would say idle, as we found through communication, once we just gave them more basic understanding of what we wanted them to do, they were engaging more with the community, and there was a derived benefit from that interaction. So okay. I don't, I understand the comment, but they actually kept pretty busy just in terms of that interaction piece.
Well, that's good to hear. There's talk about the potential of referring criminal activity to the police or referring individuals to social agencies. Do we have any data on how much that's actually occurred?
We have some numbers on terms of reports to police and also referrals to other agencies, which was a regular piece of it. Also, they built a relationship with the community and with individuals and had a good understanding of their needs and were able to direct them in the right direction in terms of those supports within the community.
Okay, thank you. In the spirit of time, the report's fairly comprehensive, so I won't ask any more questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henderson, you had a few more questions?
Just really just a fun bit of information in response to Councillor McKeon is we did win awards for this when we built the building. Actually, it won awards. It was considered novel at the time. And I think what's really interesting about this is now understanding that the same complexity and there's cities all over the world that are struggling with this and coming up with answers for how you can make this kind of facility work in a creative and imaginative way, I think is should not be underestimated. So just wanted to add that to his comment. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I have a quick question, and I know it's a little bit out of left field, but when it comes to our public washrooms, have we thought of corporate partnerships? As strange as it may seem, I think that there's I know that my kids would be fascinated if they saw a public washroom and they got to see some of the science behind how we deal with waste and how we deal with water, and just like a sort of mini display wall from maybe TELUS World of Science and EPCOR joining together or something like that. Have we looked at those kinds of opportunities?
Councillor, I think you raised a really good point. We're starting to look at partnerships. Certainly it was more from the perspective of who we can work with, but I think what you've raised is some creative elements that would help us not only have people supporting the program, but also an understanding of why we're doing it, as well as some of the other tangibles in terms of waste and how that's processed. So there's some really good learning opportunities. So we would commit to looking at that as we grow the program and evaluate it.
Yeah, because I think there's a really huge opportunity in our Recover efforts to bring in partners in a really, really creative and interesting way and make it a community effort and communicate it as a community effort so that we're all in this together. And I think that, I think that there's big opportunity here. So that is something that you're taking a look at?
Certainly, and I think you raised a good point. It brought a lot of different groups together within the city as well as external partners, so it has a lot of value in that respect as well.
Yeah, because this is an amenity that happens to provide an amazing service to folks who are in the rough, but it also provides obviously a very needed service for folks who are just walking by and trying to shop and spend some money and support their local businesses. So I love this program. I think it's fantastic. Once we break down the financials, which I did, it's not out there. It's pretty conservative financials. So it makes a lot of sense. So I just want to at this point just say thank you for all the work that you've been doing on this, and thank the councillors who've been championing this, because they know good value when they see it, and I really appreciate that, and they understand what it takes to build a city, and this is part of it. Okay, thank you.
I'll move receipt for information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicol. Any debate on this? Any final words? Nope. Okay. Let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an issue. We've got about 6 minutes left, and we've got one more item, which is Kichiaski.
Councillor Paquette?
Yep.
Given that it's a request for the council decision, I would like to requisition this up to council for consideration, because I do believe council really all needs to get the same presentation at once.
I agree completely.
Oh, so yeah, if you're supportive of that, then we can go to immediate requisition.
Okay. No debate? Oh,
We
sorry,
just
go
need
ahead.
a second
I'll
counselor.
second that, Zadek.
Oh,
Sure, I'll be the second
I thought
same
I was
requisition.
obvious in my support, but yeah, let's go with Councillor Knack. Okay, and we don't have to vote on that, do we?
That's correct. Once it's requisitioned, there's no further debate on the item.
All right. It's a job of firsts for me right now. Okay, thank you. And that takes us to the conclusion of the day. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. This was a long day with a lot of work. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, any notices of motion today?
Oh, yes. I thought we were getting away scot-free here. Are there any notices of motion or motions without notice? I'm hearing none. And let me just triple check. That is it. We are adjourned officially. Thank you.